Just wait until the players go on so I can get you with some players.
Oh yeah.
But obviously we'll be fairly swift because they're shouting at us to go.
Yeah.
So there we are.
Thanks very much.
That sounded really good. No, it's a pleasure.
Oh, sorry, Kevin. You're rushing around because you're about to go on.
A very good morning and welcome to Queen's Park in Chesterfield, where they're struggling with the PA system, and it's very close to our effects microphone, which might have to be moved at some point. But it's Dave Fletcher, Kevin Hannier, that's working, and Roland Butcher will be with us as well. Once they've sorted the PA system out, we will be absolutely laughing. Kevin.
It was kind of you to say that was the PA system and not me sitting down.
Wow.
My bones creaking. Good morning, Fletch. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Hey, it's lovely to be here
Isn't it
with you
good?
as well, and
Well,
Butch.
yeah.
Finally met Roland Butcher. I'd say he was one of my childhood heroes,
Don't say that to
but he was before my time.
So the first delivery, Sam Connor's bowling, and he's bowling, I assume, to Sam Robson. And the ball is pushed out into the offside, and there's no run. There's some fencing I need to move as well, I've just noticed. That's going to have to go. It's all slightly outgroundish here. We're at ground level, round about, well, a fairly straight, long off, really, where Lewis Rees is standing. If I could tell you where everybody was, I'd be lying, in all honesty. Stevie Eskenazi has decided to sit outside in the sun, just to our right. Here's Connors in again and bowls. That one is pushed out once again into the offside. And there is no run. The joys of when you get used to outgrounds, don't you? So Middlesex won the toss. I should just tell you this. They won the toss, decided to bat first.
Who's playing?
Well, you know, I've been here since about 6 o'clock this morning, and Toby Petman and Mark Watt are making their.
Oh no, I meant teams.
I know, but Toby Pett and Mark Watt are making their Derbyshire debut. So Godwin, Masood, Guest, Madsen deploy, Rees, Dahl, Thompson. The next delivery is defended by Robson out into the offside. Watt, Petman, and Connors. I'll let Kevin do the. And we're definitely look. We're on the web. We're on the BBC.
Oh, lovely.
That's the one thing I was concerned about.
That's a good start, isn't it? It's a good start. Middlesex, Sam Robson and Mark Sloman. Stephen Eskenazi in for his second match of the season in the Championship. Do you know what his first one was, Fletch?
It was at Lord's on the first day of the season, wasn't it? Next delivery is, wasn't it? Turned down to long leg, where it's fielded by somebody very tall.
That's right. Against one of the northern counties. Can't remember which
Thompson.
one.
Yeah, it was us.
Are we allowed to say northern or Midlands? Midlands
well,
counties?
I think we're in Chesterfield. I think we're northern today.
We're northern today, for sure.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten how much further Chesterfield was from Derbyshire, actually, and or from Derby, I should say. And I Yeah, it was a little bit of a shock to the system when you realised there was another 30, 40 minutes on the drive at least.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
It's nearly South Yorkshire, this, isn't it?
Well, it's technically Radio Sheffield.
But is it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah, but they're not here, and we are on Radio Derby.
Yeah, you put out to the people.
Radio London. I think this is the last delivery. I have absolutely no way of telling. And even if it isn't, I'm going to go because I'm terrified of missing it. The first update of the match is Connors is in, and that one is down the leg side and allowed to go through by Mark Stoneman. And it isn't the last ball of the over, but the last ball of the over will be described beautifully, I'm sure, by Kevin Hand.
Dave Fletcher, BBC Radio Derby here in Sheffield. Lovely to be here with him. Lovely to have you all with us. Lovely to have Roland Butcher in the...
Anna Mayer on the stream, so I'll have to keep commentating. There are Middlesex players running in front of us non-stop at the moment as Sam Connors goes in again. The ball, Stoneman tries to put this one away. And there is no run. Yeah, we've had one over here. Emma, Middlesex won the toss. They decided to bat and they've scored one run. Sam Robson scoring that run. Mark Stoneman's the other opener out there at the middle. Toby Petman signed on loan from Nottinghamshire. He makes his Derbyshire debut, as does Mark Watt, who makes his championship debut for Derbyshire, having originally signed the Scotsman as a T20 player. But he's out there. They're obviously expecting it to turn. We'll see him at some point. But at the moment, one over gone, and Middlesex are one without loss.
Have seen a swift recovery for White, so he's back in the side at 5. John Simpson, the wicket-keeper, at 6. Luke Holman at 7. Toby Rowland-Jones at 8. Ethan Bamber at 9 on the card. He'll slip down to 10 because Tilan Walla-Luita is the second spinner for Middlesex on this one. And the captain, Tim Murtagh, is propping up the pile down at number 11.
So T. Greatwood
is not in. He's out for Walla-Luita. And yes, White makes... a near miracle recovery, I'd say. A miraculous recovery for this one after the horrible dislocation of a shoulder that he suffered down at Hove.
Oh, I haven't got him either.
He's in for Davies.
Thank you.
Here's Robson awaiting. And this ball's full of a length and pushed away into the offside, and there is no run.
So Sam Connors is bowling from this end, and from the far end it's Toby Petman for the first time. No number on his back, only signed yesterday.
One of Surrey's finest.
Well, you say that, but he learned his cricket at Sussex, so we'll stick with that.
Kingston lad, I understand.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
He's only the 4th person born in Surrey to play for Derbyshire, and if anybody knows the other 3, apart from David Griffin, answers on a postcard.
Here comes Petman, bowls wide outside of the off stump. There it goes to the keeper, and there's no run. Gathered up by Guest. It didn't bounce a great deal, that one. It rather died little outside off.
So how have you been?
Yeah, all the better for the cricket season being back, Fletch.
Absolutely.
Top of the table, unbeaten. I mean, these are dizzy heights for Middlesex.
Well, we sort of spoke briefly, didn't we, down at Lord's, because you were on the. No, I'm not going to say anything derogatory. And if you want to earn all that money, that's up to you.
This ball's on a length and eased away into the offside by Robson. There's no run.
What I was going to say was we chatted a few times, but of course we weren't on together, were we? We were never broadcasting together.
Do you know, I forgot that. I forgot this is our first time on the mic together this season. Sorry,
first and only time, apart from when we travelled to Lord's for the quarterfinals of the T20. Because Derbyshire, well, they can qualify, but if they do, they'll almost certainly be away. Because
Royal London One Day Cup, we could have finals day together in that as well.
Oh, that'd be good. Saturday afternoon at Trent Bridge. And nobody from Radio Nottingham.
Oh, that's a beaut. This one from Petman, just full of a length, drawing Robson forward, leaves him outside off. And there is a bit of shape away here for Petman, isn't there, early on? Which, of course, hope with a new ball in hand and the first morning of a match.
Well, I'm told that when Notts played at Sussex at some point, whether it was this season or whether it was previous seasons, he was getting a lot of coaching from Stuart Broad. Oh, because of course he's a Notts player, he's Petman. So he's also got a very George Scrimshaw waddle at the start of his run-up.
He's past the umpire now, Petman, and he bowls just full of a length. This is turned into the onside by Robson. Watchfully, a straighter delivery, probably the straightest he's bowled of the over so far, and I don't say that disrespectfully at all. He's bowled a nice line of length just outside off. This one forcing Robson's play on the stumps. He just watchfully kills it into the onside.
You play the Middlesex an awful lot about ground cricket, don't you? Radlett and Merchant Taylors and all the rest of it. Whereas Derbyshire only ever play here at Chesterfield. We've got 6 days this season. This is the first of them. So, trying to guess what the pitch will do is something.
It's into Robson, a forward defence, into the offside. That's the end of the second over here at Chesterfield. 1 without loss. A maiden to start for Petman, which is lovely for him. I'm guessing Derbyshire would have won the toss and batted, as Middlesex have.
I've no idea. I imagine so. Yes.
Middlesex went in with the two spinners.
Well, yes.
Walla Luisa and Holman.
Well, Derbyshire have got Thompson and Watt. So Thompson's an orthodox off spinner and Watt's a left armour. But Watt hasn't played a game of first-class cricket since 2017.
What?
When he played for Scotland against Ireland, I think it was in 2017. He's basically, because he plays for Scotland. I mean, he's got 100 caps, I think, for the Scotland 50 over side. So he's signed as a T20 player. Connors begins a new over. That's down the leg side to stump and taken by Brooke Guest behind the stumps. So it's quite something that he's playing in this match. He certainly wasn't scheduled to play. He'll be loving the match fee, I'm sure, because the Scotland team have been in America playing in one of those World League things that they play now against US and UAE, various other teams. But Scotland had said to him, well, no, it's better for you if you're playing in the Blast. You'll get far better experience in the Blast than you will playing for Scotland out in Texas. There's Collins bowls. That's a full delivery that's pushed out to the offside by Stoneman and fielded by Billy Godleman, the returning lesser spotted Billy Godleman, who hasn't been seen for the last couple of weeks because he doesn't play T20 cricket at the moment for Derbyshire. Shan Masood, who's fielding at square leg, is the T20 captain.
The paradox really of Godman is he can be such an expansive player.
Absolutely.
His first game really that I saw him for Middlesex make his mark was a list A game. It may have been a T20 actually at Chelmsford, a day-night game.
He seems to have a love-hate relationship with T20 at Derbyshire. As Connors is in again. That was edged and through to the keeper. No, it isn't edged. That had taken an edge, and so did Connors. Nobody else did. Just the two of us. Just the two. Because we do have an effects microphone, and I hope you can hear the effects. But at the moment, I'm loath to put it any higher than that. Is that too loud for you?
No, that's fine. That's lovely.
Because it's right next to that loudspeaker.
Well, what we need to do is go and unplug that loudspeaker when nobody's looking. I mean, it's the only people that it's serving are us and the player's balcony. Yeah. Now, they don't want it. We don't want it.
Absolute madness. Goes Connors against the ball. Stoneman cracks this one away for 4 runs. Glorious shot out to the cover boundary. Hits the rope and bounces over the tarpaulin that has been covering the square and into the old scoreboard. Well, I say the old score, but it's the only scoreboard away to our right, and it's 5 without loss. That was a beautiful shot.
So I'd go as far as to say, Fletch, not only is it not serving us or the player's balcony, the only people in the surroundings, it's actually doing us a disservice. So in which case, then it should be unplugged. But then again, if that were the way of things that were doing people a disservice, we'd have been off air years ago, wouldn't we? So.
I'd had a couple of run-ins with people this morning, and I've apologised to everybody since for anything I may have said to them. I'd like to apologise on the street as well. In comes Connors and bowls. That's down the leg side, and there's a half appeal from Mark Watt at first slip. He's one of the 2 players without numbers on his back, Kev, just to mark your card.
Thank you.
He's at first slip. The other one is Petman, and he's down at fine leg. So
forgive me, what were you apologising for?
Oh, you don't want to know.
Oh, I see.
Don't want to know. I banged my head.
Oh, I did see you had a little. Oh, now don't rub it. That's still fresh.
Yes,
have you put a little bit of Savlon on that yet?
No. Quite upset. Again down the leg side. Get his line right to the left, and who tried to flick it away, and there's no.
Oh, is that why
that's why they put that on?
Oh.
The lady came round who's in charge of these things, and she said, "Well, we did a height measurement yesterday." I said, "Yeah, but look how tall you are." Look how tall I am.
Measurement. Well, what was the height measurement?
Yeah, about 2'7".
I mean, that's an even. Oh no, I might just be safe.
You're sure?
Yeah, no, I'm safe.
Yeah, you're all right. End of the over 5 without loss. 4 to Stoneman.
I'm at least 2 inches too short. Stop it.
At least, yeah, I would say. Yeah.
Stop it.
Thereabouts.
It's the middle stanchion that we're referring to of the gazebo as we move on from the filthy mind of Fletch next to me.
We've worked out that Roland isn't going to bang his head either, so we're all right now.
Only if he stands on my shoulders.
We're all right.
Here's a football driven away by Robson, open face off the first ball of Petman's new over. It's only as far as backward point and dull. There's no run. So on the pitch, then Middlesex winning the toss, batting first, playing 2 spinners. Their feelings probably quite clear on this. No Martin Anderson in the squad. He's rotated out for this one.
Yeah, but he wasn't. I don't think he was fit when we were down at Lord's.
Yeah, he's bowled an awful lot in the blast of the last few weeks. He'll be
with 2 S's.
He'll be back in at the Swedish Anderson.
I do like Martin Anderson. Had a little spell on loan here.
Yeah, lovely fella, great player.
Yeah.
So after the second drop,
Petman's in, bowls, and that stops on Robson as he pushes forward on the front foot, and it loops towards Godalming at mid-off, but it dies a long way short of the Derbyshire captain.
It's good to see that the good folk of Chesterfield, I know people will have travelled from all parts of the county, but I know the people in Chesterfield especially look forward to Derbyshire coming to Queen's Park, so especially on the to the left of us, there's a fair number of them here for this day 1.
3 slips go down, Petman bowls, and Robson's forward, defending into the offside.
They had the Aber experience here on Friday night.
Ooh.
Yeah, very successful. Apparently.
Did you come along?
Well, I was in Worcester, sadly. Otherwise, I'd have actually thought of another excuse. Not really my thing, but the Aber experience was here. They've got Tears for Fears and Alison Moye coming up at the county ground, which is very good. I'd like to have seen that, but again, we're busy somewhere. Hove, I think. Yeah.
Petman into the crease, bowls full of length, defended into the offside. There's no runs. Tears for Fears. That's the current experience of all county cricket fans, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah.
We're in a lovely spot here.
That's a lazy cricketer, isn't it? That's a lazy. Is that Eskenazi?
It is.
He's asked for his short-sleeved sweater, but he can't be bothered going back in the changing room. So somebody's going to lob it down to him. So in a minute, we're going to be hit by a short-sleeved sweater.
Well, with a little bit of luck, it might take the sound system out on the way.
Yeah, that'd be quite useful, wouldn't it? That would be quite useful.
Strong wind blowing across the ground, isn't there? There's a Union Jack flag fluttering above the trees at the far end.
That's the council office, I think.
Petman's in, he bowls a full delivery that Robson again. He was coming around, right hip and right shoulder came around to that one as he defended back up the track. You see that he's not prepared to close the face. He was getting everything behind that one, but once again, that tells you about the line. And equally, that wind and that Union Jack flag, it's blowing from left to right as we look. So Petman, as he's bowling from the far end, it will be helping that shape away outside off stump to Robson to find that edge.
Very much a northerly. It's not too cold for a northerly.
Here comes the throw. Let's see.
Let's see.
Whose arm is it, Esky? Whose arm is it? Who's throwing it?
Oh,
terrible arm.
Paul.
Don't name and shame.
Paul.
Terrible arm. I'm going for Waxman. In comes Petman, he bowls, and outside the off stump, and there is no runners. That's defended away to a short cover now. So after that ball that stops on Robson and looped a little towards mid-off, they brought in a short cover now for Robson. End of the over, 5 without loss. Waxman, I should tell you. Pete Waxman is the Middlesex physio, so I'm being very mischievous to say but it's dear old Waxy that threw the jumper a long way short.
Sam Robson's just asked for something on his bat, either a new one or some tape to wrap round it. I'm not sure which, but he's just gestured to the pavilion, which is to our left, just to let you know where we are. We're just to the right of the pavilion as you look out on the ground. At the far end, the lake end, is where Petman has been bowling from, and Connors is going to continue from the pavilion end with his 3 slips. The man down at third man, bless him, it's Alex Thompson, who's put a couple down at first slip recently, so he's been booted down to third man, and Mark Watt's taken his place as Connors is in. That's a better line to Mark Stoneman. He was able to leave it alone outside the off stump, but at least it was outside the off stump. It goes through to Brooke Guest, and there is no run. So 4 days of this match. Then next Saturday we're back for a match that generally sells out, Yorkshire in the T20. That can get a little lively.
Here at Chesterfield?
Here at Chesterfield.
What's the capacity?
5.5.
Is it? 5.5?
And it is full. It is always full. Because, of course, we're very close to Sheffield. As you said earlier, this one's driven by Stoneman up towards Billy Godalming, who parries it and then fields it, gives it to Lewis Rees to polish. Then we're back in August for one of those rare beasts, a day of county cricket in August.
Really?
When we play Yorkshire in the Royal London. So Yorkshire here.
Oh, I see. Yeah, sorry, I thought you meant county championship cricket.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Goodness me, no. Would county championship cricket in August? What are you thinking of? That would be madness. Giving cricketers the opportunity to play in the middle of summer. Here's Connors in again and bowls. That's a nice lead by Stone. Goes through to Brooke Guest once again. I was just looking to see how many of these players haven't been playing T20 cricket. Anuj Dal hasn't made it into the T20 side yet, which is a bit of a surprise. But the T20 team's been doing okay. Alex Thompson hasn't been playing T20 cricket. Toby Petman obviously hasn't, and neither has Billy Godman. So only 4 changes from the team that played on Friday night at Worcester. So Derbyshire, one of those counties that don't change the side that much for all forms of cricket, really, as Connors is in again. That's it, come off. Well, it came off a pad. Now they've claimed the catch as well at second slip or third slip. It's Leas Deploy, I think. Yes, it is. And the umpire is not impressed with either shout. We've got Hassan Adnan and Tim Robinson. That's Hassan Adnan at our end. I imagine it looks the kind of height of Hassan.
The optimistic first appeal was for LBW.
Yes, which was far too high.
So seeing as we haven't got that one, can we have him caught behind instead?
Was there a woody noise? Yeah. And has the second slip taken it cleanly, which would have been another question. Every one of them was turned down at this next delivery. Oh, goes past the edge of the bat. He might just have played inside the line a bit, Stoneman, but either way, it was a decent delivery from Connors, who has been playing well this season, the young man.
So winning the toss and batting first, Middlesex. Robson and Stoneman haven't played any T20, so they've been fully preparing for this moment for a while. But you can't really replicate it, can you? No. There's no net or club game that can replicate, or second 11 game that can replicate first-class cricket. So, you know, there'll be an element of not so much rustiness, but just, you know, they haven't played a match of first-class cricket for a while.
That's tricky. Connors is in again and bowls. That's left alone by Stoneman. Goes through to the keeper.
But then you've got Eskenazi at 3, who has batted beautifully in the T20 Blast. So he's got to correct his mindset. Apologies, Fletch. I didn't realise it was the end of the over. I was picking up where I left off. 5 of that. So Eskenazi.
I didn't realise
either. Eskenazi's in at 3, sat away to our right-hand side. And he's batted really well in the Blast. Lovely to watch. But the point being, you know, he was in the Blast mindset only 2 evenings ago.
Yes. Yeah.
And then will be Robbie White, who has been out for a while since Hove, so he hasn't played any
the round of matches where scores are ridiculous.
Exactly. So winning the toss and batting first is a little bit of a gamble, but 3 of the top 4 are first-class specialists, so haven't been playing in the Blast. Then you've got Holden, who's Eskenazi's opening partner in the Blast. He's in at 5. Simpson, who is an expert no matter what the ball, is in at 6. So that, you know, the top 3 of the top 4 are very crucial to Middlesex winning the toss and batting first here. In terms of they're not playing the Blast, Middlesex really need them, 1 or 2 of those, to really contribute big today, and hope that the rest can fall around them who have been playing Blast, because there's you know, pretty much everybody else until you get down to Ethan Bamber at number 10 are Blast cricketers at the moment for Middlesex. Petman 3 slips and that short cover. As described previously, there's also a backward point, orthodox cover and a mid-off on the offside as Petman's in, bowls down the leg side and Robson clips away off his legs. It's a 7-2 field, so as soon as that was away, fine of the square leg umpire, it was always going to be 4 and 9 without loss as Robson moves to 5.
Connors had just been brought up from there to allow Shan Masood to go across to the offside, so excellent work by Robson just to clip it away.
And just seeing where that extra one went on the offside, because there was a cover originally, wasn't there? Is it the backward point? They've got the backward point and a cover point now, haven't they?
Got a cover and an extra cover, really, haven't they? There's a man almost behind Shan Masood. It's difficult from ground level, isn't it?
Yes, here's Petman, he's in, bowls and full and straight, and Robson nearly closes the face on that one. He just about keeps it open and back up along the track as it goes. Again, his right hip, his right shoulder coming through, looking to turn into the onside, but Robson is very good at keeping that back face open early in the innings and not going too early at closing the face and clipping through the onside. If he had it done on that occasion, he'd have been in real trouble, I'd fancy.
But he was trying to turn it into the leg side, wasn't he? And it just took a bit of a leading edge. Only 2 wickets in the country so far.
Oh. Petman's halfway through his run-up. Robson's halfway towards square leg.
He's not been happy with his bat for
a
while. I think he's had a replacement bat, but he's not happy with this one either. Yeah, one of them's not very surprising. Leicestershire are 15 for 1 against Notts at Trent Bridge, and Sussex 13 for 1 in Cardiff. But there isn't another wicket anywhere in the country. And I include the Test match where England are 102 for 1. Just down the road, that place that we're not allowed to mention on Radio Derby. Well, we're allowed to, but we tend not to.
Is this like how Kevin James, when Hampshire in Division 1, he doesn't mention Division 2? He only reads the Division 1 scores. Length ball driven by Robson to cover. Petman giving that the chance outside off to really... It was a tempter, wasn't it? It wasn't quite a half volley. Robson stretched for it a little. But was in control as he pushed it to cover, but didn't go fully through with the drive.
Now? So he wants tape for his bat. He's not happy with that bat, is he? Well, he likes the bat, but it needs tape.
Well, yes, yeah. He doesn't want to let that bat go, does he?
No.
It's like an old pair of shoes that have just quite had their day, but you try and let it hang on in there for as long as you can.
Got a couple of holes.
Oh, that's a lovely ball from Petman. Lifts past the edge of Robson. That's the best ball he's bowled so far. And that got bounce. It left the right-hander, who looked from here that he was in a good position for it, Robson. We'll have a look on the stream and see just how wide outside off. If it was a long way wide outside off, then we'd say he got true into
the stream, mate. I never look at the stream. It's a very good stream.
Is it?
But I never look at it.
Oh, I should have got the Wi-Fi off you first.
Oh, yeah. I'll get it, yeah.
Petman to Robson. Fuller and driven to mid-on. Almost a clip to mid-on that by Robson. Just nonchalantly eased it into the on the side. Not disrespectfully at all when I say nonchalant. He was very wary of it not to go through with the shot at this stage. So...
It's not later, a bad start, is it, from Petman? He's excellent, getting into his new surroundings, playing in a championship match for the first time in his career. He has got first-class wickets against county sides for Oxford.
Petman on a length wider outside the off-stump.
Not with deliveries like that, of course, but he does have them. That was the last ball of the over. It is 9 without loss after 6 overs here at Chesterfield. Well, the sun has just momentarily been obscured by a cloud, but there is plenty of blue sky up above, and now the entire view has been obscured by a cameraman as David Griffin walks past us.
That's a horrific thing to say of your good friend Griff. That he's just obscured everything.
If anybody could obscure the entire view that we have here, David Griffin's the man to do it.
I've just realised quite how complicated that Wi-Fi password is. There's all sorts of capitals thrown in at an odd moment, isn't there?
What you've got to try not to do at this point is start reading it. And 725, reading it out loud.
You know that was done at the Oval once in a test match by I think Tony Cozier.
Excellent work.
I think he said, yeah, and the password Wi-Fi here is such and such, because it was a significant one. It was Hobbs, whatever Hobbs's record number was at the Oval.
Corners in, bowls to Sturman, who pushes this one up to mid-off. It's fielded on the tumble by Billy Godleman.
So he gave the media password at the Oval to the entire ground, which was very kind of him, wasn't it?
And if you press 7426, the doors open automatically.
Yeah.
Nobody wants that.
I can't believe that I've given the keys to the castle to David Townsend for the next 3 days.
I know,
actually, that's quite worrying.
He was very happy about it. He went to swim at New Road on Friday evening. Said he threatened to come today, actually.
Well, I did wonder if he'd be here today.
I don't think we can have 2 people standing there now. You can't.
Sit down, sit down. You need a little stool. Where are you going to get a stool from, Annie?
And I think it's gone for 4 runs. It has gone for 4 runs. I didn't see it. But it's 13 without loss. And that was a good shot by Stoneman, who moves on to 8. His opening partner, Robson, has 5 all the runs off the bat so far.
I'm still struggling with the stream. I've got it.
There we go. Connors is in left alone outside the off stump by Stoneman to go through to Brooke Guest again.
So that ball 3 overs ago.
Yes, have you seen it yet?
No.
There it is, look. That's the stream.
How many balls of the last over do you think it was? 4th ball? 5th ball?
Yeah, we've had 5 balls of this over now. 3 balls of this over now.
Oh, no, it's not straight on. That's not going to help us the stream then, is it? It's at an angle, isn't it?
No, I think it is straight on. You'll get it? Yeah. They've got cameras up on the top of the pavilion. Definitely. You watch. Here's Connors in again, and that one is just... Well, again, he plays inside the line of that one, Stoneman. Perhaps they haven't managed to get the straight on camera going.
No, they have. My apologies.
Yeah, I thought they would have done. Yeah, there we are, look. Beautiful.
I think it's only from one end, isn't it? They've got it from the pavilion end, as you say.
Well, there is a camera at the far end on a stick. I imagine that's functioning. It depends whether they've got a wire long enough to get round there, I suppose. I think that's a camera. David Griffin will tell you his thumbs up from Griff. Here goes Connors again and bowls, and that was pushed out into the offside. They go through for a quick single. It's not that quick in actual fact, because Billy Godleman had quite a fair way to run around and pick up. And they move on to 14 without loss now, Middlesex.
Looks like CCTV to me.
CCTV.
Excellent.
That's keeping an eye on you, Griff.
Griff's, that's magnificent, because everything that Griff says can be picked up beautifully in that microphone.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody will have heard him there.
How are you, Griff?
All right, yeah.
Excellent.
Just going back to the 70s. Bob Taylor's just arrived. David Steele.
Yes, past Players' Day.
Feel young again.
Feel young
Past
again.
Players' Day. You don't look it, though.
Don't feel it, either. Just for a moment.
He's Cotters on his way in again, and bowls. I should lean on the table, otherwise it'll end up.
Hey, this is good. You could sit. You could.
I'll end up on the pitch.
You could sit David Townsend out there for 3 days.
Don't tempt me. No, DT will be fine. DT will be fine. That's the end of the over. 14 without loss after 7. And I think what I'm going to do now, Kev.
Hey, before you go, you got to. I've searched all this time for that delivery.
Yeah, go on.
It was the 4th ball of the 6th over.
Yeah.
Petman to Robson. It was a beaut. Look at this. Pitching.
Ooh,
that really did pitch a leave him, didn't it?
Yeah, that was a good delivery. Really good delivery. What I'm going to do is...
You're off.
I'm going to make way, and for the first time at Queen's Park in Chesterfield, as a non-player...
you established
Roland Butcher. Roland's had some happy days here, out for 1, I think. Anyway, I'll let him explain it all when he gets here.
Thank you, Dave Fletcher, BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio London, and myself, Kevin Hands, on day 1 of this one for you. And Roland Butcher here for BBC Sport in the third voice role for this game. 14th one it is. Here's Petman with 3 slips crouching down. His right arm over and bowling to Stoneman for the first time, indeed. As it's turned to mid-wicket and there's no run. 14 without loss. Morning, Butch.
Yeah, Kevin, good morning to you. And yes, it's good to be here. Haven't been to Derby for a very long time.
Yeah, he just gave you the build-up. you shouldn't have told him, because that was the full-on build-up for you there. So 1 the last time you were here, is that right?
It certainly wasn't my highest score, that's what
3 slips go down again. Petman bowls onto the hip of Stoneman, works it away down to long leg. It is a 6-3 field for the left-hander, so long leg in position. The single taken. 15 without loss. It's lovely to have you here, and lovely to have you on the mic, as we've been talking for a long while on social media, and delightful. In fact, first time to meet you, I suppose, as well, not just broadcast with you. So lovely to have you with us here at last. It's been a long while in coming, hasn't it?
It has been a long time, Kevin. We spoke on many times, and didn't think I would get the opportunity to be sitting alongside of you.
Oh, well, it's wonderful. Well, never mind me, but all the BBC team this summer, you've got a good few gigs around the country this summer. On a tour you're on yourself anyway.
Yes, I'm doing a diversity and inclusivity tour, speaking tour, and to be able to do some cricket as well, something that I've wanted to do for a long time, watch as much kind of cricket as possible. You
do plenty of it back in the Caribbean, as I've been monitoring from afar as Robson's on strike and Petman bowls, and this is edged and put down at second slip. It was to the right of Madsen. Third had just gone a little bit wider, so the only chance was Madsen. It probably would still have been Madsen's catch, I think, even if there were a third in place. Maybe it just would have been third slip's catch to his left. It didn't feel like he'd gone that far, Madsen, though. Got both hands to it. But down goes the chance. We'll see if we can see the replay of that one. See if I was being too harsh on Madsen. Single taken, and the score ticks along to 16 without loss. This one's short. Oh my goodness me, cry of catch. Now I think that was into the ground, was it? It's hurt. Third slip. It was a catch as well, you think, Butch?
Yes, but it was struck very, very hard. I mean, it was short and wide. It really, it would have had to stick in his hands, because the gully field is pretty close to the bat there. He's no more than 15 meters from the bat. So, that was a full-blooded cut.
2 and 2. Here's the first one that we can have a look at back on the stream. And it's just out of shot to see how wide it was of Madsen. That was the first one. Robson. Stoneman still on strike. They didn't take a single with that last cut and drop. As this ball's onto the pads, falls away into the leg side.
I'll just take over on the stream momentarily from the guys, because we do have an update for listeners to BBC Radio Derby fairly shortly, I believe. A good over this from Toby Petman, who's had both Sam Robson and Mark Stoneman dropped, but the score There's 16 without loss. And that's how these things happen in all forms of cricket. They have now got a third slip in for Robson. An edge down into the point region when it's fielded by Anuj Dal, and the over comes to an end. A good one from Toby Petman. 8 gone, 17 without loss. Middlesex, having won the toss this morning, decided that they would have a bat first here at Queen's Park on what has turned into a slightly overcast day. I can still see plenty of blue sky up above, and the wind blowing from the north will soon blow those crowds away. Hopefully. This must be me. The studio smells of sweet peas. Here's Sam Connors. He's clipped beautifully for 4 runs.
Storman, nice balance, but the ball was there to be hit. Really, the bowler, Connors ball in from over the wicket onto the pads. He just got the 3 men on the leg side, and Storman just worked that one beautifully past the mid-on fielder.
Connors, little skip to get himself going. To gently stride of an approach, but that's not a gentle shot. Well, it is a gentle effort, but out of the middle of the bat, that one ramps up over the advertising board just to our right-hand side, straight and mid-off, and back-to-back boundaries for Stoneman. A lovely straight drive, 25 without loss. Oh, whoever threw that back only just made it over the advertising board.
Little Stephen.
Little Stephen apparently is, I don't know who Little Stephen is, but that's who I'm told has thrown it back.
Yeah, beautifully controlled drive there by Storman. Just really presented the full face of the bat. Didn't go after the delivery, just put the bat in the way, and the timing was such that the mid-off fielder had no chance.
At 11:30. They're coming to me at 12 in the news instead. So I'll give you back to Roland Butcher and Kevin Hand.
Gentleman by the name of Sean Belushi, who's coordinating the events. But, you know, we will be doing some stuff with the ECB as well. I just did one last week for the grammar school's principals, heads in London. But we'll get back to that.
Connors hits the crease now, he bowls, and this ball's turned to mid-wicket. No run, 25 without loss.
Yeah, so I'm doing some speaking. On Friday, I was in Luton, at the school there, I did 4 presentations to Year 5 and Year 6, 4 groups. Also did some coaching up there, football and cricket. So, you know, it's going to be quite a busy, and I've got some stuff to do for the ECB, doing a few things for Middlesex, a few things for the MCC, and obviously 6 cricket matches as well.
Connors to the hip of the left-handed Stoneman, up on his toes, works it nicely down to deep backward square leg, coming back for the second. It's long leg really coming around to deep backward square leg to do the fielding. 27 without loss. Sunny morning, sunny Sunday morning in Chesterfield. A lovely feel about it as well. Lovely company as well.
Well, it's great to be here and looking around the ground and seeing a good amount of spectators, which is good to see for county cricket. I guess over the last 2 years, they haven't seen a great deal, so
yeah,
they want to see it now.
Connors bowls, and forward goes Stoneman, pushing back, and there's no run. 27 without loss at the end of the over. How much are you able to keep in contact with county cricket still? Do you tune into the streams and watch them, and the BBC commentaries to begin with, I guess, before the streams really took to the fore?
Yes, I stay in touch. You know, I always look out particularly for what's happening at Middlesex. We haven't had a couple of great years of late, but good to see at least this year they're doing fairly well in a couple of the competitions. So, yeah, I stay in touch. I see what is going with the county game. Obviously, the last 2 years has been extremely difficult for everyone. And obviously, I've also tuned into the controversy as to what to do with the county game going forward as well.
Oh, have you got an opinion on it? Should we leave that one for later in the day?
I do have an opinion on it.
Here's Petman, 3 slips, backward point, cover, short extra cover and a mid-off. He's in 7-2 field, bowls, and hits high up in the splice of Robson's forward defence. Good ball again from young Petman.
Yes, and I think Petman just started to get into his rhythm. He's perhaps one thing he isn't doing is actually swinging the ball. What I've noticed with both of these bowlers is that, if anything, the ball has seamed. There's been no swing whatsoever. Just been a little bit too short of a length.
Yeah, that ball that beat the edge of Robson's bat, that was the one he got on the perfect length and line, wasn't it? Which we just scrubbed back on the stream a little while ago to watch again as he's in, bowls, too full, and driven wide of Godalming. He gets a hand to it and manages to tumble, actually, and do extremely well. There probably was a single there for Robson, but quite rightly they decided there's no point taking any risk at this stage. Godalming's all action, he always has been. Tumbling stop, and managed to pick himself up and return the throw to the keeper pretty quickly. I think it was the fourth ball of the sixth over, wasn't it? It was Fletcher and I just scrubbed back on the stream before you sat down. That was the best ball of the morning so far. Let's see if we can get it back now. Just full of a length, drew Robson into it and seamed away. And once more is Petman easing into the offside this time. Robson, and no run again. Yeah, there's a lot of there's an awful lot of wind, and it is a crosswind here as well at Chesterfield, as we were saying. We can see on that Union Jack flag. I think Fletcher said on the town hall up there, or the council offices, which, if there were a bit of swing, it would be aiding it, but there hasn't been much through the air.
I've been a little bit surprised that Connors hasn't bore around the wicket to the left-handed batsman. He's stayed over the wicket, which means he's got to do a lot with the ball going across the left-hander.
Petman to Robson, too full again on that one. Just watchfully pushed down to mid-on. 27 with that loss. It's almost two lengths at the moment, isn't it? You said too short, or when he does push it that little bit fuller, he just goes too full.
Yeah, and perhaps one other thing that's worrying the Derbyshire bowlers at the moment, they just don't have that sort of pace really to push the batsman back. So hence when they pitch the ball right up, it's such a gentle pace. As you can see, there's a short extra cover in position.
Petman pulls Robson forward, pushing this one away into the offside and no run. Do you still keep in contact with many of the old teammates from Middlesex? Who are you on WhatsApp with the most?
Well, in actual fact, we've got a Middlesex chat of the old boys. So up to this morning, I was speaking to Vince van der Bijl and Ian Gould on the chat. We're all in there. Gat, Embers, Rad, Clive Radley. He's going to be here today. So we stay in touch on a daily basis, really. So WhatsApp's a wonderful thing.
It is. It is. It's lovely to keep in contact with everybody. It's a full ball pushed down to mid-on and there's no run. That's probably one of the best advances of social media, isn't it? The messaging that we're all able to keep in contact nowadays, especially through the last couple of years, as you said. There was that Middlesex dressing rooms reunion as well, wasn't there?
Yes. We had a situation where the players individually did various podcasts, so we were able to listen, watch those podcasts, and we keep in touch. Vince was certainly on the WhatsApp this morning and got some responses.
Hopefully tuned in right now, I'd imagine.
Yeah,
to all the old boys that are tuned in. I was going to say, I don't know how many of them are here for this one. You do see Gat around a bit, and Mike Selby, of course, the president now.
Yeah. Well, I know Clive Radley would be here for sure. He told me he would be here.
Connors past the umpire, bringing you over to Stoneman, still over the wicket. The left-hander turns into the onside, a single taken, so it's Robson on strike. 28 without loss. Yeah, Radders is never far away from Middlesex game. Here's that ball that we're talking about, the ball of the morning so far from Petman to Robson, and just seamed away, as he quite rightly said, off the surface. It went that one, didn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately, he didn't get the outside edge, but that's the area really he needs to bowl, because he just hasn't got the pace to force the batsman back.
Here's Connors. He's had far more of a look at the left-handed Stoneman. Robson, the right-hander, settles down, and it's full and onto the toes and clipped away. Now he's been watchful against Petman of playing that, but against Connors, he's just gently really nudged it wide of mid-on for 3. 31 for no wicket, as you said. That lack of swing will just grow the confidence of the batters to close the face a little bit more. But as much we did see one stop, didn't we, that Robson nearly pushed up to mid-off. with a gentle forward push. So that equally will have them tentative about closing the face in the early stages.
Yes, apart from that, it looks as if it's going to be a tough day for bowlers at this moment in time. The pitch looks to be playing pretty well.
This is full and clipped through mid-wicket by Stoneman now. Lovely shot for 4, mid-on. It was well wide of him. 35 without loss.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot, but again, a poor delivery on the ons. You know, the right-arm fast bowler to the left-hander, pitch of that ball on the pads. He's only got 3 fielders on the leg side. He's got a strong offside field, and now he decides.
He's heard you, Butch.
Well, he should have heard me about 5 overs ago. And he shouldn't be told at this level that he's got to really change the angle, especially if the ball isn't doing a great deal. From around the wicket, it's only got to do a little, and the batsman will be uncertain as to where his off stump is, but
11th over, and he's around the wicket for the first time. He bowls just short of a length. Oh, that hits on the back hip of Stoneman. He saw the length of Stoneman. He was happy to go with it into the onside, looking to drag it away through mid-wicket once more, but this time off the back foot, but unable to make connection other than with his back hip, but not too sore a blow by the looks of it.
yeah, not quite short enough.
Oh, it is
I think
sore, actually.
Stoneman obviously seeing the ball pretty well because it was just short of a length. And he was into that shot pretty quickly. Fortunately for him, it bounced a little, and pretty painful blow, I would
I'm not
imagine.
sure it was the back hip now. I'm looking at the replay, Butch. He is on for strike again. He's picked himself up and he's ready to go. That's a better ball. Line and length, top of off stump from, oh dear. I've seen another replay of it. No, it wasn't the back hip at all. Poor old Stoneman. Saw him at breakfast this morning, said hello to him. Yes.
Yes, I felt that one.
I'm going to stop pressing replay on that now. 35 without loss.
Yeah, but Connors really should have done this a long time ago, really. Changed that angle.
Gets that little skip going. It's just after he sets off, actually, gets the skip going. And so this one's onto the pads from around the wicket, but no appeal from any of them. Not interested in that one. 35 without loss. That's the end of the 11th. Roland Butcher, former Middlesex in England. Batter alongside myself, Kevin Hand. Dave Fletcher here as well for BBC Radio Derby. He'll be back on the mic with Butch in 15 minutes. But yes, end of the 11th. And just going back to what you're saying about it'll be a tough day for the bowlers, it will, if the batters are able to be... I think they'll equally have to be patient on this, though, the batters, won't they? Because we've mentioned perhaps, you know, if there is 1 or 2 stopping, you're just going to have to be very watchful on this surface today, and that early seam movement as well.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. But I think once the batsmen get in, and I think these 2 players look as if they're pretty settled at this moment in time. So it's going to, you know, Derby are going to have to bowl really well because the batsmen are starting to play quite nicely.
Petman in the over, bowls to Robson to push back up the track, and there's no run. We're not in the absolute perfect line, but I was just looking back again on that Connors one. He was around the wicket, height and down.
Yeah, that last delivery of the over was a much better delivery. The batsman squared up slightly, but the angle was the important thing. Didn't, as I said, round the wicket. You don't have to do a great deal with the ball around the off stump for the batsman to be feeling at it. It creates a little bit more problem, particularly in conditions that look quite favourable for the batsman.
Petman to Robson, very full and driven, not timed though by Robson, just wide of mid-off. Given the length, I expected that Robson was going to go more with that shot than he did. It's just a single wide of Godleman. Just a gentle offering once more of the bat. Stoneman in particular, I've noticed in his time with Middlesex that opposing bowlers do come around the wicket very early on to Stoneman, even more so than most. And indeed, Derbyshire with Lackman at Lords in the opening game did it very early on.
Yeah, it's a very good tactic because, I mean, you know, the batsman are not he's not sure his off stump is. If you're bowling over the wicket at him, you know, in order to hit the off stump, generally the ball's got to start swinging from outside the off stump back into the batsman, so he gets a better look at it. From around the wicket now, the angle is such that he's got to be very careful at what he plays and what he leaves.
Petman bowls and Stoneman solidly forward in defence. I was going to ask you that actually, given that there's no swing this morning, it seems a more obvious decision to come around the wicket because you need that little bit of swing to bring it back in to beat the inside edge, and you know, if it holds its line and goes across when you're over the wicket. But if there isn't that much swing in the morning,
absolutely. I mean, over the wicket, there's no margin for error if the ball's not doing anything. Anything around middle and leg will get clicked away through the onside. I mean, generally you've got a strong offside field, so it's not an area to be bowling in. you know, it's a much better idea to go around the wicket.
Length ball from Petman. The back foot Stoneman just eases into the onside and there's no run. A big job for these two this morning, and what we were saying about a tough day for bowlers. If these two can get off to a great start and get this Middlesex side, 3 of the top 4 at the moment are exclusively first-class cricketers for Middlesex. They weren't involved in the blast, and when you drop these championship games in the middle of the blast season, you do see some crazy scores at times. So I think quite important for Middlesex that one of these two, I mean, if both of them do, then it could be a very difficult day for Derbyshire this. If Middlesex won the toss. This ball's on a length, outside off stump. Just a little bit of shape back in that one. Starting wide from around the wicket to the left-handed Stoneman, probably off the surface and then swinging once it was past the batter. Through to the right hip of the keeper Guest, away from the slips.
Yeah, I mean, really, these two openers have looked pretty comfortable, apart from, you know, those couple of chances. Okay, 1 or 2 balls have gone past the bat, but you'd expect that with a new ball. But I think generally they've been in control of the game.
3 slips go down again. Petman bowls. Stoneman forward, defends into the offside, no run. 36 for no wicket. End of the 12th BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio London. Together here on the BBC Sport website and app and on BBC Sounds. Dave Fletcher, myself, Kevin Hand. And absolutely delighted to say we've got Roland Butcher alongside us for all 4 days of this one. Although you've only got me for one day, you've got David Townsend for days 2, 3 and 4, who would have commentated on you back in the day, I'd imagine.
Yes, David's a good friend. It'd be good to see him. Haven't seen him for a number of years, and not that I don't want to see you, Kevin,
Yeah.
but obviously you have got more urgent and pressing things to do. But yes, it'd be good to see David, and you know, I'm certainly going to enjoy these 4 days here. Something I've wanted to do for a long time. I had plans many years ago of when my career is over, not my cricketing career, but when I retired from working life, to be able to watch as much county cricket as possible. I'm not like a lot of the old boys who only enjoyed playing. You know, I've always enjoyed watching the game. So, you know, it is great for me to be part of this broadcast and the opportunity to get out to these grounds and watch cricket and see all the people. Perhaps some of them here would have seen me play all those years ago as well.
Well, let's hope it's a good 4 days here for you. Middlesex very keen to win the toss and bat first, playing the 2 spinners as they are. Very unusual nowadays to see Middlesex go with only 3 seamers as they have for this. They've usually got an all-rounder in there somewhere. Change of bowling here at the pavilion end. It's Lewis Rees into the attack. Left arm over, he bowls, and this ball's just full of a length. Pushed up to mid-on, and there's no run. Wasn't able to bowl at Lords. He was still recovering from a shoulder injury over the winter. So only played as a batter in the game. First match of the season, a drawn game, which saw a couple of injuries, in fact. Ryan Sidebottom going down injured on the first morning of the game for Derbyshire, and Tim Murtagh going down injured on the last morning of the game when Middlesex were looking to bowl Derbyshire out. And that was a big blow in trying to take those 10 wickets on the final day, losing Murtagh. But as I said, Derbyshire, though, they'd have said, well, if we'd have had Sidebottom the whole match, it might not have got to that stage. As here's Rees in swing up to Robson, and gone LBW. Now that one did come back in. Beat the inside edge, and Robson partly forward. Now the umpire had a long thought of that, and Robson's gone for 10. 36 for 1 is the score, and the second ball for Lewis Rees is the bumper one. We're going to see the replay of it now on the stream in front of us. He did take a long time to think about it, the umpire.
Yes, I think perhaps he was also weighing up whether there was a little nick on that one as well, but it was a good delivery. He just swung back at the right-handed batsman who literally played across the line.
Yeah.
So Middlesex haven't lost their first wickets after a very good start by the 2 openers.
Yeah, it was an excellent 50 minutes from those 2. So a job well done. But crucially, the word that we both used there hasn't been used much this morning, swing.
Yes, and the left armer in his first couple of deliveries just got that one to shape back nicely. He is in no doubt that that is out. The umpire took his time, but the finger went up. Rees gets his man.
Yeah, I mean, there's every chance that's taking leg at least, isn't there, for Lewis Rees. And it was just enough swing, wasn't it? It's not big booming swing looking at that one. It wasn't exaggerated, but it was just enough, and sometimes that's all you need. Indeed, the man who's just sat down away to our right, Tim Murtagh, the club captain, in charge now with Pete Hanscom back in Australia, or with Australia, and then off back to Australia at the end of the season. I always say of his early days, when he came from Surrey, he used to swing so early out of the hand that batters were setting themselves up early, but what he did so well was master late swing.
Yeah, I mean, if you're able to swing the ball late, it's much more difficult for the batsman to play because he starts to play the original line and then finds that the ball is in a different line. So that was a good delivery by the left armour and got the breakthrough.
So Stephen Eskenazi is in at 3, one of the T20 squad. Rees is in to bowl to the right-hander who's forward and patiently letting that ball come to him, eases into the offside. And there's no run. Lovely ball first up, right on the money from Lewis Rees. Not quite as much movement on that one.
Yeah, the line was good. No great pace, Rees. It's just obviously steady medium pace. But for him, the important thing is to try and bowl a good line in length and get a little bit of movement.
When he left Lancashire, I always thought Middlesex could have done a lot worse than signing Lewis Rees. I think he's a wonderful cricketer. He's in now, bowls. That's a nice length as well. He was halfway forward to that one, Eskenazi, but that very wristy and unusual technique that he has, he's over the top of it and eases it away into the offside defensively.
Yeah, the line, perfect line really to the new batsman, just on or about the off stump, making him feel for the delivery. And if he's able to get one to just go the other way and just nip away from the right-handed batsman from that line, there's a good chance of getting the outside edge.
36 for 1. And Rees is into the crease, he bowls, and oh, that was very good from Eskenazi. He got in behind that one. That was a lovely teasing ball with Eskenazi unsure whether it would be outside or inside edge, challenged on that, and he was patiently, searchingly forward and gets a good chunk of the bat on it into the offside.
Yeah, this is a good first over by Rees. Really, he's been on the money. Every delivery, the batsman's had to play at every ball. And really, that's what you need when a team has had a start. You're asking a new bowler to come on. You want him to have that consistency of deliveries.
Rees to Eskenazi. A little more searching on that one, Eskenazi, as he's forward, bat away from pad a little bit. As he searched almost across and forward to that one. Very good over from Lewis Rees. Very encouraging for Derbyshire, that. 36 for 1. They've removed Robson. LBW for 10. Stoneman still on 25. He'll have strike. Eskenazi having faced the final 4 deliveries of the over yet to get off the mark. And yeah, Rees, I thought, well, again, that first game of the season that was drawn, they were very unlucky to lose Ryan Sidebottom early in the match, and they may have had a much bigger say in the match. But equally, if Lewis Rees was fit and able to bowl in that match and not just play as a batter, at Lords in particular, the left-arm seamer, the swing bowler can be very, very crucial.
Yeah, that was a terrific first over. Just really what his team wanted, and the wicket as well.
Petman to Stoneman. He remains right arm over to the left-hander. He's in now, bowls, and down the leg side. Stoneman tries to help it on its way. It seems down the leg side with pace and bounce. Not great pace, of course, but the bounce was encouraging for Petman on that.
Yeah, the line was, again, badly lined.
It would have been a beautiful ball to the right-hander.
Outside the leg stump.
That was the ball that he bowled to Robson, wasn't it?
There's not really a fine leg. There's more of a deep square leg. So anything on that, either bat or pad, would have been 4. But looking at Petman, he reminds me very much of an old Derby player in Stan Mortensen in terms of his deliveries.
Petman bowls. That's a good ball. Ball across outside off, fullish length.
Yeah, he's employed those 3 slips, so really that's the era he needs to bowl to Stoneman. He's had him drop once, but shot on the back foot. But he needs to draw him onto the front foot, just move it away from him, and those 3 fielders, 2 slips in the gully, could come into play.
Here goes Petman. A little couple of shuffled steps, then gets into a good stride. He's pretty tall at the crease, isn't it? It's down the leg side, this one, and away, as you've just mentioned and predicted. Butcher clips away over that advertising board again. And was it leg byes or runs that were signalled on that one? It was runs. And Stoneman moves to 29. Not sure if it was just a fine little bit of pad that took it away, but indeed it was bat.
Yeah, badly lined delivery once more on the leg stump. Really, for a player of Stoneman's class, he's not going to miss out on that. He's just got to make contact with it. No danger of getting out whatsoever. No chance for the fielder who's out of deep square leg boundary. And an easy boundary.
Petman Dwarfing the umpire. He's in, bowls very full and straight, defended by Stoneman. With the seam movement that we've seen from Petman, it is predominantly into the left-hander, away from the right-hander. We haven't seen so much go the other way from him off the seam. Is that what's keeping him over the wicket at the moment? It's the left-hander. He doesn't want to come around.
Again, I'm wondering why he's over the wicket, because one ball this over the batsman left that nipped away from him, and you know, he also had the drop chance, and that was a delivery that went across the left-hander as well. So again, strange why he stayed over.
It's the crease now, bowls, and on the back foot, well, partially forward, I should say. He was halfway forward on that one, blatantly forward. Snowman just watchfully, patiently into the offside. He defends, 40 for 1. It's now, what would it be for? It's his 7th over, isn't it, for Petman?
He must be coming towards the end of his spell, unless he's someone who thrives on long spells.
Interesting to see how they deploy them. Middlesex will have that conundrum with only 3 seamers as well as Petman's in, bowls, and again, it felt like Stoneman could have been further forwards that one. He went a long way across and defended into the offside. 40 for 1 it is. Stoneman has 29. Eskenazi will have the strike into the 14th over. No sign that Petman's been given the nod, I don't think, yet, is there? No, the pat on the back.
Well, that could be his last over. It is very cool here at Chesterfield, so that would allow the bowlers to bowl perhaps longer spells. But at the same time, you know, I guess Derbyshire are going to have to be mindful of the fact they don't really want to overbowl someone like Petman. He's been pretty steady. Rees has come on, immediately got a wicket, so he will be very, very happy.
Rees' 2nd over begins with a full ball outside off, stretching for it, Eskenazi, toe into the bat, where it goes into the covers. Oh, Griff's got something for us. Go on, Griff.
Well, that's a mistake. I think Ron Headley's here.
Ron Headley's here?
Yeah. I'm sure it's Ron.
Ah.
I haven't seen him since the 70s.
Haven't seen him since the 70s, says Griff. I'm sure you picked up.
Yes, we understand it's Derbyshire old players day to day.
Oh, it is.
So we'll get to see some of the...
Oh, does that mean they've got a tent that's laid on for them with lunch and everything?
Yes, I understand that, yes.
You'll be in there for lunch, you won't be with us, the riffraff, as this ball's full outside the off stump from Rees and angled across through to the keeper. Get yourself in there for lunch.
Well, yes, hopefully you get a proper knife and fork instead of a plastic one.
Yeah. Fletcher's dragging you back. He's saying, no, you're staying in here with the sandwiches with the curly ends. You're staying in here with us. Radders will get you in there. Surely they're looking after the Middlesex lot, wherever they are, for this game. There's probably haven't described that part of Chesterfield for you. That famous pavilion is sat to our left as we're sat in.
Lewis Rees is in the bowls, and that's off an edge out into the gully region this time. Decent delivery again from Lewis Rees, but once again, no luck. He did strike with his 2nd delivery since returning. We're going to see a short leg as well, because Alex Thompson is warming up. So we're going to see some off-spin for the first time. That'll come from the lake end here at Chesterfield. He goes Rees again and bowls. That's driven very nicely indeed, and a despairing dive by Billy Godleman can't stop it, and that's the first run scored off Lewis Rees. And it's 44 for 1 now. Rees has got the ball back now, having been dispatched to the pavilion away to our left-hand side. In comes Rees and bowls, now defended by Stevie Eskenazi, and there is no run. The reason I've taken over isn't an ego thing. It's because we're about to do an update for BBC Radio Derby FM listeners, and the only way we can do it here at Chesterfield logistically is via the stream ISDN, for which I apologise. Back with Roland fairly shortly as Rees is in again, and that was clipped nicely into the leg side. There's a chase on here for Alex Thompson. They've run one. They're coming back for a second. He'll haul it in, I imagine, just in front of the big marquee away to our right-hand side. And does. He moves on to 6. Stoneman has 29. And the players are going to have... Actually, they're going to bring on a couple of helmets, one for the wicketkeeper Brooke Guest and one for Leas Deploy. They've got his fielding pads on as well, so we're going to see some spin for the first time. In this match, we've got a couple of spinners. Mark Watt's playing as well, the left-arm spinner. We are indeed going to see Alex Thompson update coming up. And they've got a breakthrough in the first hour. It's gone to Lewis Rees. Sam Robson, leg before wicket for 10. It was only the second ball that Rees had bowled. He ended up with a wicket maiden from his first over. At that stage, it was 36 for 1. The Middlesex, who won the toss and decided to bat first, had moved on to 46 for 1. Now Mark Stoneman has 29. Stevie Eskenazi, the new batsman, just getting his innings underway. He's got 6. We're going to see some spin from Alex Thompson for the first time in this match, with Middlesex on 46 for 1.
Over around 71.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was during his time.
Not a bad couple of skippers. Bruley and
Yeah,
Gatt.
two very good captains, different.
How so?
In the sense that, I mean, obviously, Bruley was much more of a people's man. He was very sympathetic, you know, with players, and understood young players, and involved them in the decision making, etc. But you know Gatt very well. Gatt's very much you know, Gatt is as you see Gatt, you know, Gatt's going to be the first one through the door. You know, he's like a bull in the china shop. You know, he's out front and he wants you to follow. But you know, he took over a pretty good unit from really a unit where everybody knew what they were doing.
I'm back. Nobody wanted it, but I'm back. Thompson, Alex Thompson, for the first time, we got a bit of off spin, and the first delivery is pushed into the
that shouldn't be
leg side into mid wicket by Mark Stoneman. He moves on to 30, and it's 47 for 1 now. David Griffin having a conversation right next to him. We've got an effects microphone there, Roland, but unfortunately it picks up everything, so the people near it have got to be careful. He's on warning to not use any bad language. Not that he would anyway, I'm sure. Been a good start, hasn't it? Been a good contest so far. Mark Watt's got a short leg and a slip. Short leg is Leas Deploy, and Thompson is in, and that one goes through everything. I'm not sure if it touched a pad on the way through. Let's have a look now. It didn't touch anything, and the umpire signals by. So whether that's turned and missed everything, that's interesting this early.
Yes, so the important thing was the bunks, the amount of bunks on that delivery. Just pitched, turned, keeper couldn't get across. And obviously the pace was also important because that ran away down to the boundary. So encouragement for the off spinner. He'd be quite pleased to see that.
There's a left arm spinner as well in Mark Watt in the side. He hasn't played first class cricket since 2017. Mark Watt. Scotland against Ireland, I think it was. Here is Thompson in again, and that one is turned into the leg side again. This time it goes down to Petman. He's a very tall spinner, Alex Thompson. He's taller than I am. He'd never get in this gazebo without banging his head, clearly. He's about 6'6", which is quite tall for if you'd have put him in a lineup and said, pick the off spinner, pick the quick bowler, you'd go quick bowler Alex Thompson all day long, but he's a bit of an anomaly, really, in that respect.
Yeah, with the amount of spin we've seen in those couple of balls, I'm wondering why there's a deep backward point, really.
Yes, good effort to get it down there. This next one is just pushed into the offside, where it's going to be fielded by the left arm spinner Mark Watt. Gives the ball a good polish.
Because really, that's a position for a bad ball. You know, it doesn't encourage the off spinner. Bring him up, save the single.
There's some rather redundant out there, Sam Connors. This next delivery is left alone and turns down the leg side. Eskenazi had nothing to do with it. He's got 6 from 14 deliveries. Mark Stoneman 30 from 45. The man out, Sam Robson. And before wicket to Lewis Rees, who picked him up with his second delivery and ended with a wicket maiden to begin with. Here's Thompson again, and that one is clipped very nicely up towards Lewis Rees, who has to move around from mid-on to go through for a single end of the over. 52 for one. Eskenazi moves on to 7 and pinches the strike.
Yeah, very good over there by the off-spinner to start with. Really getting good degree of spin. Just really needs to adjust his line somewhat, and perhaps the field is not assisting him in doing that. It might even be better to remove the short leg and maybe bring him on the offside and try to pitch the ball a little bit wider of the off stump. But it's a good first over.
Yeah, be pleased. Gets him into the game nice and early, and it isn't just a 1 over before lunch. I mean, Derbyshire have only got the effectively they have got another seam bowler in Anuj Dal, but whether or not he's fit enough to bowl a full complement, I'm not entirely sure, because he's been out of the T20 side, and he would be one of the first picks. He's a tremendous fielder. Lewis Rees was on his way in, but the fine leg was at third man.
Yeah, he was having a little kick there. I know it's early in the day.
So he's had to gone all the way from one side of the ground to the other, but he was on his way there, and it was the umpire at square leg who said, no, we're not having that. So Lewis Rees got most of the way towards the wicket and was halted. Here we go. He won't be halted this time, probably. He's on his way in and bowls. That one is driven very nicely up to Billy Godleman at mid-off. Always at mid-off, Billy Godleman, the Derbyshire skipper. To the right-handers and left-handers. He does the fielding. Godleman wearing I think he's got a long-sleeved sweater on out there. 1 or 2 with long sleeves out there. It is... it's warmish. I mean, it's warm for Chesterfield, Roland. It's warm.
Oh, yes. Listen, Derbyshire is one of the places that I've played that has been bitterly cold, even in the middle of summer.
Does have a reputation. Rees has lost his run-up, or he's got something in his eye. He's got something in his eye. This is an over where he's going to run in about 9 times and bowl 6 deliveries by the look of it, because he got most of the way to the wicket again and again. He halts.
That last delivery was in a pretty good area, because Eskenazi was driving on the up, and really from that position you just need to do just a little, and the bowler really would feel quite comfortable if he's going to be playing that sort of a shot to that type of delivery.
I do like a left armour as well. If you've got a left armour, and he hasn't been bowling this season, as Kevin explained, he had knee and shoulder operations in the closed season. He has been able to open the batting and the bowling. He bowls now. That's a full delivery that's driven gloriously by Eskenazi out to the cover boundary for 4. Over-pitched that one, and that was a glorious shot. He was going to miss out there, was he?
Not at all. He got exactly what it deserved. It was full, it was wide, allowed the batsman to get the full face of the bat on it. Timing was perfect. It's very fast, lush outfield brings him another boundary.
Yeah, it's looking in pretty good nick, isn't it? Queen's Park, good to see. We have had 1 or 2 issues in the past few years, but not this year. As he's in again and strikes the pad. There's a half appeal, but only a half appeal. The bowler sort of went up. It was more the slip cordon who were interested, but nothing doing. And it remains 56 for 1. Elsewhere at Chesterfield Street, Durham, who won the toss and decided to bat a 51 for 1 against Worcestershire. Sussex are 63 for 2 now against... oh, that's all gone belly up there. 63 for 2 against Glamorgan at Cardiff. And Leicestershire are 64 for 2 against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. In goes Rees again and both. That's left alone. That one didn't deviate at all. It just went across the batsman and straight through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest.
Yes, good judgment there by the batsman, just allowing that one to go through outside the off stump, and bowler just adjusting his length somewhat after being driven for 4. It's gone a little bit shorter. I think, you know, it'd be good if you continue to keep that full length. That's the wicket taking length.
I don't know more about this plan you're hatching to get a proper meal. In comes Rees again. He's pushed out into the onside. You're going to use your influence to get in with the VIPs in the big marquee away to our right-hand side. All the past players. I saw John Wright coming in. I've just had a chat with Paul Borrington as well and his wife.
Jeff Miller?
Jeff Miller's here. Yeah, Jeff Miller's here. the great and the good of Derbyshire are in the marquee.
It'll be great to catch up with these guys. A lot of them I haven't seen for a very, very long time.
There is Rees again over the wicket, bowls, and that one definitely moves because he was playing down a completely different line. The ball moved away from the batsman there and goes through to Brooke Guest. Another decent over from Lewis Rees. 56 for 1 at the end of it, 11 to Eskenazi and 30 to Stoneman.
Yeah, great finish to the over. That final delivery really squared him up. Just held its line going outside the off stump and gathered a little bit of pace as well. But good contest taking place so far. Middlesex have had a nice start, and Derbyshire have responded quite nicely with their bowling.
I think we're going to have to put a sign up, Roland, a sign that says, "This is a microphone. Be careful." Because Dan...
Do you mean this one?
That's the one. That's the one. Dan Wielden, who is Derbyshire's cricket manager, he has played a game of first-class cricket with Derbyshire as well. He played here a few years ago. Hit a 6, got a wicket or 2 as well. But that's the only game he ever played for Derbyshire. They were. It would be unkind to say they were short of bowlers, but they were short of bowlers. So Dan got a game. Plays very successfully some local Derbyshire Premier League cricket as Alex Thompson begins a new over, and there's quite an expansive looking drive from Mark Stoneman. It comes off the toe end of his bat into the offside, and again there's no run. And the 1 or 2 players who aren't playing in this game, George Scrimshaw.
I think this is a good move to go around the wicket.
Next delivery is pushed into the onside by Stoneman. He was getting them to turn, but he was able. He'd been turning it too far, wasn't he? Really. So the batsman could leave it alone. Now, if he can pitch it on the stumps, he's going to have to play. That one is too short and too wide, and it's cut away. There's a chase around the boundary for Shan Masood, the Pakistan international, who is the fielder out on the cover boundary. They get through a couple of runs, in fact, in the end. 32 now to Stoneman, 11 to Eskenazi, 58 for 1. Stoneman going along nicely here. Let's see how strong that breeze is. Okay. Water everywhere. Good job there's no electrical equipment. There it is. Thompson again. Round the wicket from the lake end here at Queen's Park in Chesterfield. Again, it's a bit short and it's cut away, but it's fielded by Petman on this occasion, who's fielding a backward point. And again, there's no run. So he's got the backward point. He's got the man out on the cover boundary. There's a more regulation cover. That looks like Anuj Dal. Mid-off, Billy Godleman, of course. Mid-on. Mid-wicket. There's a man out on the backward square leg boundary as well. He bowls to Stoneman, who defends back to the bowler, who picks up and gives it to Anuj Dal because it's the end of the over, and Dal will do some polishing. 58 for 1, 11 to Stevie Eskenazi. Mark Stoneman has 32. Man out. Sam Robson before wicket to Lewis Rees for 10.
Yeah, steady progress being made by Middlesex. They'd be quite happy. They've just lost the 1 wicket in this session so far. At the same time, I think Derby should be quite happy as well. The score hasn't really got away from them, so they're still very much in the game. So, good contest taking place.
If you win the toss and bat first, you don't want to lose more than a couple of wickets before lunch on day 1, do you, really? So if they can get him 1 down, they'd be delighted with that.
Absolutely.
I know there's still 45 minutes to go until lunch, but Derbyshire, if they'd chosen to bowl, would want 3 wickets. Well, if they can get another couple here, they'll be absolutely thrilled as Rees begins a new over. There's a drive aimed out into the offside by Eskenazi that ends up in the onside and fielded by Sam Connors at mid-wicket. If anybody's going to swing the ball, it will be Lewis Rees. He's everything about his action suggests that he will swing the ball. He's quite front on, and
yes, I think that's going to be his main asset. Swing. He's not a pace bowler,
no.
So he's got to swing the ball. He's got to bowl good lines. I think that's a good area to bowl to Eskenazi, who appears to want to hit the ball on the up. Plays out in front of his body.
Plays the next ball out into the offside. A very sturdy defensive shot fielded by Anuj Dal. So we're in the 19th over now. So already we know we're going to have overtime at the end of the day. That's very much an occupational hazard with Derbyshire. They rarely race through their overs. The chances of them bowling 16 an hour are fairly slim. For whatever reason, that's despite the fact we've had 2 overs of spin already from Alex Thompson. It was Rees in again, and that was left alone by Eskenazi outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. So the new boy, Petman, who's now fielding down at fine leg, opened with a spell of 7 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 11. Could have had a couple of wickets, certainly could have had 1. Sam Robson was dropped by Wayne Madsen on 5. It wasn't massively expensive, but Lewis Rees eventually picked him up, and Petman had originally had him dropped. So the new boy out of luck at the moment. This next one is a good delivery that's defended up towards mid-off by Eskenazi. Again, we can't see the shape of the ball from where we are at long on, but you just got the impression from that delivery that it sort of tailed in at him, which almost got him off balance.
Yeah, you can see it actually shaping into the right-handed batsman, but at the same time, Eskenazi's technique suggests that he's literally falling over to the offside. He's wanting to play through the offside and then having to adjust once the ball is straight.
This delivery is played off the back foot. Immediate cries of no as it goes straight to Shan Masood. I think you'll enjoy watching Shan bat later on. He's got a couple of doubles this season already. He's an absolutely beautiful batsman to watch.
Yeah, I've been following it while I was in the Caribbean and noticed obviously literally back-to-back double hundreds.
Yeah.
So he will revel on this pitch if he gets in, because there's no grip pace, no grip swing, fast outfield.
He's got almost 850 first-class runs already as Rees bowls a fuller delivery and down on one knee. Played up to mid-off this time by Eskenazi. End of the over, a maiden from Lewis Rees. His second, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 10. His figures. And Middlesex 58 for 1 at the end of the over. Yeah, it's been an absolute joy to watch Shan Masood. And in the last 2 T20s against Leicestershire and Worcestershire on Thursday and Friday, he got half centuries in those. So he's got his eye in. I think it's fair to say in English conditions. It's his I mean, he's played in England before, of course, with Pakistan, but it's his first time in county cricket. So
yeah, I'm sure he'll enjoy it. I mean, it's a wonderful start. Great signing for Derbyshire.
All down to Mickey Arthur.
To have that quality of player it'd be great for the club, not just for the team, but for the club itself.
He's a top man. Here is Alex Thompson beginning a new over from the lake end, bowling to Stoneman outside the off stump, left alone. Through to Brooke Guest. Yeah, Mickey Arthur's appointment raised a few eyebrows, and then he brought Suranga Lakmal as well, the Sri Lankan who retired from Test cricket to come and play for Derbyshire. Unfortunately, his elbow had surgery on an elbow. This one is turned into the leg side for a single. Mark Watt trots around to do the fielding. He's been replaced as the overseas by Hayden Kerr, a young Australian, 25 years of age, who's just signed a red ball contract with New South Wales and played for the Sydney Sixers in the Big Bash. But they didn't want to risk him in this game because he hasn't played an awful lot of 4-day cricket yet. So they just want to build his fitness up. Plus the fact that they're 4 wins out of their opening 8 games in the North group of the T20, and they're a point outside the top 4, so still harbour hopes of qualification for the knockout stages of the Blast when it returns next Saturday here against Yorkshire. It'll be rowdy. It always is. In comes Thompson again and bowls, and that's just padded away by Eskenazi. Lears deploy, goes from short leg to do the fielding.
Yeah, well, Laxma would have been a great signing because in these conditions, especially this early part of the season, I mean, he's a wonderful seam bowler. And, you know, to have had someone like Masood at the top of the order, and Laxma bowling as well would have been a great combination.
No, he will be missed, but his own little that one is guided-ish. Off an edge, down towards third man. Wayne Madsen's giving chase. Eskenazi comes back for a second by the time Madsen reaches the ball. 2 more to the total. He moves on to 13 now. And it's 61 for 1. Yeah, he was just settling down. The good thing is he signed a 2-year contract when he hung up his international boots, so he will be back next season. That's Ranga Lakmal. At the moment, Shan Masood just here for this season. Hoping to get back into the Pakistan international setup. That is a really nice shot. Used his feet well there, did Eskinazi, and clipped it up towards a wide long on through the gap between Lewis Rees and Anuj Dal. Placed it perfectly. And as a result, he picks up 4 runs. His third boundary, moves on to 17. It's 65 for 1. Nice shot.
Yeah, beautifully executed on drive, really. Fullish length. And nice use of the feet. Just punched it through the mid-wicket area.
Minimum of effort, maximum-ish reward. Excellent. Next delivery from Thompson's a little bit wide and clearly turns because he was looking to push that out into the offside. It's taken an inside edge, quite a thick inside edge, and got up to Lewis Rees at mid-on to end the over at 65 for 117 to Eskinazi, 33 to Mark Stoneman.
Yeah, lovely delivery, that last one. Just floated it up outside the off stump. And bringing a 4th shot on Eskenazi. But Middlesex moving on nicely there. 69 for 1. They'll be very, very happy with their work so far this morning.
I'm fascinated to see how they use Mark Watt. Because, as I say, not played first-class cricket since 2017. He really is he's played 100 internationals for Scotland, white ball. He was signed as a T20 player by Derbyshire. Had been here in either 18 or 19. But I mean, he's quite a clever white ball bowler. He bowls off 24 and 25 yards and tries to surprise the batsman. But I'm not sure you can really do that in. Well, you can do it, but I'm not sure if it'll work with a red ball. We'll find out in due course, I'm sure. As Lewis Rees begins a new over from the pavilion end. Yellow soles of his boots flashing away as he runs in. The ball is pushed out into the onside by Eskinazi for. No, Sam Connors does the fielding. I can barely see. There's 1 or 2 of the past players are outside the big marquee away to our right-hand side enjoying the cricket. As I said, Chris Grant, the former chairman, is now out the back. Good to see Chris here. And his hat. Always has his hat with him. As you should do. That one is left alone outside the off stump by Stoneman and goes through to the keeper.
You reach a certain age, Dave, and a hat becomes a very valuable asset.
I'm absolutely with you on that one, Roland. Absolutely with you on that one. I wish I'd been wearing my hat first thing this morning. I wouldn't have.
Well, if it was padded, you would be okay.
Well, they put some padding on it now. Sort of after the horses bolted kind of situation we've got with the piece of metal I smashed my head on first thing this morning. Rees is in again. That's just played nicely into the leg side. Masood has to move around to his left to do the fielding, so he'll move on to 34 with Stoneman. And Middlesex up to 66 for 1.
Yes, and Stoneman's continued where he started. He had that life, a very difficult chance to gully, but since then he's really steadied the innings and looks as if he's planning to be around for a long time, just nudging that one nicely into the onside.
As Kevin pointed out, neither of the 2 openers had played T20, so Rees bowls again, and that was pushed out into the offside nicely by Eskinazi. He's going to get a couple of runs for this. The slide is put in by Anuj Dal, who gets to the ball very quickly, does everything very quickly, Anuj Dal. They get back for 2, but the applause for the fielding, as well as the 2 runs added to the Middlesex total, which is 68 for 1 now. We're in the 21st over. I don't think I've ever seen anybody as fast on a cricket field as Anuj Dal. And when he's batting, you wouldn't want to be batting with him because he sort of laps his fellow batsman. 2's where 1's ordinarily would be. That one's on leg stump and given the treatment, clipped away all the way along the ground out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Really nice shot by Eskinazi. Again, another one of those. He wasn't going to miss out on it. It was too full. It was on leg stump at best and clipped away for 4. 72 for 1.
Yeah, perfectly put away, but again the line not quite right on the pads. With just 3 fielders, 2 in front of the bat on the onside, really food and drink for a batsman like Espinosa. Just clipped it past the square leg umpire, gets himself another boundary.
Sun shining brightly at Queen's Park as Rees is in again, and that one is defended by Eskinazi out into the onside on this occasion. There is no run to end the over, but 7 from that one, so relatively expensive for Lewis Rees, who's got 1 for 17 from his 5 overs now. Middlesex 72 for 1 with Mark Stoneman on 34 and Eskinazi on 23.
Yeah, the crowd looks to be building
Yeah.
somewhat here. Obviously, not sure how many games would have been played here so far, but supporters have come out. They're looking forward to a good day's cricket. And so am I.
Absolutely. It was the first of 6 days of cricket we've got here at Chesterfield, and say back next Saturday for the T20 against Yorkshire, and then in August they play the Royal London 50 over game against Yorkshire here as well. So 6 days cricket at Chesterfield this season, which is as many as they've had in my time covering Derbyshire. Certainly there was a spell back in the day when they played all their matches here at Chesterfield. They didn't play anything at Derby because they fell out with the council. So they moved here lock, stock and barrel. Here is Thompson bowling, defended by Stoneman, straight back to him. Keep looking around because I want to see where Kevin is, because in a moment I'm going to leave you high and dry by yourself if we're not careful. You have to do everything. You have to commentate, summarise, you'll have to do the lot, Roland, because I have an update at 12:30. Somewhere. Thompson is in, and that one is, oh, I thought that was edge, but it's just turned and gone past the edge of the bat, straight into the hands of first slip Wayne Madsen, so that has turned.
That's a beautiful delivery from the right arm off spin. It wasn't around the wicket, drew the batsman forward, went past the edge, and yes, from our position here behind, we thought it had taken the edge.
I was convinced it had taken the edge. Thompson bowls, he's certainly getting some turn out there, and this one is a fuller delivery that's pushed up towards Lewis Rees at mid-on. Anuj Dal is warming up now, so perhaps we are going to see a bit of nudge fairly shortly. Mark Watt not warming up at the moment, so we might have to wait a little while before we see Mark Watt. Thompson bowls, full delivery, pushed out into the onside. The ever-reliable Kevin Hand, I don't know why I was bad-mouthing him. He is here. I've just had a message. Oh, that doesn't sound good, but I think... yeah, we're still there. This one is pushed into the onside, and there is no run. There's still 1 ball of the over to go, but I've been summoned, Kevin, so if I'll leave you in the capable hands of Roland Butcher, and Kevin Hand will come and join us, and then I'll relieve you, Roland, and go and catch up with a few old mates.
His phone deliveries outside the off stump, off with no shot by the batsman, that goes through to the keeper. So the over is completed. Kevin comes back into the hot seat.
So I'll just take over on the stream for a moment. As we do the swapping around, all gets a bit complicated. But we'll get there. We'll get there. We're going to see some Anuj Dal for the first time today. He's doing that very strange thing that he does when he warms up, is Anuj Dal. Kevin Hand's trying to stew a cup of tea while he's commentating just in front of me. And here goes Dal. And that one's turned to the leg side. Yeah, glorious. Well, the sun's gone in, actually, just for the time being, but we have had plenty of sunshine here. And Derbyshire, well, they've got a wicket, but that's all they've got so far. Middlesex won the toss, decided about first. They're 72 for 1 in the 23rd over. But Alex Thompson, the off-spinner, has been bowling, and he's got some real turn out of this pitch, which will certainly interest Mark Watt, who's making his first-class debut for Derbyshire, the left-arm spinner from Scotland. The only wicket that was taken by Lewis Rees. Sam Robson, leg before wicket for 10. But poor old Toby Petman, the man making his debut for Derbyshire on loan from Nottinghamshire, had Sam Robson dropped by Wayne Mountain on 5, and the very next ball, Mark Stoneman cracked one to Lewis Deploy, who was fielding at gully, and he couldn't hang on either, so he might have had 2 wickets himself. As it is, the only wicket has gone to Lewis Rees, and at the moment, having been asked to bowl first, Derbyshire will be relatively pleased they could do with another wicket before lunch, which is in around about half an hour's time. Middlesex are 72 for one, Dean. Well, we are provided with a lunch, but we used to go and eat in the pavilion here at Chesterfield with the rest of the players, but not this year for a reason that has never been adequately explained to me. But I understand lasagna is on the menu for lunch today, so that'll keep me going until tea time.
Eskenazi eased away to extra cover, and there is no run. Eskenazi still in 2020 mindset. He just replayed a shot, pulling that over deep mid-wicket after easing the defensive shot into the offside.
Yeah, I think someone needs to let him know he's got all day to bat. He doesn't have to worry about 20 overs.
It's the difficulty for the modern batter. I'm going to come to that with you on your next in, because we'll let you have a break for half an hour now before the interval as Dalzian bowls and Eskenazi eases away into the offside. The ranks are growing away to our right in the committee tent for the ex-players. So, Butch, thanks very much. You can go in there, and I've just seen Radders and a good few that you'd know well, and the Derbyshire boys as well. So you can go and burgle a seat at one of the tables. Go and get yourself in there and an invite. I'm sure you'll be able to sit down with the...
If Dave gives me permission, I will certainly do that.
Off you go. Cheers, Butch. Roland Butcher, former England and Middlesex batter. Lovely to have him here with us as Dalzian bowls to Eskenazi. The ball's eased back up the track. 72 for 1. Middlesex having won the toss here in Chesterfield this morning. And that 1 wicket, as you said, Sam Robson trapped LBW by Lewis Rees for 10. 34 for Stoneman. 23 for Eskenazi, and a bountiful morning as well for both myself and Dave Fletcher in the company of Roland Butcher. Welcome back, Fletcher.
He's good fun, isn't he? He's
lovely.
Good to have him along. It'd be interesting to see where they are at lunch, because Derbyshire, well, they'd obviously like a couple more wickets, but if Middlesex get to lunch 1 down, no matter how many runs they have on the board, I would suggest they'd be fairly pleased. That wind is starting to get slightly troublesome again here at Queen's Park. We have seen plenty of turn from Alex Thompson, which is interesting, isn't it? We saw one in the previous over. I thought he'd clearly taken an edge, but it hadn't.
Middlesex were very pleased with that, I can tell you, in my half an hour off air.
Thompson begins a new over from the leg end, and it's turned into the leg side by Stoneman. Around comes, that must be Petman. I don't recognise him. It is Petman. And he does the fielding. They get back for a couple of runs and move on to 74 for 1.
Which has fully justified their decision to play Walla Luita over Greenwood already at this stage, you'd suggest, and go with the 2 spinners. Speaking of spinners.
Here's the match referee.
Oh, he's got a squeeze through there. Oh, they've not done him any favours here, have they? That's poor old Suchi's entrance into the pavilion.
It isn't thoroughfare, is it? This one's turned into the leg side. You can put as many barriers up as you want.
Wily from the old spinner to get in there, wasn't it?
Tape it slightly better. Single taken off that delivery. 75 for 1. Stoneman has 37 now. 23 to Stevie Eskenazi. And is that turn Mark Watt? It'd be interesting to see how they use Mark Watt, the Scotland international left arm spinner. He's currently wearing a fielding helmet because he's fielding at leg slip. Of course, you have to wear a fielding helmet on leg slip these days. So there's 3 players in the field out there with fielding helmets on now. As Thompson is in, and that one is driven straight back down the ground over his head for a 1 bounce 4 straight into the white sight screens at the far end. They're sort of opaque sight screens. You can see through them, but they're obviously good enough for the batsman not to stop. Otherwise, we'd have to have somebody.
Suchi, what have they got you up to? They're putting you hard at work. He's got a mallet out now.
He's got a mallet now. Just so he can. This is the match referee enforcing the regulations with a mallet. What does the world come to? There's a scorecard, and there aren't many of them knocking about. It's blowing across the ground, so somebody's already lost his or her scorecard as it blows across the outfield. That's slightly irritating. Towards the pavilion somehow when the wind is blowing from left to right. It's on its way towards us now. As is Alex Thompson, who's in both to Eskenazi. A full delivery smashed into the leg side, straight into the shin pads of Lewis Deploy, building that short leg.
That's the way you do it. That was respectfully done. Had a little peek around the tent, made sure that there was no
It was a slightly mincing one, I thought, in all honesty. This one is driven up towards long off. Around from long on comes Lewis Rees, puts in the slide. 2 more runs to Eskenazi.
There's no pleasing you, is there? He
today.
had a little peek around the tent to make sure there was nobody else that he was going to disturb. He looked up, made sure the ball was bowled, and then he ran across in front of us so as not to disturb us.
Can't say who it was, but it might.
Why not?
Might have been Tom Skinner.
Oh, you're not going to like this. I've just tasted it for the first time. Roland Butcher and I have just gone through this on air. I've just dunked the tea bag in, not realising what it was until...
No, you're not drinking some nonsense, are you? This next delivery, goes through the batsman Eskenazi into the hands of gloves of Brooke Guest, and the over comes to an end with the score on 81 for 1. 24 overs gone. Stoneman has 37. Eskenazi has 29. What nonsense!
Some nonsense. It's a whole lot of nonsense. I can tell you. You're going to enjoy this. I'm going to make it as a quiz. Actually, I'm holding it almost like a quiz card to you.
Actually, yeah.
It's an infusion of blackberry. You have to. There's 4. There's 4 things infused. You have to guess the 4th one, Fletch. It's blackberry, apple, ginger, and
cinnamon.
Nope.
Orange.
Nope.
Tangerine.
Beetroot.
Beetroot.
Blackberry, apple, ginger, and beetroot is the infusion. Blackberry and beetroot and apple.
Beetroot juice is good for cramp, isn't it? Isn't that what
I was wondering what you're going to say it was for.
Cramp?
Yeah, beetroot juice is good for a lot of things. Beetroot, full stop, is very. You want a sniff? Oh, any good?
It smells like the inside of a perfume shop. Not my cup of tea, as they say. But it's very much yours.
Very well done. Yes, yeah. I did once get chastised, famously actually, on air in the very early days of these commentaries, for drinking raspberry and vanilla at Lord's by the BBC Radio Nottingham commentator.
Oh, no,
he who shall not be named.
No, I think that's a perfectly adequate drink. I have to take the opposite view every time.
Yes, exactly. Teed you up nicely. Dials around the wicket. He bowls outside of the off stump. 81 for 1. Well done for taking the empty net that I laid that on for you there. I think this morning, crucially, 2 catches were dropped in 2 balls. Robson and Stoneman put down off consecutive deliveries, and both of them were catches that should have been held. Even the Stoneman one, which was the harder of the 2, the cuts to gully.
Do you know what he was on at the time? I didn't make a note of that. I know Robson was on 5.
Pulling away is Stoneman. Somebody's on the wander. Was it Suchi again? The match referee wandering around.
We did at Trent Bridge in the last championship match that Derbyshire played. Devon Malcolm was the referee, match referee.
Yes.
And he was moving behind the bowler's arm at one point, so he had to be stopped from wandering. I thought Devon, of all people, would know that batsmen don't like people moving behind the bowler's arm.
Dahl bowls just full of length. It's left alone outside off by the left-handed Eskenazi. Through it goes, 81 for 1.
Just leaving it on length, isn't it? There. That tournament that Watty should be playing in at the moment, which is in, I think it's in Texas. The United States are playing Oman today. It's one of those World League things. Men's Cricket World League 2. That's what he should be doing. Instead, he's fielding at first slip at Chesterfield.
Dahl around the wicket bowls. Lovely shot up to mid-off by Stoneman. No run.
A couple more wickets have fallen. Leicestershire 107 for 2 now at Grace Road against Nottinghamshire. Which are going to be having a great time. 85 for 2. Sussex against Glamorgan at Cardiff. And Durham are 85 for 1 against Worcestershire at Chester Street. There are games going on in the First Division as well.
Dahl bowls and edged and gone. End of Stoneman for 37, and catch taken by Wayne Madsen at second. 81 for 2, big wicket just before lunch. Excellent start by Robson and Stoneman. 51 minutes the opening pair lasted, and Stoneman's managed an hour and 41 minutes in total for his 37, hanging out there for Middlesex, going out and opening up this morning at Chesterfield, where there's been a little bit in it. And Dahl's done nicely since he's come on. And around the wicket, he makes the breakthrough. 81 for 2, or the second breakthrough, I should add. So 37 for Stoneman. A A fine start by the Middlesex Open, and neither of them able to go on, Robson or Stoneman, but from a Derbyshire perspective, very, very crucial breakthrough just before lunch on the opening day. 81 for 2.
Tosses his gloves and his helmet down on the ground to dry out in the sun before he walks up the pavilion, steps away to our left-hand side. Regulation catch, really, for Wayne Madsen. Low down, straight to him, though, in between his feet, I would say. Yeah.
Oh yes, he's done well to get his hands under that, hasn't he?
Underneath it was starting to die in him a little bit, wasn't it? But having dropped that one earlier, Wayne Madsen, which he would have expected himself to have taken after he failed to hold on to it, he smashed his fist into the ground. He was disappointed.
I think everything about it was quite legitimate, even from Stoneman's perspective. I think he had to play at that.
Yeah, he had to, because it's
just straightened on him, didn't it?
Yeah.
And that was what Roland Butcher was talking about this morning, that he felt Derbyshire should have come around the wicket to Stoneman a lot earlier, both Connors and Petman. He felt that was their big mistake this morning.
Petman was working with Stuart Broad down at Sussex when they were down there. That was what he was working on, was bowling around the wicket to the left-handers, because I think Broad, obviously, and Warner, that particular contest had obviously got the juices flowing. So Dahl will be delighted that hasn't had any cricket since the game. I didn't play in the game at Trent Bridge. He pulled out of that game on the morning of the match. In fact, he was replaced after the toss, which is relatively unusual by Alex Hughes, who had a decent game himself at Trent Bridge. Hughes has now got back into the T20 side, but Dahl hasn't played any T20 cricket, even though he's been with the squad the entire time.
Dahl, right arm over, bowling to Robbie White, who is forward defending into the offside. There's no run. White, he's here. Oh, David Townsend has arrived just in time for lunch on day one.
Yeah, but he did say to me on a Friday, I'll be there by lunch. I didn't realise he meant 10 minutes before lunch. But
perfectly. Well, he can have Roland Butcher's lunch then, because we reckon Butcher's going to go off and get in the ex-players tent away to our right.
Exciting news. He can introduce himself. I know he's not working today, but if he's going to eat, he's going to work.
Dahl's in, bowls, and forward goes White, pushing back up the track, no run.
My update at 1 o'clock, isn't it 1 o'clock? It's a 3 minutes to
there we go.
So there'll be at least an over and a half, 2 overs left. So DT can bob on, because I don't think we'll see Roland again today. And once he gets in the big marquee with the VIP,
we might not see him again.
I think that'll be the end of him.
81 for 2, end of the over. So Stoneman was caught by Madsen at second off Dahl for 37.
Trying to work out how, when he walked into the ground behind the pavilion, it was 1 down and now it's 2. He was confused.
81 for 2, not very good, he says.
This afternoon, Dan.
How many did Derby get?
They're batting this afternoon.
Good to see he's on form. This is a momentous moment. DT and I have not broadcast together for...
Is that banning order still in place, or are we allowed to do this before lunch today?
I don't think it's pre-COVID, isn't it, since you and I broadcast together, DT? I think we've seen each other, but... we did have a a stint together at Cheltenham last year, he said. I banished it from my memory.
He only goes to the outgrounds these days. He only goes to the outgrounds.
He's only allowed at the outgrounds, banned from all the HQs around the country. He can get in at a park, but he can't get anywhere else.
Mark Watt, left arm, spin, bowls off 24 and 25 yards in T20 cricket. I'm not sure if he'll do that in first class, but here he comes around the wicket. Bowls, that one is into the leg side.
Oh, of course, he did see each other. I'll tell you why I should have remembered, because I've got DT's T-shirt in the... I've left it in the hotel for him. He left his T-shirt in Cheltenham last year, so... I've washed it since.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
Immediately it was washed.
What into Eskinars?
Is that or burn it?
It's left alone as it goes down the leg side. There is now Dave Townsend will be with us full time for the for the important bits of the match, really. Days 2, 3 and 4. There's Watt around the wicket. Eskinars defends it back to the bowl.
Apparently if it doesn't go to a 4th day, he's going to say I can still claim the 4th day. He won't.
I will be.
No, I can claim it for him, he said, yeah.
Oh, okay. That's nice of him.
He doesn't know he said it yet, but he did.
From Watts, pushed out into the offside. It's fielded by Dahl. Steady first over from Mark Watt in his first game of first-class cricket in 5 years. Just himself a catch.
What I did see when I was
He's in now and bowls the big man. Pushed out into the offside. Always does that little jump in the air after he bowls when he brings his 2 feet back together again. It's all the idiosyncrasies is Mark White, top man. Good operator as well. This one is again defended back to him.
I'm going to miss out. It's going to be a good few days. Butch, you, DT, it could be a lovely few days. I'm really missing out.
Oh, that was the last ball of the over.
Sorry.
No, I hadn't realised. Because the scoreboard is a proper club ground scoreboard. So
it's actually quite nice to see a proper scoreboard, though, because some of the times now you get a fiddly scoreboard and there's just too much on it.
there can be, can't there? You're busy searching the scoreboard for the information.
Or then it clicks over to an advert or somebody waving at the big screen or something.
Yeah, kiss cam.
Oh.
I'd have to decline. Until you have a shave, I'm not kissing you.
Hey, pots and kettles. Here's Dahl from the pavilion end. 81 for 2. And forward goes the right-handed White, defended into the offside, and there's no run. Former Derby Telegraph correspondence here for this one as well, isn't he?
Mark Eklund. Yeah, Mark's here.
It was lovely to see you, Mark. Retired.
Recently retired. He doesn't look old enough, does he? You wouldn't think he was 72.
Well, we did stumble onto this recently, and I come to that because of your facial hair that we were talking about.
Okay.
You're not old enough to retire. He said, I'm the same age as Fletch. I said, well, yeah, he looks old enough to retire, but yeah.
Is he the same age?
Same age as you, apparently, yeah.
59?
You're hanging on to the 50s, are you still?
59.
Here's Dahl, bowls, full defence from White again. It's defended at extra cover.
Published author now, of course. He's had, I think
Yes, he has, yeah.
3 novels out.
Oh, him and DT, they'll be talking about their publications, a pair of them.
Yours is a factual book, though, isn't it, Dan?
Tries to be.
Well,
Do they play cricket
the
in
facts
Ireland?
as you see them in your mind.
Yeah. Semi-autobiographical.
Oh, dear.
Do they play cricket in Ireland, David Townsend? Here's Dahl, bowl. This was pushed away into the offside, 81 for 2.
Well, I've got a book published. Have you?
No, go on.
No, I'm asking you now. Have you ever had a book published?
No, I haven't.
Mine actually made money.
Did it?
Yeah. Remarkably. It wasn't one of the... I didn't self-publish it, clearly. I did a book on Bradford City's season that they got to Wembley twice.
Oh, nice.
They got there in the Capital One Cup and they got there in the playoffs and got promotion.
What year was that? Dahl, bowls, and onto the pads, but going down the leg side of White. DT was worthwhile in the end.
13, somewhere around there. When I was doing Bradford City for Radio Leeds at the time.
No, DT's was worthwhile in the end. That wobbly table doesn't wobble as much anymore.
No. Yeah. No, well, mine didn't. I mean, it didn't make me enough money to retire or anything like that.
Not like Mark.
No. No.
He's retired at 60. He's done well, hasn't he?
Yeah, must have had a good pension plan.
Aye. Dahl, bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. 81 for 2. I've always pondered that with the Middlesex commentaries, though. Would I ever want to retire? Until they booted me out of the commentary box.
I was going to say it might be taken out of
Yeah, exactly,
at some point, mightn't it?
Well ahead of retirement, I'd imagine, but...
Yes, it might be. It might be. That's always my fear. Or indeed, that what we're actually commentating on now might cease to exist.
Well, that's the other thing. I think that's the greatest threat.
As likely as anything, isn't it, at the moment?
Dahl to White. Bowls a beauty, beats the forward push of White. I don't think, I think he did play at that, didn't he?
I think so.
81 for 2. Applause for the end of the over. Yeah, the 18th season for me now, which is the same number of years as the Middlesex scorer who is hanging up his pencil case at the end of the year, Don Shelley.
Really?
Yeah, hanging it up at the end of the year. DT could be the new Middlesex scorer. There you go. Good job for you. Take over Middlesex scoring.
I'd enjoy that. Sitting in a small room with John Brown.
Gus wouldn't have me, he said. Gus isn't in charge anymore, you're right. 81 for 2 it is. Yeah, that'd be a safer. Oh no, it wouldn't be a safer bet because the biggest problem is we think this could all go and the scorers will be banjaxed the same we will.
The scorers will only work because there's no county championship.
No, exactly. Yeah, Don Shelley, 18 seasons he's done a score and he's hanging up the pencil case at the end of the year. And he's written a book this year, 50 years of the Middlesex League. So Roland Butcher would have got a fair mention in that as well. I have to ask Butcher which club was his. It's got the list of all the Test players that have played league cricket in Middlesex right at the back of it, which is quite the list, I can tell you.
Mark Watts beginning a new over from the lake end, left arm around the wicket of Scots, but he's bowled him, has he? He's got his first wicket in first-class cricket for more than 5 years. He has bowled Stevie Eskinazi for 29. He looked delighted too, and so he might. Let's have a look at the replay. Well, it's got through the gate, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah. You couldn't tell from behind whether it had just beat the outside edge to take the top of off or whether it went through the... Couldn't quite see from that angle.
Eskinazi goes for 29, and Derbyshire do have a third wicket before lunch. They will be very happy with that, having been asked to bowl first.
Let's have a look at it. Oops.
Yeah,
through the gate, you think?
I think through the gate, but I wouldn't swear to it.
Yeah.
We'll go through the gate. No.
Mark Stoneman, now don't trip yourself up. He's all right. He's made it through. Is it safe up there? It is.
Mark,
He's safe.
There's a chair behind us, Matt. You could have taken one of our chairs. Honestly.
You're a kind man,
Fletcher. Taken one of our chairs.
You're a kind man. Fortunately, he hasn't done himself a disservice.
And a double shank reef knot as well.
We were worried about him there, that he might have done himself a disservice. He's fine, we can report.
The only person it'll slap is you, so it doesn't really matter, does it?
Don't tell him to untie it. 81 for 3. That's a big wicket before lunch. 3 down in the morning session.
Absolutely. Well, even if they'd chosen to bowl with 3 wickets down before lunch, they'd have been happy, wouldn't they? So Mark Watt was absolutely thrilled to get his first wicket as a first-class player for Derbyshire. 51 deliveries, 5 for Stevie Eskinazi. And Middlesex 81 for 3.
Yeah, and they've been bowled out as well, the 3 of them. I think it's fair to say, in the this isn't T20. Oh, silly shot there. Eskinazi's been done by a very good delivery, and it is turning out there this morning, which will please Middlesex. They won't be too disappointed in some.
Do you know the only people more thrilled that it's turning out there than the players, who will be the commentators, who might finish at 6 o'clock every single night for the next 4 nights.
They're going to say at 6 o'clock on day 3.
Well,
might be done.
Well, yes, day 4 might be troublesome.
Yeah.
So who's this? Max Holden.
Yeah, 3 around the back.
Yeah, he's got a short leg slip, and what falls to him, leaves alone outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest. I'll just finish this over. Well, that was only the second delivery.
You've got loads of time.
And then I'll get off. And
DT,
we'll introduce DT for the first time
this season.
Chesterfield this season. Well, first time this season, so the first time at Chesterfield. Like squirts off the bottom of the bat down to Shammas Sood at backward point.
Got a feeling DT was here the last time Middlesex played here in a one-day game. I think he came along and did it with me back then. There was a List A game here at Chesterfield. Maybe he did. Maybe it was Ian O'Brien popped up and did the game. Or no, shake of the head from DT. It wasn't him.
Memory's going there, isn't it? This one is clipped into the leg side. Nicely fielded there by Anuj Dal. It went through his legs.
There's a fair chance he was here. Middlesex were here the last time in first-class cricket, which was 1983. Middlesex played a first-class game. No, he didn't do that one either. This is their 10th game here at Chesterfield, really? Of which they have won 3, drawn 3 and lost 3. This is their 10th.
Oh, this is the 10th. Sorry, yes. Here's Watt over the wicket to the left-hander, who goes for the big sweep shot, and it gets. I don't think it hits the bat. I think it hits his pad.
I don't know if he needs to be left arm over here to Holden, because that allows Holden to get across outside that line off and get the pad in the way. And either sweep or just kick it away outside off.
Up the man out on the square leg boundary, who's pat, but now they've told him to stop, so 10 yards in from the boundary. Interesting. Shammas Sood has been pushed out to a backward point, moving back towards the boundary. Watt is in again. This one's turned into the leg side, straight to Anuj Dal by Max Holden. And that is the end of the over. A successful over, a wicket maiden for Mark Watt. Eskinazi goes for 29. They haven't scored a run since Stoneman was out. They've lost 2 wickets since then. 81 for 3 Middlesex. And I'm going to nick off and bring Dave Townsend in. Good luck, everybody.
Cheers, Fletch. From one Dave to another. Although he doesn't like it written down. If you write it down, it has to be David. I don't think Fletch is so finicky about it. Here's that Dahl, right arm over. He bowls, and White solidly defending back up the track. 2 very capable first-class cricketers out there. White is exclusively a first-class.
And he's here. Oh, just in time. Yeah, going well here now as well, Dean, because Derbyshire picked up 2 wickets in quick succession. They were asked to bowl first. Middlesex won the toss, decided to have a bat. But having lost Sam Robson in the first hour. They've since lost Mark Stoneman, caught by Wayne Madsen off the bowling of Anuj Dal for 37, and Stevie Eskenazi just a few minutes ago, bowled by Mark Watt, playing his first game of first-class cricket since 2017. Both wickets fell with the score on 81. Robbie White yet to get off the mark. Max Holden yet to get off the mark. The two batsmen out there, they're just playing for lunch now, which is in around about 5 minutes' time, when they'll hope to come out and score some runs in the afternoon session. But Derbyshire will be very pleased with the way things have gone in the morning, because Middlesex are 81 for 3.
Morning, good toss to win in that sense for Middlesex.
Yeah, I think you're right as far as that's concerned. I have seen one. Well, I know this is the first action I've actually seen here, because came here last year for the first time. I was absolutely charmed by the place, but it was raining, it was miserable, and it was wet. And Yorkshire were here just for a one-day game.
Dahl bowls outside off through to the keeper, 81 for 3.
It's one of those, I think, if you're a county cricket fan, you have a look down the fixture list. And Chesterfield, could I do Chesterfield one year? Oh, clashes with Scarborough again. Can't go there this year or something. You know what I mean. You have a look at it. One or two of those left. I've obviously done this one now. Colwyn Bay, I think, would be on my list, but it's a bit hard to get to.
Forward goes White into the offside, no run. Back the pad together.
You got any on the circuit that you sort of fancy but you haven't done yet? Was this your first time here?
No. I did the List A game here.
Oh, yeah. It's glorious, isn't it? It's just such a coincidence that the trees go all the way around the ground, and there's just this bare patch of ground in the middle that there's enough room for a cricket pitch. Amazing.
Dahl bowls. And lifts on past the edge of White's bat. That's a lovely ball to end the over. There's certainly plenty in this pitch. They've found more as the morning's gone on. Perhaps, just as Roland Butcher was saying this morning, they weren't quite on the right lines and lengths to begin with, and it took them too long to adjust. 81 for 3 at the end of the over. Yet to get off the mark, Holden and White.
So have you got any grounds around the country that you?
I think I've done all of the Welsh outgrounds. Colwyn Bay.
I bet you haven't done Abergavenny.
I have.
Oh.
That's Ebervale, isn't it? Abergavenny, isn't that one and the same? Is it a separate grounds? They're only a few miles down the road from each other, Ebervale and Abergavenny. No, I haven't done Abergavenny then.
Did you have the same geography teacher as maths teacher? Wasn't Mrs. Naff moonlighting or something, was it? Oh, it's all that Welsh.
Holds on the back foot, turns defensively into the onside. There's no run.
81 for 3.
What? Around the wicket. Bowls, and Holden forcefully pushes into the onside. I prefer him around the wicket here before lunch in particular to Holden. I think it asks more questions than going over the wicket as he did at the end of the last over to the left-hander. I think at this stage it would be a little bit more uncomfortable, that ball. Pinch every ball on the stumps here, and 3 around the bat. He's in, bowls, outside, darts that one through quicker across Holden, who leaves alone. So I've nearly done all the Welsh grounds. Swansea and Colwyn Bay and Ebervale.
Colwyn Bay, in fact. Oh, he's going back over.
Newport. Have I done Newport? Actually, no. Maybe I haven't done Newport. There's a lot of flight. Down the track comes Holden, pushes up to mid-on. Quick single take, and 82 for 3. Goodness me. Wales has nearly got as many outgrounds as Middlesex.
Well, he is. Certainly plenty of them. There's one that...
Yeah, Swansea, St Helens is... Oh, I didn't realise Newport had replaced Swansea, which Fletcher's reporting to us. Didn't know that.
It's good news because it's a lot closer. Down the M4, you're only just over the bridge.
Swansea, that's Ed Bevan's territory, isn't it, Swansea? He'll be disappointed. That was the Gary Sobers 6 sixes. St Helens is around the wicket comes Watt to the right-handed White, so opens the face and gets off the mark. Down to deep backward point. His big scoring area, White, isn't it? Point or backward of.
Ed Bevan, Swansea man, but
yeah.
he'll be pleased they're playing in Newport because there's more expenses.
Ed'll have worked that out, don't you worry, DT.
Be clocking them up going down the M40.
He was asking after you the other day.
M4, rather.
Watts over the wicket again now to Holden. This one's down the leg side. Cry catch it through to the gloves. Nothing doing. Yeah, he was asking after you the other day. I spoke to him on the phone, Ed.
Oh, that's nice.
Is he still alive, he said. 83 for 3, that's lunch on day one. And
that sort of inquiry, okay.
he owes me a tenner. But then pretty much everybody I speak to says that of you, DT. 83 for 3, one apiece for White and Holden. Stoneman was... Stoneman batted for an hour and 41 minutes, which strangely seems a long time ago now. And Robson batted 51 minutes for his 10. Eskenazi's also back. So it's the last two of the top 5 with Simpson, the wicket-keeper, at 6, although a fabulous batsman, of course. And then Holman will be in at 7. So a little bit of work for Middlesex to do, having won the toss. But Derbyshire's morning, but not without encouragement for Middlesex, I'd suggest.
Yeah, well, 20 minutes before lunch, Middlesex would have been delighted, wouldn't they? So they'd have got in with 1 down.
Oh, yes. Yeah, but I don't think they'll be disappointed by the spin that they saw before lunch on day one, having played 2 spinners in the match. They're a rarity to see Middlesex go with 3 seamers in a game as they have in this. No all-rounder. Well, I suppose Holman's an all-rounder, but a spinning all-rounder. So I don't think a happy bunch over to our right there of Roland Jones and Merchant. I don't think they'll be too disappointed at all with a little bit of spin. Of course, they'd have preferred it to be 2 down. When you win the toss on the first day and you elect to bat, you think it could be 2 down here, but let's try and not be 3 down. So not a disaster. But you know you're gambling 1 or 2, putting yourself in on the first morning.
Yeah, they've got to kick on this afternoon, put some runs on the board and see where they go from there. Looking forward to it.
Are you looking forward? I'm nattering because we might not get any time on air again, you and I. Are you looking forward to the next 3 days here? Dave Fletcher, Roland Butcher, Radders is next door.
Butcher, I haven't seen him for...
Yeah. He was talking you up, DT.
Well, yeah, I was back. I was Middlesex commentator, of course, back in the days when they were successful.
Oh, you've had a long time to write all these things, haven't you? We haven't been together since Cheltenham. Yeah, it's lovely. Really, really lovely to have Butch with us this morning. It's been great fun with him and Fletcher as well. And yeah, you'll have DT for days 2, 3, and 4, maybe a little bit today if we can convince Butch he wants to spend it.
You want to be able to put there, just go on 4 rather than having ability to say, we'll price you.
Warren would be on a big really money to be, we would have been seen as the best bowler in the country.
And they really wanted him.
PA testing.
Yeah, so if they really want someone, they've got the money to.
Always find something interesting. Always find something good. This stage of the season.
Welcome again to our umpires, Tim Robinson and Hassan Adnan. Followed by the Derbyshire team, led by their captain Billy Godleman. The Middlesex not-out batters, Robin White and Holden.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Chesterfield. Day one of this county championship match in Division 2. Middlesex visiting Derbyshire, and the hosts have had the better of the morning session. I think it is just about fair to say. Things are never as clean-cut in life as that, are they, DT? Things are never as straightforward. But 83 for 3, I think, if you'd have offered that to Derbyshire on losing the toss this morning, they'd probably have taken it. Actually, if you'd have offered it to Middlesex, especially the mode of dismissal, particularly the spinner, Middlesex might not have been too disappointed having played two spinners in this game.
No, they won't be too disappointed with that, but obviously at 81 for 1 or whatever they were looking at a very good morning session, weren't they? I was looking at a very impressive pair of legs, and Kev, the most impressive legs I've seen since Johnny Barron turned up in shorts.
Dave Fletcher.
He's not turned up in shorts.
Roland Butcher. All the old Derbyshire old players have been out at lunch having their photo taken. They're all guests of the hospitality tent away to our right-hand side. Here's Thompson after lunch from the pavilion end, and the spinner is in to... off spinner's in. I did say off spinner, but for a moment I doubted my eyes. I thought it was an off spinner, and I looked at it and just thought that his action. Let me watch it again and see on this one. There was something about his action there which I just found a little unusual. 83 for 3 it is. There's a slip and a short leg in place, and the off spinner steps in again, bowls, and this ball's turned backward a square on the leg side for no run. So White has one, Holden has one, and Middlesex have lost. Sam Robson, Mark Stoneman and Stephen Eskenazi in the morning session. 3 very big wickets. 3 senior men of the top 5. But Robbie White, who's down the track pushing back here to Thompson, there's no run, is at 25 a late bloomer, I think it's fair to say. A couple of years now. This one that really solidified himself in the first team towards the end of last season as Thompson bowls to him, and the young right-hander gets forward over the top of this one, pushing into the offside, whereas Max Holden at 24 is actually the more senior of the pair in terms of the amount of first-class cricket that he's been playing, all from the younger age. White dotted in and out here and there. Indeed, his first run in the side came when Richard Johnson was the interim manager, or the caretaker boss, as DT dismissively called him. This is turned to mid-wicket by White, and there's no run. 83 for 3.
Like when the football manager goes and
he didn't like it when you called him that. The interim coach. He's the caretaker manager. Down the track comes White, pushing back up the track, and there's no run. I'll never forget his face in the tavern that evening. End of the evening, 83 for the end of the evening, end of the over, 83 for 3, 1 apiece for White and Holden. So yes, just to fill in Derbyshire fans, Max Holden, England under-19 captain, went out on loan to Northamptonshire and batted very, very well for them, and in fits and patches done it for Middlesex in first-class cricket. He's been an exceptional white ball player for them. He is 24 years old now, can you believe, Max Holden? And he's played 59 first-class matches with an average of 27.5, 3 centuries and 13 50s. Well, Robbie White, in comparison to Holden's 59 first-class games, just looking it up now, but my estimate is he'll have paid half at best, perhaps even a third. My screen has frozen though, so you shall have to bear with me, folks. Is that here from the far end, running in towards us, will be young Mr. Petman, who got things going this morning. There's a reunion on and off the mic. Roland Butcher and David Townsend. Here's Petman, he's in, bowls, and this ball's eased away into the onside. It's fielded at mid-wicket, 83 for 3 it is.
Just like the old days, me standing in because Butcher's late, you know.
Is that how it's going to be for the next 3 days, DT?
I'll let him come in.
Are you going to go?
Come in. No,
sit down. Yeah. Did you get in for lunch next door, Butch? That's what we all want to know. Oh, so they haven't eaten yet? So you haven't eaten yet? Oh, he did. He has eaten. That's all we need to know. Have you? That's all. That's always the only important question at cricket. Have you eaten? Here's a full ball, and forward goes Holden, pushing back. And there's no run. Always played a few more than I thought. Actually, Robbie White. He's played 37 in comparison to Holden's 59. But then probably, I guess, White played a few more over the last couple of years than Holden did. Holden wasn't always a shoo-in in first-class cricket the last 2 seasons. Probably White taking his place, to be fair. And he averages 25 with 2 centuries and 8 50s in 59 innings compared to the 59 matches of Holden. 26 now, Robbie White. Goodness me. Robbie White will be 27 in September. He is a late bloomer, I think it's fair to say. Ealing batter. And here's Petman in bowls, and this ball's to push back into the onside, and there's no run. Not too far away from Ealing. There's Petman, although with traffic it is. Kingston in Surrey for Toby Petman. And 24 years of age now, 7th first-class match. Haven't played Oxford Uni. He's in past the umpire, bowls, and that's left alone. Seems back into left-handed Holden, but through it goes.
Right,
Yeah.
Kev, for people just turning up,
Yeah.
like me,
Yeah.
can you run through those wickets this morning?
course I
Because
can.
Stevie Eskenazi was obviously,
Bowled.
we saw that when he was bowled by War.
By what?
The spinner. Yeah.
What did you? I thought you called him War.
I think it went through the gate, didn't it?
Yeah. Sorry, I thought you called him War. That was what I was saying. Here's Petman bowled outside of off stump and through to the keeper. It passes and there is no run.
Go
so
on,
yeah,
go on, do the scorecard, you know, like they do. Have you got it in front of you?
Sam Robson, LBW to Lewis Rees for 10 in Rees's first over.
Okay.
After a pretty good start from Robson and Stoneman. 51 minutes they batted for a partnership of 36. It's a second ball of the 13th over. Rees's first. He nipped one back in to take Robson LBW.
What's the score? 50 what?
38 for 1.
38
They
for
batted
1.
for 51 minutes, the pair of them.
Okay. Butch is trying to catch up as well. So
It's Petman bowls, so Holden's right in behind it, and there's no run. Mark Stoneman,
81 for 2.
81 for 2. He was caught Madsen at second slip off the bowling of Dahl for 37, and he batted for 141 minutes. 142, it says here. My clock was out. 83 for 3. That was the end of the over. One apiece for Holden and White. Another maiden. Derbyshire bowling very tightly here. And then just before lunch, 81 for 3. 81 for 2 became 81 for 3. When Eskenazi was bowled by Watt for 29.
What?
Having lasted for 61 minutes.
29, did you say?
Yes.
How many did Stoneman get?
37.
Oh, okay.
Sam Connors, none for 28 off 6, one maiden. Petman, none for 11 off 8 now. Exceptional from him. 4th maiden in his 8. Lewis Rees, 1 for 17 off 5. Thompson, none for 20 off 6 as he's about to start up again. Or in fact, is he? No, he's not. He's going to be replaced by Mark Watt, who had 1 for 2 from 3 with 2 maidens when he bowled Eskenazi. There was also Anuj Dahl, 1 for 4 from... 1 for none from 4. 4 maidens.
Yeah.
Dahl. Really
Tried.
exceptional figures. I didn't realise it was 4 maidens. But here's Watts around the wicket, bowls high up the outside edge of the bat. That strikes and deflects all along the floor, or towards the outside edge, I should say. All along the floor, it deflects away into the offside. 83 for 3. Need to grind it out a bit here after lunch, Middlesex. Watts again from the pavilion end. White backs up to that one, which he'll have to be careful doing that. Eases it back with a point. He is a back foot player. Robbie White likes to play the ball very late. His big scoring arc is point and backward of. Nudger and an Erdler. He's forward now with a good stride, and over the top of this one into the offside. There's no run. Slip and short leg crouch down. There's a backward point, a cover, an extra cover, shortish. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wickets. Deep backward square leg, 5-4 fields. Slip and short leg crouch down, and White goes for a little paddle nicely around the corner. That was well played by White. Just a delicate little scoop over his left shoulder, nothing too extravagant. And it was typical of a nudger and a nerdler. When you talk about a paddle or a scoop now, you think T20 cricket, but White is a player who scores very much backward a square on both sides. And to the spinner, he will just try and tickle one around the corner, and did that delicately and effectively. 87 for 3, first runs after the interval. Gets a good stride in on this and eases away into the offside, and they run again. He's on to 5.
Yeah, just a little help on its way. The ground slopes away a little bit from us, doesn't it, down towards, I think that's the lake end at that far end.
Mm-hmm.
So that was always going to be helped going downhill slightly.
Forward goes White, pushing away into the offside, and that is the end of the over. 87 for 3. You can just see over the back of, if you look over the top of the umpire from where we sit, you can just see the bridge climbing up and over the lake in the far side. Towards the lake, I should say. Couple walking hand in hand over the bridge now. Isn't that lovely, DT?
Yes. Always good to see. Young romance, Kev.
Well, I don't know if they were young by the looks of them, DT.
Oh.
Well, she may have been, but he wasn't.
They're older, they should know better. the first flush of youth, they're hand in hand. And can remember those days, can you?
No, long ago.
Long ago.
The world-weary David Townsend. Here's Petman past the umpire. Easy approach, which is onto the pads and flicked away down to fine leg for 4 by Holden. His first runs after lunch, and both White and Holden have clipped fine on the leg side for 4. One off his pads and one little paddle scoop over the shoulder from White. 91 for 3 Middlesex. Derbyshire have settled on something here to make runs of a premium for Middlesex on a day that we thought would be tough for the bowlers, but they've worked it out well. After the first 41 minutes when Rees came on and made that breakthrough, Eskenazi and Stoneman settled in a little to them, so that's a good line and length. Seaming back into Holden, but left alone on length outside off. These two sides, DT, and we'll bring this up with Fletch again in a moment, but these two sides, at the end of last season, when they came together at the start of September, we had to work out who was the worst side last year.
Yeah.
By who had lost more games.
Okay.
And it turned out that Derbyshire had lost more games marginally than Middlesex, but they'd played more than Middlesex because Middlesex had a couple of, well, they had a COVID abandonment. As here is Petman bowls and forward goes Holden pushing back and there's no run. So we had a good old argument that no, we're worse than you for a good 5 or 10 minutes on air, in terms that Middlesex, percentage-wise, had lost more of their games to that point than Derbyshire last year, even though Derbyshire had lost more games overall in all formats.
Finished very strongly though, didn't they, Middlesex?
Middlesex they did. Well, they won that game against Derbyshire and went on and won. I think they won 4 on the bounce under Captain Murtagh, didn't they, up to the final game of the season at Kent, where they lost to the eventual Division 3 winners. Or it was a playoff for Division 3 between Middlesex and Kent. As here's Petman bowls and forward goes Holden pushing back. Yeah, down at Canterbury it was the battle for the Division 3 title.
Just checked the shot a little bit there, didn't he? He was looking for the more expansive driver. The clouds have come over a little bit. I wonder whether that'll affect things as well.
Yeah, there wasn't much swing this morning. Roland Butcher was good on that. You know, they were getting movement off the seam, but well, perhaps not quite right line and length for that. As Petman's in, bowls, and forward goes Holden pushing back straight at mid-off, where another young former upstart at Middlesex, the left-handed batter, Billy Godalming, comes around to collect.
Yes, he's seems to have found his place here, doesn't he, Billy Godalming?
Went to Essex, didn't he, for Middlesex?
Yeah, and then he came up here and doing sterling work for the county.
Yep, he's
changing round now for the right-hander.
33 years old now, Billy Godalming.
Is that all he is, Billy?
Well, he was very young when he broke through.
Yeah, because he seems to have been around forever.
2005 was his debut for Middlesex against Cambridge University. As Petman bowls to White, and there you go. That's White all over. Just opens the face, just a slight little angle in the bat, soft hands and down to third. It's a huge scoring area for Robbie White. If you look at his wagon wheel of all of his innings, he scores very little in front of cover. So from cover all the way around to mid-wicket.
Right.
So a very large V. You think of the V mid-off to mid-on. But if you were to wedge that V open from cover out to deep mid-wicket, there are very few runs through there for White. He never really scores down the ground at all. He's a very...
You'd think they'd know that.
Yes,
you,
have a third in place.
With the
analysts.
The analysts, they would have a third man. Because it immediately saves 3 runs.
Well, I remember Neil Dexter, who also used to score a lot through third. He scored nearly a century through third man at Edgbaston one year.
I remember him as well.
He scored nearly a century through third. At Edgbaston, I remember the BBC Coventry and Warwickshire and BBC WM commentary team pulling their hair out, put a third man in place. And yeah, brought up his century, and I think we looked it up, about 79 of his runs had come through the vacant third. Here is Watt, left arm over bowls, reverse sweep from Holden, and he gets away with it. Top edges over slip, and they will take a single, 97 for 3, and Holden moves to 7. Now, he played that shot first game of the season against Derbyshire and got out just before the close one evening. Let's bring up that match. We'll have a little look at the opening game of the season between Derbyshire and Middlesex. And got out, and Jack Davies had to come in and bat out the final 6 overs of what had been a pretty good day for Middlesex. And Davies did see through to the close. I was worried that shot on that evening was going to be very costly for Middlesex. It turned out not to be. It is Watt around the wicket to White, who's forward, pushing back up the track, and there's no run. And it prompted a very big and long conversation that day and thereafter. And, a couple of those conversations that you then have, a day or two later with others, and you talk about it. It's one of his big shots for Holden, a big scoring area for him. As Watt's around the wicket, bowls, little short, and White cuts away through points, and that will get away for 4. Just dropped short. That's the 100 up for Middlesex. 101 for 3. And White's... Am I ahead of that scoreboard? No, I'm not. 101 for 3 it is, and White moves to 13.
Yeah, I mean, the reverse sweep's a profitable shot, particularly, well, almost exclusively when you haven't got the short third man in place with it. So, yeah, it was legit.
Down the track comes White, defends. Your exhalation was that which you may have had from many a watcher of latter year, or older former years. It's
hasn't been out there long either, has he?
Round the wicket comes Watt again, bowls, and forward goes White, defending, and there's no run. So that first day, let me tell you, just a little backstory to it. Middlesex had been put in by Derbyshire, and White, when he fell, Holden, when he fell, Middlesex were 285 for 3 in the 90th over of the day. So there's only 6.5 overs to go on day 1 of Lords. And Middlesex had a very good day, 285 for 3 at that point, and Holden reverse sweeps. Caught by Connors, the backward point off Thompson for 35, as this is worked by White to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Now, Middlesex got through to stumps, 4 down. Davies fell the next morning, having made a fine 25, coming in again the next morning. That's the end of the over, 101 for 3. But when Holden was out reverse sweeping at that stage, you felt, wow, now Davies has got to come out and face 6.5 overs. There's going to be a real chance to all of a sudden have them 5, maybe even 6 down tonight. A little door's been opened because Eskenazi was going beautifully. Not Eskenazi, my apologies, who would it have been? It was White. White was going beautifully at that point with Holden. They had a nice little partnership going of just shy of 60, 58 for the 4th wicket. So things were quite nice. Then reverse swept just before stumps, and now... So, the questions were asked about it. It said, look, it's a big shot for Max Holden. You wouldn't want to take it away from his game. But yes, perhaps with 6.5 overs to go on day 1, what had been a very good day. So here's Petman in, bowls, and down the leg side. Is he strangled? He is. He's gone. He's nicked one down the leg side. Very, very good catch by Brooke Guest, and that seam movement that Petman's been getting all morning. He gets one to seam one away down the leg side, and a first wicket for Petman.
That was
his first championship wicket.
Real strangle, wasn't it? I got the glasses on that, and Max wasn't going to get away with that because the bat was somewhere away from the pad. It wasn't a question of it just flicking off the pad. So all of a sudden, 81 for 1 becomes 101
for 4. So Holden caught down the leg side by Brooke Guest off the bowling of Petman for 7. And there
may or may not be an update for BBC Radio Derby listeners on FM now. So as a result, I'll just take over for a moment. But that's a big breakthrough for Derbyshire at the start of the afternoon session. Good catch by Brooke Guest down the leg side. Really, really good catch. Petman 1 for 20 from his 9 overs and 1 ball. He's thoroughly deserved that wicket. Twelfth man is Matty McKiernan. He was bringing back the drinks. So 83 for 3 at lunch becomes 101 for 4. Just past 2 o'clock this afternoon here at Queen's Park. The wind still blowing furiously. I shall be speaking to Watty very shortly, which is good news. Here comes Petman again. In bowls to Johnny Simpson, who's the new batsman, and he's off the mark straight away with a nice drive out towards the cover boundary. That'll go all the way, and he is off the mark with a boundary. Johnny Simpson, the wicketkeeper batsman. It's 105 for 4. Just erred in line there, did Toby Petman. Hasn't done that too many times, it has to be said, in his 9 and a bit overs so far. Robbie White has 13. This next delivery is pushed into the onside, where it's fielded by Lewis Deploy, who's still got the fielding pads on for the spinner. We will be back with our main commentary team fairly shortly, probably. I might nick in and kick Dave Townsend out.
I'd love to go back, but it is
if you want. Well, I'm not sure there are any rules, to be honest. Why? Okay. Might even be a conversation with what you'll only be able to hear one side of it here at the on the stream, but that's how it goes. James, yeah, so good news for Derbyshire and their supporters. They've got a wicket since lunch. Max Holden out, caught down the leg side by wicketkeeper Brooke Guest off the bowling of Toby Petman. A new name to Derbyshire supporters, arrived on loan yesterday from Nottinghamshire. Tall man, quite quick, getting the ball to move around a bit, so it looks a useful acquisition for this game here at Chesterfield. Wickets this morning for Lewis Rees, Anuj Dala, Mark Watt, who's playing a first-class match for the first time since 2017. The left-arm spinner. We've seen a lot of spin already, and it is turning, and Derbyshire will be quite happy because they were asked to bowl first today, and at the moment Middlesex 105 for 4.
Where's Martin Anderson, writes Chris Hall on Twitter. Rested, rotated for this game. Middlesex going with the 2 spinners. I did double check to see if there was any injury. No, it was just a case of they fancied they were going to be playing the 2 spinners here, and Greatwood was in the side if they weren't. So save yourself the trip to Chesterfield. Fletch, which do you prefer which seat you're in, or does it matter? No, it doesn't matter. Well, in which case...
You can move in here, then.
Are you sure? You don't want an over with Fletch before he hands over to you? You've got 3 days.
Talking more enough.
Yeah, you've got 3 days then, haven't you? So DT's off, and Roland Butcher will probably replace me in a little while, but there's no rush. There's no Bulawayo on the bike here, is there? It's in this commentary tent in Chesterfield. For those who don't know, Bulawayo is the code word on TMS when somebody's overstayed their welcome on the mic. Bulawayo. Yeah. I'll tell you more in a moment, Fletcher, with the headset on. Here's Watt first up. Left arm around the wicket.
Always good to have a safe one. That's what I was told. I don't know anything about that kind of thing. That's what I've been told.
105 for 4. This is good from Derbyshire.
Excellent. They'll be more than happy, won't they, with the way things have gone so far. Mark Watt with his left arm spin. I'll tell you how he got his wicket in a moment, because this one is he goes back into his crease there, does Robbie White. Pushes it out into the offside. It didn't go through the gate.
It did beat the outside edge, yeah?
It hit the outside edge.
Oh, it did?
Yes, and then onto the off stump. I was talking to... I called Brooke Guest over before. I said, you were in our way, Brooke. We couldn't see how it happened. Did it get through the gate? No, outside edge.
Yeah.
What is... And again, that was defended once more by White.
It's a shame, then, that the camera's only operating from one end here, because it would have been nice to see that from the other end, wouldn't it? I had that the other
We
day.
did see it from the other end, but we couldn't tell. We definitely saw it from the other end. Because he was bowling.
No, but the
from other
camera,
end.
the camera, I mean.
Well, the camera, there is a camera view.
Oh, it is that end?
Yeah. He's bowling from a different end now. Bowling from the pavilion end, and that's off on edge and out into the offside, just to the left of Leah's deploy.
No, that's what I meant. The other end to which we did see it, it would have been nice that the replay's not at the end we need it to be. Or have I got it completely wrong here,
I'm not
Fletch?
sure anymore. So,
yeah, let's move on. You can click it on there. It's on your right-hand side, isn't it?
Yeah.
Go on, go down and have a look and see which angle they've got of it.
It's next delivery, pushed out into the offside. There it is, and it's. Oh yeah.
Eskenazi bowled.
No, you're
yeah,
right.
See, I
no,
prefer
you're
the other
right.
end.
It's my fault entirely. Yes, we could have done.
Because I had this the other day.
We could have done with the other end.
I had this the other day. Sunrise.
If only you'd said that. Oh, you did. Sorry, yeah. Next delivery is no, it isn't. It's been bowled now by Mark Watt around the wicket. Bowls to White, who's been very, very watchful.
Sometimes I wasn't being pedantic or facetious at all on that, because sometimes the static camera that they use for the replays on the match centres, which are fabulous, are actually different to the ones they use to the stream.
Yes.
So there was half a chance that could have been from the end we wanted. So that it was with good intent.
That's what it's clipped up towards mid-on. What is fielded by Lewis Rees.
But it's a Sunrisers game the other day against Vipers. Sorry, Fletch, that was the end of the over, 105 for 4.
It's all right.
And I fancy that exactly that happened, that it was edged onto the stumps by one of the Sunrisers batters, and everybody looked at me like I was an idiot. And I said, no, I fancy I heard a little nick on that. And the batter was bowled. It was a spinner, and I think they'd used their feet as well, just opened up a little bit, and I fancied there was a little outside edge on it onto the stumps. Anyway, who knows? I didn't check back and see the replay, or if I did, it wasn't. So it's quite nice, actually, that it's just happened here then, because everybody looked at me like, no, don't be silly.
But that's straight from the man who was very, very close to the action, Brooke Guest.
So it went onto the stump.
Just,
two noises.
Grabbed a shot. I said, well, you were in the way, Guesty. And he said, well, it's all right, I'll turn sideways in the afternoon session. You might be able to see the stumps there, but if you could.
Jonathan Agnew told a lovely story about that on TMS the other day, that David Lloyd, apparently, Bumble, had ridden into TMS when Fred Truman was the summariser. And Truman used to bang on, cricket's a side-on game. Here's Petman in, bowls, and forward goes Simpson, pushing back up the track, and there's no run. So they got a letter in from whoever, not Bumble, that signed off. Dear Mr. Truman, I really love your commentaries and your analysis and your summaries of the game and your technical description of how the game is side-on. And I've really stuck to what you've said, quite deliberately. Side-on, side-on, side-on. But the problem is I keep getting struck on the side of the head. Yours sincerely, Barry White, wicketkeeper for...
Who's number 1?
His full ball to Simpson, turning to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I don't know why I went with Barry White as the name
Barry
for that. But
very good, yeah. He'd have been a great wicket-keeper.
Well,
not much would have got past him, would it?
Yeah.
Not much would have got past Barry White if he'd have been keeping wicket.
He'd have been the, what was his name? Was it who was the West Indian? Not West Indian.
Canadian.
Canadian. What was his name? Leverock?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, he was a
big fella.
Big man.
Who actually took that amazing, stunning diving catch, didn't he? I'm going to get out of the way at the end of the over for Roland Butcher. Before I do, I think it would be remiss of you and I not just to remind listeners of that game at the start of the season.
Excellent.
As, this ball's turned through, neither can I, that's why we've got to remind the listeners and ourselves. This ball's turned square leg and there's no run. What brought me back to it? I did mean to come back to it.
Didn't it?
I did mean to come back to it this morning. There was two reasons that I wanted to go back to it. But what brought me back to it in that last over was that reverse sweep that was top-edged a couple of overs back by Holden. He got away with it here. Do you remember that first evening? He reverse swept to Guest off Connors for 65.
Yes.
Holden reverse swept to Connors off Thompson for 35. And in the 90th over of the first day, they were 285 for 4, and they did get through to stumps 4 down. This ball is short and absolutely bludgeoned out into the onside for 6 over deep mid-wicket, and they're all looking over the back of rows of seats there to see where it's gone. It's nestled, has it? Oh, has it gone a long way? It's nestled, it has. It's nestled in amongst them. It must have ricocheted around.
It was camouflaged.
Yes.
Has picked it up. You see all the past players on the pitch at lunchtime?
I did. Did you recognise any of them?
I recognised a few. I'm going to get the inside track
indeed.
on that from Roland in a few minutes.
Yeah, the end of the over.
Assuming that he hasn't had more than 2 pints with them. They had a couple of shots. We're all right.
the other thing that wanted me to take me back to it this morning, so Middlesex made 401 all out, Derbyshire made 304 all out, Middlesex 258 for 5 declared, couldn't bowl Derbyshire out in the final day, 255 for 5. I'm going to work back, exactly, and I'm going to work back from the end of the match with the fact that Middlesex didn't have Murtagh on that final day when Derbyshire finished 255 for 5. If Middlesex had Murtagh, they'd have fancied on that final day.
And
however,
the reason they didn't have him was interesting.
as this ball's full, clipped to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Is that the end of the over? No, it's not.
Because he was coming into bowl, and was it Billy Godwin who
Yeah,
stepped
pulled
away?
away.
He pulled the muscle.
He pulled up and
there
pulled the muscle.
and that was it, wasn't it? That was when he pulled. When he went off.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So the reason I'm working backwards is because first I'm going to put forward the Murtagh point. However, from a Derbyshire perspective, they of course lost Ryan Sidebottom after 1.1 overs of his match when he came on as first change.
He was away for about 3 weeks. He came back and they lost him again.
Ah.
Yeah, and he went back to Warwickshire.
Now the wicket comes. Oh, a lovely ball from Hetman, which lifts off a length over the stumps. It was lucky it did lift, otherwise the top of off could have been in the way. I'm getting out of the way for Roland Butcher. My final closing argument for why Derbyshire will quite rightly turn around and say about Murtagh being injured on the final day. So not only were they a bowler down for the old match, they were 2 down because Rees picked up that first wicket this morning of Sam Robson, and that match he couldn't bowl because he still had the shoulder problem. And you know full well over the years that we've worked together, I think Rees is a cracking player.
Yeah, absolutely.
And especially at Lords, I think the left armour could have done a fair old job for Derbyshire in that game.
I will have a 2:30, so if you could do me
I won't be far
3
away.
or 4 minutes at 2:30, then you can have a full hour off.
Oh wow! Oh, I don't need time off today because I'm not in.
True, actually. Now you can come in and do some work. Here's Mark Watt in from the pavilion end, and that one is turning away from the batsman John Simpson, who's on 10, taken by Brooke Guest, and there is no run. Watt displays his arms at the start of his run up. That one is clipped into the leg side. It was a little off target from the left arm spinner, and it's gone through to square leg. I think the batsman might have nicked through for a single. Then I'll double check. 112 if indeed they did. 112 for 4. Roland Butcher, former England Middlesex from all parts west. Batsman is with us. A pleasant sojourn into the big marquee, Roland.
Yes, Dave, good afternoon to you. Yeah, it was great to catch up with some of the old boys who I would have played with many, many years ago. I'll come to some of those in a minute.
There were 1 or 2 in there who are even earlier than when. That makes it sound like you're earlier. It makes it sound like that. Here's Watt around the wicket bowls, and that one is just dapped into the offside by Simpson. No wrong.
You're absolutely right. There were some there who were long before my time, and good to see them still going.
Taylor's in there. Miller, no, this next delivery is only the famous ones. Some of them are very famous in these parts, of course. That one is fielded by the man at backward point. There is no run. But yeah, I recognise 1 or 2. 1 or 2 who I have met in the past. I'm not steeped in Derbyshire history. Started in 2016. David Griffin's tried to teach me it, but
yeah, there's people like John Wright, who's the president of the club.
Yeah. Next delivery is bowled by Watt. Good bounce again, and the back foot Simpson pushes it back to him. Yeah, well, John Wright, of course, coached the T20 side for a couple of seasons with Dominic Cork. 2 club legends in charge of the T20 side at that time, because they were the highlights. The T20s, no question, as Watt completes an over that cost him just 1 run. 112 for 4. White has 14. Simpson has 10. But these events are so, I mean, they're great for the players themselves because they get back, they start reminiscing, but it's good. It's great for the people who enjoy the history of the club like David Griffin does, because he gets to take photographs of the former players and all that kind of thing, and they love all that.
Yeah, it's a great occasion. I mean, as you said, it's for the players themselves to actually get out and be remembered by their club is something special. It's also a chance for the players to get together after so many years. Some of us probably haven't seen each other for 20, 30 years. So it's good from that point of view. So to see people like Bob Taylor, who I haven't seen for that period of time, and David Steele, John Morris, Tim Munton's there, Ron Headley.
Brilliant.
There's a whole host of them.
Brilliant. There is Petman beginning a new over from the lake end. It's pushed out into the offside by Robbie White straight to Sam Connors in the offside. He's warming up again. Is Alex Thompson, the off spinner. Got one to turn this morning. I was convinced it had taken the edge, but went straight into the hands of first slip. So there's plenty of turn out there, and there are plenty of spinners on the show as well. I think Wayne Mansell will be itching to have a ball. He's crouching down at second slip at the moment as Toby Petman bowls perhaps an effort ball. You could hear a grunt from the bowler as he pushed that one through, but dealt with comfortably by White. Derbyshire will be very pleased. Since we were last together, certainly Derbyshire have clawed it back nicely, back to 101 for 4. 81 for 1 has became 101 for 4, and now 112 for 4. It's been a good fight back by Derbyshire, having been asked to bowl first as well. They've been more than happy with having taken 4 wickets by 2:15 on day 1. Petman's in wide of the off stump, left alone, and goes through to Brooke Guest.
Yeah, it's been a good day so far for Derby. They picked up those wickets just before the luncheon interval, which made it their session. They'll continue to apply the pressure. Middlesex, a lot of work to do. 4 wickets down at this stage. I would say Derbyshire will be quite pleased with the way things have gone so far.
I'll ask you a bowling question after this next delivery from Petman. He's running towards us from the lake end, and then is pushed out into the offside by White. There's no run. I think we saw Thompson bowl the first over after lunch from the pavilion end. Mark Watts had a couple of overs. They change bowlers a lot more nowadays than they ever used to, didn't they? You not settle in against a bowler, but a bowler liked to get into a decent length spell back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, especially if you haven't got an attack with express pace, you've got to ring the changes more often if conditions are not favourable. And that's what Derbyshire are having to do.
Delivery from Petman is again wide of the off stump and moving wider, so left alone by White. So it's down to, obviously it's down to your resources. It always is down to your resources, and I'm not sure whether Billy Godleman, the skipper, would have known an awful lot about Toby Petman before they shook hands this morning and said welcome to Derbyshire. So that's always a bit tricky as well. But I think he's acquitted himself really nicely. He's in his 12th over now, 1 for 30. This is the final ball of his 12th over, and he's in, and that's edged, is it? No, it's on the pad, in fact, because it didn't carry all the way through to Wayne Manson's an appeal. I think it was going over the top of the stumps, which is why I thought the appeal was for a catch initially, but the ball didn't reach Wayne Manson. It's a maiden over from Petman, his 5th in 12, and the end of the over, 112 for 4.
Yeah, nice delivery to finish the over, just bringing that one back to the right-handed batsman. We've got a long way forward, so that would have negated the opportunity for an LBW, but it was a good delivery. And I think Derbyshire doing a very good job making sure Middlesex don't score freely, and in the process picking up the odd wicket here and there. But just getting back to meeting the old Derby players again, really was a good opportunity to see Paul Taylor, Adrian Rollins.
I guess I saw Adrian when he's played going back into his stumps by Simpson, no run. So Adrian standing at the back of the pitch. He never was one to hog the limelight.
Adrian He's Rollins, a big lad,
isn't he? He is. This next one is shout to the offside in education now, of course.
Yes, it's been for the last 20 years or so.
Tony Palladino is probably the youngest person in that tent. Most recently retired of the Derbyshire players who are here at the Past Players Day. Next delivery from Watt, again off the back foot and punched nicely for 4 runs. Not a race across the outfield. In fact, Alex Thompson barely breaks into a trot as he goes to the boundary's edge and hopes that somebody out there will return the ball for him, and they have. Well done, that lady. 116 for 4.
Yeah, that's a really good shot because he was cramped for room. He didn't have a lot of time to play that ball off the back foot. It was coming in with the arm, slightly quicker delivery, but he made a little bit of room and timed it beautifully.
And again, pushed up to Mark White, who just moves across to his right-hand side, picks it up with his right hand. A strange cove, Mark White. He's a terrific lad. He he bats and bowls left-handed. He signs autographs with his right hand, and he tells me he's a right-handed golfer as well.
I'll give you one in a minute.
It's very absurd. His next delivery round the wicket, dabbed into the offside by Simpson, no run. I know there are a number of players who will bowl left arm and throw right arm and that kind of thing, but to actually play golf right-handed when you bat left-handed and right-handed when you else with your left hand. And again now, and that is turned into the leg side, not too far away from Leas deploy. End of the over, 116 for 4. Middlesex, Simpson and White both have 14.
Yeah, good comeback by Watt, having been struck for that boundary, then kept the batsman quiet the last 3 deliveries. You may remember back at Middlesex, we had a lad by the name of Kevin James, who then had a good career with Hampshire. Now, Kevin was an interesting guy in that he was a medium-fast left-arm seamer, left-handed batsman, threw right-handed. Could not throw with his left hand at all.
Wow.
Yeah, you know, he bowled with his left arm, but could not throw with his left arm.
I'll have to mention that. I'll have to ask him about that.
He threw right-handed. It was just quite strange because when people didn't know him, the ball went to Kevin, and obviously the bats will be thinking it's on his left, and he's picked up. But then nothing happened because he had to transfer to throw with his right, and very interesting.
Yeah, we'll see Kevin, obviously the Hampshire commentator for the BBC now. We'll see Kevin in the Royal London. He's coming up to Derby in August. He saw him at Old Trafford the other week. He was there to commentate on the Southern Vipers. The double header, Derbyshire, Lancashire, and the Southern Vipers played the Lightning. Alex Thompson's beginning a new over from the Lake End, and it's smothered. Any spin that was there is smothered by Robbie White, and there's no run.
Yeah, nice flighty delivery. Still maintaining quite a strong slip in a short leg in place, so he's got some people around the back.
Still delivered, again flighted, and again spin smothered by White, and there is no run. Fairly unusual in this country, although it has been exceptionally dry so far this year, to see so much spin this early. And again, this is Thompson's 7th over. Mark Watt's bowled 8. 15 overs of spin already. This next one is turned into the leg side. To the left of this.
Yeah, Dave, talking to people around and in the tents, I think this has probably been forced upon them, Derbyshire, the spin options, because they've got so many injuries to their bowlers.
Yes, they don't want to overwork a couple of them. That one's pushed out into the offside. Ben Aitchison is working his way back from a stress fracture. He has, but we've seen him doing some running at lunchtimes and things like that at Derby. So before the game on Thursday, actually the T20 on Thursday, he was doing a bit of running on the pitch, which was good to see. Next delivery is turned into the leg side, not too far away from Leas deploy. There's a chase on here for Shan Masood. There's also a chase around the boundary, and there's a slide and a dive from Petman, but he can't get there. And the ball does hit the boundary rope, and it's 4 more to White, who moves on to 18 and 120 for 4. George Scrimshaw, who excuse me, hasn't played an awful lot of red ball cricket, can get through 4 overs okay, but they're just nursing him at the moment.
I think they've got 2 in that category, actually. 2 players who similarly have only played the white ball.
Delivery is pushed into the onside by White. Hayden Kerr's only played white ball cricket for Derbyshire, but as I say, he's got that red ball contract with New South Wales, but he's been out at the IPL. He was a net bowler at the IPL. He described himself to me when I spoke to him first, end of the over, incidentally, 120 for 4. He said, I was a reserve for a reserve, because they were in bubbles out there, weren't they, in the IPL. So they've got some good experience out there bowling at some of the world stars, I'm sure. But
yeah, so he's very much short of cricket, and obviously deemed at this stage not fit enough to undertake a 4-day game. So they have got their problems at the moment. I think that perhaps would have
also contributed to them having to play 2 spinners.
Yeah. Although having seen the way the ball has turned, they probably won't be too disappointed. Mark Watt is coming around the wicket now to the left-handed Simpson, who pushes it out into the offside. And they're going straight to Alex Thompson. There's no run. The sun has disappeared for the time being, and quite frankly, there's a chill in the air now. Northerly wind will always bring a chill. Somebody who lives north of Manchester, I know all about the northerly winds bringing a chill. This next ball is pushed out into the offside. I did get a message actually from Roland Steenkamp, who's a regular contributor. He lives in South Africa. He's watching on the stream. Lovely crowd out. He says freezing over here with widespread snow predicted for this coming week. This one is using his feet and he drives it along the ground. Does Simpson for 4 runs. That's a glorious shot. It bounces against the advertising board and lands. You were ready, Roland. Right? You were like a coiled spring. Billy Godolphin comes to retrieve the ball. He's going to have to go all the way around. In fact, William, from the media team, is going to help his skipper out. Well done, William. Excellent work. He's getting a bit red-faced, bless him.
Good shot there by Simpson. Full half volley, and made no mistake with the drive. You get the impression that it's not a big spin of the ball. His actions suggest to be more of a drifter.
Pushed out into the offside. And there's no run. Renan just said, just a thought, I think the Middlesex were doing well. This was a good while ago, and I apologise, Renan. It was 12:30, and after that they lost a couple of wickets. But he said doing well in terms of occupation of the crease and shot selections, considering they're coming straight off the T20 game. But of course, Stoneman and Robson didn't play in the T20, so they're still very much in red ball mode, as that one is defended by Simpson. And there's no run. This game that's plonked, for whatever reason, I never really understood it, but in the middle of the T20 blast campaign of what comes around the wicket again and balls, that's driven up towards wide mid-off. Godalman's there to do the fielding. There's no run. And it's the end of the over at 124 for 4. This game that's plonked in the middle of the T20 always makes me laugh, because quite often up and down the country you'll see some absurd scores because the batsmen have, as recently as Friday night, I've been playing T20 cricket, and then on Sunday afternoon they're expected to start a 4-day game, and as a batsman you've been doing all the white ball skills, and now you've got to concentrate again on red ball cricket.
Yeah, it would be quite difficult for some of the players to just make that shift and make it so quickly. You know, to get, I mean, as you know, white ball cricket it's a mind thing. You get into your mind how you're going to play.
Simpson begins a new over from the leg end, and it's pushed. The first delivery is pushed by White into the onside.
Yeah, so very much, you get on automatic pilot basically in the one-day game, and then suddenly you get into a game that's going to last 6 hours a day.
Thompson is just defended, barely goes off the cut strip. There's a click on the line, and I'm not sure if that's coming through to everybody else. I apologise if it is. Might dial down at T and dial back in again. I could also do with Kevin Ham coming back, because I got an update at 2:30 as this next delivery is defended all into the leg side, just to the right of Leas Deploy, who did stick out a right hand. Couldn't get the ball to stick though. And I'll fix that as well. It's ripped away from its moorings completely, the side of the gazebo in which we are seated. As the wind gets up, Thompson bowls, and that one is played off the back foot out into the offside by White for a single. He moves to 19, 125 for 4. That click's getting. Can you hear that click?
Yes, I certainly can. And
it's not great, is it? The click.
You're also hearing the canvas beating on the wall.
What I might do at the end of I'm going to pass across to Kevin Hans here, because I've got an update almost immediately.
That's how Lamond knows.
There is a click on the line, so I might have to dial down and dial back in again. Hope to goodness it actually connects. You're never guaranteed it actually connecting. Thompson with 2 deliveries left of this over.
Yeah, I think it's but he's done
He's in now and bowls. That's a good lead.
Yeah.
Bouncing and turning, taken by Hook Guest. There's one left.
Still got a nice leg.
My guess.
Got a couple of wickets against these lads when we come.
And it would be a guess. Clicker stopped. Thompson balls. He goes for the sweep shot. It's a dangerous shot to play. If you're not going to make contact with your bat, he's down on one knee, is Alex Thompson, but the umpire, I think at the far end, is Hassan Adnan.
Yes, and that's
not out.
That's very much a T20 shot. Just trying to paddle sweep that one. Final delivery of the over. Much too full. Player that shot would have been better advised to just drive it up to mid-on and pick up a single, but instead, as you said, players.
Yes, hello, Watty. It's a very complicated arrangement we've got here. I have to get off the proper commentary to come and do your updates. So that's why I was just waiting for Kevin Hand to return, which he did. And I'm here, and I can tell you that Middlesex are 125 for 4 now. I've got dodgy headphones as well, that's good. Max Holden, the only man out since lunch, for 7. Brooke Guest taking the catch down the leg side of Toby Petman, who deserved the wicket. We've seen plenty of spin. We're about to see Anuj Dal come back. He picked up a wicket this morning, getting rid of Mark Stoneman. Good catch low down by Wayne Madsen for 37. But everybody's enjoying themselves, and the sun has come back out, I'm delighted to say. It's quite breezy, though, quite breezy here. You may remember a couple of years ago, I think, were you on? I'm not sure if you were on or not, when the water poured down the outside of the gazebo and drenched me. Terrible. Yes, the only time. I wish I could give up the day job if I was an influencer. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Can I give you one straight away? Well, Gary Gilmore's eyes. Was it Gary? Betty Davis eyes. Betty Davis eyes. There's 2. Why? Okay. Real people. Well, Gary Gilmore was a real person, wasn't he? Was he not on death row? Was he the subject of a song? It was a punk song in the 76, 77, 78, looking through Gary Gilmore's eyes. Something along those lines. I'll look it up and I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you. Yeah, thank you.
They've got to learn that from a young age. They've got to have that, you know, you can teach a kid how to attack first and then you can teach him how to defend. But if you teach him how to defend first, you might, you know, it's going to be tough. You've got to get them hitting the ball, which funnily enough, this is another great story over the years that you just pick up, you know, over the years. Nick Compton, when he was at Middlesex, can you ever remember anything that Dennis said to you? He said, only one thing, as this ball comes back in to White, just short of a length. He gets in behind it defending. He said, you know, I don't really remember too much, but I do remember the one thing on batting. I was out, and I think he said Dennis was on the Compton sipping away on whatever his favourite tipple was. Nick was out on the green batting, and he said the only piece of advice he ever gave him, you can't use every word that he used in a sentence. So you nearly could on the BBC use that whole sentence, but he said, just hit the ball. That's it, just hit the ball. Dials in, bowls, and this ball's eased away. It's a point, there's no run, 129 for 4. So a bit like Fulton said, so at what stage, you know, all these kids want to be T20 batters now. At what stage do you bring it in? And he said, well, the scoop and the paddle, they're very similar to the forward defence. So if you tell the young kids that actually they're setting up for the forward defence, because once you get into that position, it's from there that you adapt to then paddle and scoop. They're very similar, the forward defence and the paddle and scoop. So he said, that's how I do it with my kids. I teach them the forward defence first and say, no, that will come as a result of it. So here's Dahl, bowls to White, and there's no run. So once you're in that position, the little shift just to bring it over your shoulder, to scoop it or to paddle it is not too dissimilar. So it was quite an interesting distinction, and that's not too dissimilar to the way that White plays it. 129 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, I have a slightly different view on that one, and is that I think the scoop is a predetermined shot.
Yeah.
We're more so the defensive, forward defensive shot is not so much a predetermined shot. You know, it's seeing the ball at a certain length, which draws the batsman forward. But I think with the scoop, you have already made up in your mind that this is what I'm going to do. And,
I think he just meant on the weight transfer. That, premeditated. But I think what Fultz was saying, so I don't misquote him, was that actually, if you had premeditated that you're going to do it, you're actually doing a lot of things that are very similar in terms of your weight and going forward in the position you get it into, and then scooping it over your shoulder. Not that it was an adjustment.
Execution.
Yeah. Because otherwise I'll get a phone call from Fultz saying you completely misquoted me. No, indeed, premeditated.
You may still get that.
Yeah. Here goes Thompson around the wicket. I had a hello to you, which I mustn't forget to pass on. As this ball's pushed away into the offside by Simpson, and there's no run. Let me find it on Twitter. From your old postman, apparently.
All right.
Let's see who
he hasn't got a letter from me from all those years. He's been holding on to it. He's been holding on to it. My last paycheck.
Yeah, that check that was in the post. Thompson bowls, and the back foot, Simpson eases into the offside. There's no run. Let's see who it was. I did mean this morning. I gave it a little like. They must know that you're on Twitter as well, so I'll make sure. But that gets Gareth is his name. He says, please say hello to Mr. Butcher from his old paper boy. His paper boy. There we go. I delivered the occasional paper to his house when he lived in Hillingdon. There you go.
Well, Gareth, good to hear from you. It's a long time ago. I think you were always late with the paper as well.
Here's Thompson around the wicket. Flatter ball, cut away hard by Simpson. The sweeper's back at point, and it's just total 130 for 4. There you go. I've copied you in on his tweet, so he can thank you. So he can say hello to you himself.
Yep.
Mower of grass is his Twitter handle. Thompson over the wicket once more to White. Comes now plunge forward from White to defend this one. I've had quite a few questions on where's Peter Milan. I didn't think that he was going to be available for this one just yet, but maybe I've overlooked something. I'll query if he was meant to be available and subsequently hasn't been, but I didn't think he was. It's his. Thompson slipping a short leg, a lot of flight on it, and forward goes White, pushing away into the offside, a dot ball. A few on Dave Griffin, who's the photographer at Derbyshire. That is the end of the over, 130 for 4. He'd done a nice video. He does his morning previews talking about county cricket, and he was quoting a piece in Daryl Mitchell's book, which he'd been reading since a trip down to New Road recently, about the importance of cricket, and especially county cricket. That's prompted a bit of a debate on Twitter, I can see below. One that you and I were going to come back to, actually.
Yeah, good to see Annie Shave here, the editor of County Cricket Matters. I'm sure she'd have something to say about that.
Are you and her of a like mind? Does that give us a start onto what you were going to tell us earlier?
Yeah, I think county cricket is obviously very important. I have some views in terms of how it can be improved.
Dials around the wicket to Simpson bowls. Oh, and that lifts, really lifts on Simpson. He manages to just about ride it, bottom hand off the bat. Come on, prod away at the surface.
Yeah, good effort ball there by Dahl. Now wrung the wicket. Put that one into the pitch and surprised the batsman with the bounce of that delivery.
Go on, tell us your ways of improving.
Yeah, I mean, my ways of improvement, and before that, I would like to perhaps say why I feel it has gone downhill as well.
Dahl round the wicket bowls. This is punched off the back foot by Simpson. Well fielded. Short extra cover. It's Wayne Madsen in there who's... sorry, no, it isn't. Yes, no, it's Lewis Deploy, isn't it? Yes, Lewis Deploy. Extra cover.
Yes, he did well there. Nice piece of fielding. I think what has happened, certainly with the game in modern times, county cricket, if I draw a parallel with when I was playing,
Dahl to Simpson, turns into the onside, no run.
So when I was playing, basically, each county had 2 overseas players. They were mainly international overseas players. But the important thing was that in those days, you had those players for the entire season, which was a benefit to the team and a benefit to the club and the young players. Modern times, players are in and out. It's like a conveyor belt. You've got a guy for 6 weeks, 3 matches.
Yeah,
Dahl to Simpson onto the pads. He'll get a run just back of the square on the leg side. Umpire will tap his knee. 131 for 4.
Right, so you have players in for 3 games, 2 T20s. So a club now has 4 different overseas players a year. That does no good at all for your club. It might do good for the team because you might win a competition. But in terms of the development of the young players in the club and the young players in the team, it does absolutely nothing for them. I've got a remedy for that.
Dahl over the wicket, ball short, and that's risky worked by White to mid-wicket, looking to pull. And unlike White, that shot really, top ball it is.
Yeah, he's obviously a shot that he favours. He picks the length up quite quickly, and with good contact, there's runs to be had because the onside field is not that strong. There's just the 3 players. I guess he was a bit unfortunate in picking up the mid-wicket player with that shot.
Dahl, Simpson to White, leaves lane, outside off. End of the over, 131 for 4.
Yes, and Middlesex rebuilding gradually here. Had an excellent start, 81 for 1, but then lost their way somewhat. Yeah, the remedy I have, I mean, I know there's a lot of discussion about getting rid of certain clubs and having 10 teams. I think that's a backward step. I mean, you cannot ask counties for the last 15, 20 years to invest heavily in stadia and player and spectator comfort. They've done that, and now, 8 teams. What will they do for the rest of the time? I believe that one way of remedying it is to increase the overseas players from 2 to 4. And I'll tell you, I'll come back to that in a minute.
Thompson around the wicket, slipping a short leg. Lots of flight and driven away to mid-off by Simpson, no run.
Yeah, increase the numbers to 4 overseas players a team can have, but 2 of those must be players that play the entire season. That still allows you the opportunity to bring in guys for 6 weeks.
Thompson, bit of flight. Simpson edges. What a catch! Wow! What a catch! Simpson can't believe it either. He puts his hand to his face. That was stunning from Wayne Madsen. One-handed in the air. That's as good a slip catch as you'll see off a spinner. Oh, goodness me. The ones they put down this morning. 2 in 2 balls to drop Robson and Stoneman. But he has taken something quite special there, Wayne Madsen. I really hope that the replay pictures that you can see online of these picks that one up. 131 for 5. Simpson's gone for 19. He won't believe it at all. That was a stupendous piece of slip fielding by Wayne Madsen.
Yeah, that was a brilliant catch. Beautifully bowled by the off spinner. You've got to give the spinner credit for that. He tossed it up outside the off stump, just out of the reach of Simpson, who went for an expansive drive. He got a thick outside edge. It went high. And Madsen's reaction at first slip was razor sharp and just took it with one hand. In these breezy conditions, he's taken a terrific catch. But more importantly, what that catch has done is put Derbyshire firmly in control of this game right now, as the 5th wicket goes down at 131. And terrific piece of cricket, beautifully bowled and a fabulous catch.
What a way to mark your 200th first-class catch for Derbyshire. Wayne Madsen, stunning. His 200th first-class match, and I doubt he's ever taken a better one, Butch.
Yeah, I think the good thing here for Madsen is perhaps the height. He didn't have to do a great deal besides throw a hand up. Had it been about chest height, it might have been a lot more difficult, but still needed catching. And he's done just that.
I guess it was the speed that went through, because quite often at slip, when you're that close, if it's going over your head, you kind of think it's gone by the time you're up there because it's gone so quickly. Yeah. Just one of those, you throw up a hand and it either sticks or it doesn't, and that did stick.
You keep looking, you think that's going to be a drop, but no, that's a fabulous catch.
There's a side-on replay of it as well, which we're going to see in a moment. If you're wondering how we're watching, if you're listening on BBC Sport website and app, or through BBC Sounds, and of course the live streams of these games are available via all the county websites, so head to Derbyshire's website and find the link. Yeah, the side-on replay is really quite special on that. They've done a good job here, Derbyshire, in the replay. Side on as well, because the camera's really followed it nicely through to slip. And there we go, what a catch. Here's the new batter, Luke Holman, in at 7, who is, well, as good as a batter as you'll see on the club circuit, they say, especially as a young 21-year-old. Fabulous all-rounder. He is a leg spinner as well. 131 for 5. He's got a job to do here with Robbie White at the other end. Very laid-back characters, the pair of them. Some bowls to Holman, right over the top of it, pushing away into the offside. There's no one. There's 2 slips in place for the left-handed Holman. The off-spin of Thompson. There's a short leg as well. Jack Davies has been on a coffee run for Middlesex, 12th man. 2 coffees and a, what do you call it? It'll be a fruit smoothie, the other one is. Thompson bowls and forward goes Holman, pushing away into the offside. There's no run. 131 for 5.
Yes, and I'll finish, Kevin, in a minute. I'll finish my solution.
Oh no, don't finish. We want to hear. It's a subject that needs great debate at the moment. It needs a long talk, really, as how it's all going to be fixed. As Flatter, quicker ball, has Holman backing up, easing into the offside, and there's no run. Plays it as he so distinctively does off one leg, off the back foot. He just sits back. He reminds me a lot, Butch, and listeners will have to forgive me, so I say it to everybody. There's something about him that makes him feel very much like a left-handed Rob Key to me. The way, just the way he goes about his business out there, he really reminds me of Rob Key, but a left-handed version. 131 for 5.
Yes, and
you can come back to that one later.
You're not referring to his size, are you?
Yeah, well, he's a big man. He's, I mean, for 21, he's got broad shoulders on him, hasn't he?
He's a big lad. You can see that even from this distance.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting back to my solution, as I said, I would increase the overseas players to 4 per team. With a proviso that 2 must be players for the entire season, so that the club and the players benefit.
Last last over to White for defence.
Yep. And that still allows you to have 2 other players that you can bring in for, just like you do now for T20s or X amount of championship matches. But I want to have the benefit of those 2 guys, just like before, being there to assist the young players who are not in the team and the players who are actually in the team. Obviously, they have to be good quality overseas players, not just because you want some benefit to be derived.
Dahl, bowl. Snow doesn't release it in the end, does he? Dead ball signals.
Yes, and Dahl, very enthusiastic. He's putting some effort into his bowling, but Middlesex really got some work to do now, because after a very promising start, they've certainly fallen behind the 8 ball right now. And Derbyshire will be quite pleased with their performance today.
I wonder how disappointed Middlesex will be, because obviously spin's playing a very big part. They've played 2 spinners, Middlesex. Derbyshire will be batting last. Well, assuming that they don't go very big in their first innings. As Robbie White nudges down to long leg for a single. He moves to 25, 132 for 5.
Well, with half the side out at the moment, it looks...
I mean, they need runs, don't get me wrong,
It looks fairly unlikely, as if they'll go big in the first innings. So
no, sorry, unless Derbyshire go big, then Middlesex will be
out of the game.
Derbyshire will be batting last.
Be out of the game, but you don't want to be in this position at this stage of the afternoon, where you've been in control, because the score had moved nicely onto 81. You were just 1 wicket down.
Yeah, it was looking good up to lunch, wasn't it? And then those 2 fell quickly.
Now the wheels have fallen off somewhat. But you must give Derbyshire some credit.
Yeah.
I think they've stuck at their game, and
they bowled better as the day's gone on, haven't they?
They've got rid of the reward.
We tickle that first hour. This ball is edged by Holman past second. There's no third in place. A slide at third holds him to a single. Back foot offering, really, from Holman, looking to punch off the back foot, open the face, but a very fine nick. Fortunately for him, not fine enough for second slip, and there's no third there. So he's off the mark with a single. 133 for 5. Yeah, that first little while that we were together, they weren't bowling particularly badly, Petman and Connors, but we felt they could have bowled better. And as that second hour of the morning went on, they did bowl better. Dahl's in, and this is full, clipped by White into the onside. It's fielded at mid-on, no run.
Yeah, that first delivery there to Holman, had there been a third slip, it would have been straight to him. It would have been a regulation catch, and I don't think they even had a gully at that stage, which is surprising. The new batsman facing his first delivery.
It's Ball is on a length. He's back up the track and there's no run. I mean, as much as there's a little bit of assistance out there for the seam bowlers, isn't there? The spinners and Middlesex winning the toss, deciding effectively that they want Derbyshire batting last on this. I think they'll be quite keen with the amount of spin that they saw in the first morning with Holman and Walla in the side. But, as you say, they need runs on the board. Because already at this stage, I'd suggest one name to you. Shah Massoud. He's going to have a big say in this match, I fancy. Especially if spin is to the fore throughout the game. As this ball's on a length outside of the off stump, left alone by White, 133 for 5.
Yeah, good finish to the over. Yes, having won the toss, you know, you're looking to put a decent score on the board. I wouldn't have imagined that Middlesex would have been thinking at this time in the afternoon that they would have lost 5 wickets. They would have viewed the pitch as being pretty good, and later on perhaps be a little bit more difficult for the batsmen the third and fourth day of the game. But on the first day, you would have expected, and they would have expected, to be in a much better position, maybe just 2 wickets down at this stage. Instead, they're 5 down and really have to fight hard to rebuild an innings to really give them a chance of staying in the game. I think Derbyshire at the moment would be quite happy. They had to bowl first. Really, they've been quite disciplined. Nothing special, but I think the spinners have bowled pretty well, the off spinner particularly.
He's in now. Thompson bowls to Holman, drives with an open face. It was a cry catch, but it was all along the floor. Out to a deep backward point it goes. He's taken 2, 135 for 5. There'll be contrasting styles between Holman and White, I can promise you that. Holman's fresh out of the T20 side as well, where he hasn't particularly scored a run in T20 actually. He did get 29 not out the other evening, but had a difficult time where he was promoted even up to 4. Morgan dropped out with a slight groin strain. Thompson again. Nice flight on his forward defence from Holman.
Yeah, I saw Morgan play the game on Thursday. He didn't look his best in the game.
No, it was a difficult game for Morgan. That one is to return from the groin industry. That groin injury. Swept hard by Holman for 4. Cry of catch. That was very optimistic from Thompson. He really did connect sweetly with that. His first boundary moves to 7, 139 for 5. Yeah, he wouldn't have played too much cricket this year, Morgan. He's got that England series coming up in the Netherlands, where you've just come back from, of course.
Yeah, I think Morgan is the sort of player that he needs cricket. He needs cricket.
Balls and forward goes. Holman, no run.
I've seen him look similar in other times where he's played little cricket, and he always looks very much out of touch. I think he's a guy that needs to have a run of games behind him, to find his best form. As you said, he hasn't played that much.
This one's short and picked up by Holman, and that will go for 4 through over mid wicket for a while, and then bounces his way over the rope and into those seats away to our right as we look across from the pavilion end. 143 for 5, as I say. Contrasting styles between White and Holman you're about to see.
Well, it looks like this Holman's brought that T20 mentality to the red ball game. He's not going to hang around if the ball is there. It looks as if he's going to hit it. It may be a good way to play, but at the same time, I think he's got to be mindful that Middlesex need him to hang around for a period of time.
Yeah, he really want Roland Jones to come for Middlesex at 8, and then Walla Louisa, he can bat for sure, but he'll play very much with an aggressive style. Walla Louisa before Bamba at 10 and Mercer at 11. They've lost the ball for a moment. Back to what you were saying. So 4 overseas, 2 who have to play the whole season.
Yeah.
I.e. you can't fill their slots. If they do pull out, well, tough. They were assigned as the full season overseas. Yeah. And then the other 2 slots can be rotated.
To allow for clubs who might want to, bring in the player for.
Yeah, well, you look at Shah Massoud here for Derbyshire, a fabulous signing. I think when Middlesex signed Pete Hanscom, they were hopeful that he'd have been a full season player. Obviously, his 2 years with Middlesex is done now. He's gone back early for family reasons and that Australia call-up. This ball's well gone, actually. It was 4, wasn't it? It wasn't 6. It's bounced up and over those chairs, I think, yeah. Sweet pickup from Holman. I'd fully endorse that. I mean, what Middlesex since I've been covering Middlesex 2005. I began. It's only been one overseas up until now, where they've reintroduced the 2 overseas. But of course, they had coal packs then, which were a very.
But you didn't get with the coal packs. You didn't get the best though.
You didn't get the best, but what it was said was that it did raise the quality across the board, because the amount of coal packs, it meant you weren't playing youngsters, and that was the downside to coal packs, that the youngsters were being blocked off by the number of coal packs there were, because people were bringing in ready-made players to score X amount or take X number of wickets that year. That you kind of guarantee by their level of experience that you couldn't guarantee by putting in a youngster.
But while there were good players, there were not the level of.
No, I mean you weren't talking
the top
about
liners.
No, exactly.
And that's what you need. I think you need the top liners.
There was the odd exception, wasn't there?
Yeah,
with the coal packs. Here's a lot of flight. This was pushed away into the offside. Quick single taken by Holman just in front of point. 144 for 5. A good example, actually. Jason Gillespie talked about David Visa when he was down at Sussex. He said David Visa is the best example of a coal pack you can find because of what he brings to the dressing room as a human, as a cricketer. He's a great performer as well. But equally, as I think even David Visa would admit, he's not that top liner, which is what you're talking about. So I always thought that, yeah, you've got to get back to 2 overseas and get in 2 big names. And that's what they've done now. They've got 2 overseas per county, and that slot's available. Of course, Middlesex aren't playing one in this game, are they? Because there's no Shaheen Shah Afridi, and he's gone back, and no Pete Hanscomida, because he's gone back, and Peter Milan's not in yet. So they're without an overseas.
So I'm asking them to go one step further.
Yeah, and get in 4, yeah. He's Dal bowls, forward goes home, or 2 steps further. Get in 4. As this ball's eased into the offside, it's fielded at point, there's no run. So yeah, I fully agree with that, Butch. I think if you can get an overseas in for the year, then it kind of forces your hand, does it? You've all got to work hard and say, right, we've got to find 2 that are full season overseas.
Yeah, I mean,
and it is going to raise that level.
Yeah, I mean, great for the young players in the club. I mean, you know, if you're a young guy, just sign a contract and you've got a suit here.
That's a beautiful ball from Dahl around the wicket, gets it to straighten on Holman, and he's beaten him all ends up there.
Yeah, good delivery. Just moving off the track. Holman not getting forward at all, just standing up straight, almost on the back foot.
I won't say who, but I was talking this morning as well about a reduction in games from 14 down to 10, and the answer is something which I've been saying all along. English cricket cannot do that because of the weather. You know, again, I won't say who I was talking to, but they were quite clear in their opinion that a reduction is not going to benefit cricket at all. As this ball gets an inside edge from Holman onto the pad, loops up into the air in the onside, there's nobody in place apart from Masood, who comes in from mid-wicket to collect. But they were all about to go up with the big LBW. It would have been drifting down anyway, I think, wouldn't it? But
yeah, just on the angle. But you know, I really believe that reduction's not a good thing. I mean, you need to be playing more cricket.
Yeah.
You know, when you get into, the more you play, when you get into a rhythm.
Exactly.
It's much easier to keep.
It's a rhythm game for batters as much as it is bowlers, I'd say. As this ball is going to have a chance. Right arm around to the left-handed Holman, beats the inside edge, hits high up for 1 on the knee roll. Leg byes will be signalled, so there was no bat involved. But the decision is not out. And I think, well, Derbyshire were very, very keen, but right arm around to the left-hander, you've got to get it doing a little bit, haven't you?
Yeah, very good shout. Probably needed to straighten a little bit that delivery. You would have wanted that ball to be coming back into the left-hander. You would have a much more better a chance of getting an LBW, perhaps
just
get a hit just outside the line.
Yeah, it's got to do a bit, hasn't it? All the batters really got to be trapped in their crease.
From that position there, really, the batsman had got outside the line, so he was pretty safe.
Tar bowls outside off, goes to the keeper, and there's no run. Yeah, the other thing that, especially sticking to 14 games, is I think you and I are both the same. And again, this was so long ago that I don't think Sam Robson will mind me saying it, because we just had a natter at the end of the season when it went from 16 to 14 games. And Robson said at the end of that season, I don't feel like I've had a season. It's just gone. Where's it gone? And, you know, that would have been a year where you'd lost a couple to rain, a couple to bad pitches. In comes Dahl, beats the edge as fishing at 1 outside off. White follows that one a little wide outside the off stump. And 145 for 5 it is. So it's as much a rhythm game for batters as it is bowlers. We always think of bowlers when we talk about rhythm, don't we? But batters like to be in a in a good zone, don't we? The zone was...
Listen, of course, you need, you know, Basma, you need to get into that groove. Listen, when I played, there was a period in the season where it was very hard physically, but once you got into a rhythm and, you know, you were playing well and the team were doing well, you didn't want it to end. There was a period in August, I'm not sure whether it's the same now, but there was a period in August where you played 21 days on the trot.
Yeah.
And, you know, people would think it was hard. You know, it certainly was a period where once you got into a groove, you know, you didn't want the season to finish because you were playing well, the team's doing well. But you know, so I think players need more. They need more games. They need more games.
I know, mate. From the main commentary team, we speak to Watty. Well, I'm talking to you and to the people on the stream. Yeah, I'm on the stream when I'm on this one, so yeah. Yeah, so the people on the stream now don't understand or don't know that I'm speaking to James Watt, who's currently on BBC Radio Derby, and a very good listener he is too, but of course the cricket is on, so you'll all be listening to that. No, you can butt in as much as you like, but no one can hear you. In space, nobody can hear you speak. Well, I'm still... Yeah, go on. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'll have a discussion with you. Thank you. Yeah, I can do. Yeah, you were listening on by the BBC Sport website on the Derbyshire stream. Yeah, I'll plug that up with you. Yeah, thank you very much. There we go. At the moment, for those on the stream, you can see it, of course. It's 147 for 5.
11.
Looks tasty. Yes.
That's always the way it follows up. It's just something like it's like dodgy just to clarify that it's all okay.
I am very much your man here at Queen's Park in Chesterfield. Middlesex 148 for 5 now, but we have seen one of the more spectacular catches you're likely to see at any cricket ground over the course of the next few days. 38-year-old Wayne Madsen. Bowling was Alex Thompson, the spinner. John Simpson had a bit of a whack at the ball. It flew off the edge, and Madsen, fielding at slip, leapt and caught it left-handed. He's a remarkable specimen, is Wayne Madsen, for a 38-year-old. At that stage, Middlesex are 131 for 5. They've moved on to 149 for 5 now. Robbie White has 26, and Luke Holman is with him. He's on 14, but Derbyshire will be, as I said earlier, very pleased with the progress they're making through the Middlesex batting lineup here, because Middlesex decided to bat first this morning when they won the toss, and they will be. They would have been expecting and hoping certainly to still be batting sometime tomorrow around lunchtime to get a big score. But at the moment, Derbyshire pegging them back nicely. And why did you not allow looking through Gary Gilmore's eyes? 1977, the adverts. It was a huge hit. Can we have Johnny B. Good then from Chuck Berry? Hmm? Well, I've got another one, but I'm not sure if it was her full name, because I don't think it was. Billie Jean by Michael Jackson. That was probably just their first two names. There's been a big appeal here, but it's been declined by the umpire. Sorry, I'm watching the cricket as well. That's a good question. I don't know. Maggie May. Yeah, Maggie May do this. Yes, absolutely. Mary Jane's Last Dance by Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers I've written down as well, but you won't have heard of that. So, well, I think Last Dance were her surname. So Mary Jane's Last Dance. No, you're not giving me that. No. Cheers, Watty.
Aspect of it, which would be a mighty shame if it just became a money-making machine.
But I mean, these days, the amount of money that can be generated from the game cricket. I'm not talking about a particular format.
Yeah. So bowls, wide outside off, left alone by White. Through to the keeper it goes. 149 for 5 it remains.
Yeah, there certainly is enough money being generated in the game to prop up the parts of the game that is not getting the finance, and county cricket has never been, certainly in our time, has never been a great earner.
The big difference was
there's nothing different.
The big difference was wasn't a big earner for the players back then. It is a big earner for now, and that's where the pressure's on the game, isn't it? The player wage inflation has been huge. As here's Dahl bowls outside off, and White has been drawn into it. Well, we just said it, didn't we? That White is not a big scorer in those kind of areas. He's been dragged a long way across to push at that one. Through it goes. It nips away from him. He just makes the little sign with his hand as he walks off that one nipped away from him, but it felt as though he got pulled away outside off on that, and 149 for 6 it is. So 26 for White. Back he goes. We quite literally said just that, didn't we? That they were setting him up outside off and going to hang it out there until he went after one.
Yeah, beautifully bowled there by Dahl, consistent with that line outside the off stump, and the batsman White being very uncertain with that type of delivery, just played at one that perhaps on reflection he could have left. Gets an outside edge, and through to the keeper. So
you're going to be replaced by Dave Fletcher, but just from a batter's perspective, I'm thinking if I was watching that on, if that was a test match now and they were analysing it, or the end of play analysis that they bring in, the question would be, why is he playing at that ball so far outside? He's defending that shot.
Yeah,
that's a defensive shot, isn't it?
It's a defensive shot, but his bat is nowhere under his eyes. It's right out in front of his pad and wide outside the off stump.
But why has he defended the ball on a 5th or 6th stump line?
Well, that's a good question. That's a delivery that you just let, because that cannot threaten the stumps.
It's an easy game for me. The reason why I'm asking you is because I know where his scoring areas were. Was it half in his mind that he's faced 5 dot balls in the over? They've set up a field where they've blocked off a big scoring area for him, which is 3rd. Just one slip in place. They've got a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. They're putting it outside off. So they're saying to Robbie White, if you want to score runs, you're going to have to come and play out here. Is that partly on his mind? Is that why he's pushed so wide?
Well, it shouldn't be, because really, his thinking should be.
It's Sada the new over. It's short, and Holman pushes off the back foot to extra cover off Watson. There's no run.
His thinking should be those type of deliveries. The more balls that he leaves, suddenly they'll come into his zone. They'll start bowling straight to him, and he'll be able to score.
Watt once more bowls, and Holman eases off the back foot. And there's no run. So just really an error in judgment, I think. From, from White. He didn't need to play at that, did he?
No, he's a long, long way away from his body there. Look, the distance between the bat and the pad.
He's done so much as well. That was his 83rd delivery. He's out for 26. He'd done a lot of the hard work, hadn't he? And over the top of this one, Holman defends into the offside. There's no run. Things really could happen quickly now with Roland Jones out there.
Yeah, well, when you look at the Middlesex batting today, there is a lot of players who've done just that. They've got good starts, and nobody's been able to go on.
Yeah. Well, the proof will have to be in the pudding for Middlesex when they come out with the ball and make it difficult for Derbyshire as Holman pushes away into the offside. But again, I'd say that when you put yourself in on the first day, there's a chance you're going to lose some early wickets. You're gambling that you're going to lose some, but you're going to be put out the whole day.
Not 6 before tea.
No, exactly. 149 for 6. This ball's tickled away, just fine a mid-wicket. Back foot by Holman. There's no run. You're about to be replaced by Dave Fletcher. Apologies, Dave, because I wanted to ask Butch a question before he left. So here's... Oh, a delay from Watt. He's delayed. I tell you what, we'll let you go mid-over. It's not usually the way, Butch, but sorry for dragging you on that little bit longer. As here's a lot of flight, and forward goes Holman, pushing away into the offside, and there's no run. And a dot ball it is. 149 for 6. Welcome back, Fletch. Put away, it was my fault. Sorry, it was my fault.
No, it doesn't matter. I'm more than happy. I'm always concerned about making people spend too much time on commentary.
Well, I was drawing him. I kept him on because I wanted to ask him about the White dismissal. So I managed to freeze frame.
He didn't need to play that, did he?
No, it was a long way outside. Well, I was asking the reasons why. What was in White's mind? Because that was his 83rd ball. It's unlike White because he is there for the long haul usually. But they'd figured him out. We were talking about a fielder down at deep third. They put one in, and that's a big scoring area for White.
Right.
So with the slip in place, the deep third, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, where's White going to score? The ball's kept outside off, but you know they played a game with him, which, as Roland Butcher said, White should have played the game back, left it alone, and said no, you bowl at me and bowl into his zone, and that was where White made the mistake. He just played at that one too far outside the off stump.
And those dull balls, that's a good delivery. It's that pace and bounce, not necessarily pace with Anuj Dal, but certainly bounce that he's getting at the moment, which is very, very good indeed. The ball flies through to Brooke Guest. Toby Roland Jones, tall man, down at the strikers end. We know he can bat, of course, so they will be wary, Derbyshire, that the job hasn't been completed yet. Just looking at the scores elsewhere in the second division, this one is pushed back towards Anuj Dal by Roland Jones, and there's no run. Leicestershire have recovered really nicely at Grace Road against Nottinghamshire, still languishing in the wilderness of the second division, of course, Nottinghamshire, and they put Leicestershire in, and Leicestershire at 202 for 2. They were 2 down quite early in that game. Sussex struggling a bit against Glamorgan at Cardiff, 145 for 5. And Durham, who chose to bat at Chesterfield Street against Worcestershire as Anuj Dal comes in again from the pavilion end, bowls to Roland Jones, left alone outside the off stump, 211 for 1. So they're going great guns, so he'll be beside himself, Mr. Emerson, I would imagine. Better for him to be beside himself than beside me, though. Adrian Rollins standing with the Middlesex players, and Roland Butcher's just gone out to say hello to a few as well.
Yeah, he and Jono had an overlap. 1990, Butcher's last year.
Next delivery from Dahl is defended by Roland Jones up to Billy Godleman at mid-off. Talk about the number of runs and wickets inside that very large tent.
Yeah. And of course, Richard Johnson took Middlesex's best bowling post-war.
10.
For 45.
At Derby.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I remember. Well, I wasn't there, but Griff has told me about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have an awful lot of very interesting conversations, myself and David Griffin. This next one, ooh, that's a good delivery. Roland Jones did well to get the bat inside that one, if indeed he did.
I thought you were going to say we have an awful lot of records set against us.
Well, Derbyshire, yeah. In days gone by, I've just been talking about how much better it is this season than it was last season. Even down at Lords, you could tell it was going to be better this season than last season in the draw between these sides in the opening round of matches. But since then, they have lost at Trent Bridge, and the last day was really disappointing. But apart from that, this next delivery is turned into the leg side by Roland Jones, but he can't get off the mark as it's fielded by Leas Deploy, and it's the end of the over. 149 for 6 with 14 to Luke Holman, and Roland Jones yet to get off the mark. I feel like the headmaster's watching me.
Which one?
The one to my left.
Oh, DT.
It just feels like the headmaster is just inspecting my work. I don't want him to mark me out of 10, though.
No, he's more like the dodgy janitor, isn't he? What do we call janitors here? That's an American word. The dodgy caretaker.
Yeah, caretaker.
That was what he called Richard Johnson once when he took over as interim coach.
Kind of
Oh,
a
the
caretaker
caretaker
coach.
manager,
Yeah.
Richard Johnson didn't like it. No, I'm the interim manager, thank you. Interim coach. Watt, left arm over from the Lake End, he bowls, and Holland's right in behind this, and there's no run. That little bridge over back.
Yeah.
Does it go all the way over the lake, or does it just lead you towards the lake? Stops halfway. Watts in, bowls, and Holman on the back foot pushes back up the track. 149.
To my eternal shame.
You didn't pick me up first. DT got there first.
No. Well, yeah, I wish I'd have got there before him. But to my eternal shame, I'd never been over the bridge. I think it goes into the town centre.
Oh, DT. Here's Watt, bowls, and Holman defends this one into the offside. There's no run.
Due to be completed. It was a council job, and it's due to be completed in 2037. Yes, I know. I'm not 100% sure where that bridge goes.
Well done, DT. I'll give you that one. Here's Watt. He's in, bowls, and picked up by Holman. Swept high and hard into the offside. Did it clear the rope? No, it didn't. One bounce over the rope for 4. Keep a close eye on it. They've lost one down there already today, haven't they?
Did they lose it?
Well, they lost for a while.
Yeah, no, I knew they were looking for it.
Yeah,
they've got it. I was listening that they were radioing for stewards to get down there and help with the search for the ball.
Goodness
when I was
me.
standing just to the right of the commentary position, the VIP area.
Oh.
Well, that's what they like to call it.
What do you think tea's going to be like? We had a lovely lunch, didn't we? Lasagna,
I think
coleslaw, chips.
there is a packet of biscuits next door.
This one's eased away into the offside by Holman. There's no run. Well, I went in and I returned the little packaging that our lunch had come into the chef and said, "Oh, thank you very much. That was absolutely delicious. Really appreciate it." And on the way out the door, I said, "Yes, must always be nice to the chef. You make sure you get a good tea as well, then."
Always be nice to the chef.
So we live in hope. Here's Holman on the back foot, punching 3-point for 4. Lovely shot. 22 for him, 147 for 6.
Nice little counter attack from Holman.
Yeah, he's a good batter. He's at the moment, certainly at this precise moment in time, he's a better batter than bowler. They overall don't know which one will be his best. He's a genuine all-round. He's a lovely leg spinner. He took 10 for last year down at Hove, the 21-year-old. It's not bad going for a 21-year-old leg spinner. I mean, we talk about spinners. What was Phil Tufnell's one? DT will probably remember this better. He's not until his age begins in a 3. Then don't come and talk to me of a spinner. That was what Phil Tufnell said, and I don't mean 3 years of age. 3-0, 3-1, 3-2. It takes a while. That's gone a little bit now, hasn't it? You do see younger and younger spinners.
That phrase or Phil Tufnell? Never quite sure.
Old Tuffers, there'd have been another one for Butch and DT back in the day, and DT was the Middlesex commentator on a full-time basis.
They let him do it full-time?
Did he do it full? Yeah, he did, yeah. Here, there and everywhere. He tells the story when Middlesex won it down in Hove, wasn't it? And him and Gus and Tuffers on the park bench.
Sleeping.
Yeah.
Still time tonight at a hotel, though. Lewis Rees begins a new over, and that's turned into the leg side by Roland Jones.
Was there a fish and chips on the way back from the pub that night or something on that park bench down in Hove? They were all a little worse for wear, I think, as he describes the story that evening.
Can't imagine that.
He can't even remember telling me the story now, look.
So are you back tonight? You're going home tonight?
Yes,
Well,
indeed.
that's a shame, because it was a big night out in Chesterfield tonight.
Oh, well, no, we'll see. I might be around for the start tomorrow. We'll see.
Well, it's a big night out in Chesterfield tonight, that's all I'm saying. We'll let you know where we are. Here's, well, not everybody, obviously, but here's Lewis Rees in and bowls to Roland Jones, who drives very pleasantly straight to Billy Godalming at mid-off. And there is no run.
Might hang it out. Yeah, I will. I'll hang it out to the morning. That's what I'll do.
Okay.
So, yeah. Pull an overnighter.
Myself and Debbie Griffin have got a bed for the night in Chesterfield, which is...
Oh, have you?
Well, it's very exciting until you discover it's the same bed.
Yeah.
Which is a slight concern, but...
yeah, well, yeah.
We'll report back tomorrow. Matty McKinnon's on the field at the moment, and mid-on, he's the 12th man. I think it's... I was going to say, oh, that's a good delivery from Lewis Rees. Perhaps just moving a little bit off the surface as it went past the edge of Chubby Roland Jones's bat. You're right, he is such a good cricketer, Lewis Rees. And not bowling took something away from him. He's not opening the batting either at the moment, because that's down to Shan Masood and Billy Godalming, and I know he wants to get his opener's spot back as well. A rather large gust of wind blows through the gazebo. And in comes Rees again. That one's turned into the leg side. I think there was some bat involved in that, so Roland Jones will be off the mark. No, it won't, because it's a leg by. Oh, he'll be furious with that. I thought he got off the mark there, but he hasn't. 157 for 6 now, and the 57th over, so still plenty of cricket to come today. 9.5 overs until tea. They won't be too far away from the time that tea should be, which is quite remarkable from a Derbyshire perspective. They very rarely get to tea at the right time. Here comes Rees again. Couple of slips in place, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by the left-handed Holman, and the ball's allowed to go through to Brooke Guest once again behind the stumps. He's taken a couple of catches today. Brooke Guest to get rid of Max Holden and Robbie White. The one to get rid of Holden was a really good one down the leg side. Had to move a long, long way to get to it. The one to dismiss Robbie White was much more routine. Just an outside edge through to the wicket-keeper. Here's Rees again to bowl his final ball of the over. It's wide of the off stump, allowed to go through to the keeper. And just the one leg by from that first over back from Lewis Rees. That's his 6th in total. 1 for 17 his figures. 22 to Holman. Roland Jones yet to get off the mark. It was Anuj Dal who was off the field because he's come back. Matty McKiernan leaves. It's 158 for 6. Middlesex, who won the toss this morning and decided to bat first. The leading scorer so far remains Mark Stoneman on 37.
Long time ago that, wasn't it? That first 40 minutes looked pretty good for Middlesex. It was the 41st minute when Sam Robson departed. LBW to the man who just finished that last over, Lewis Rees. 158 for 6 is the score. And yet to get off the mark, Roland Jones. Batting at 8.
He thought he had in that. I'm sure there was some bat in that one that he played out into the leg side in the last over. The umpire didn't agree.
He's got the strike as round the wicket will come. Watt to him. Two very capable batters out there as is Watt bowling and Roland Jones forward, pushing into the onside. Richard Johnson, when he had his first stint with Middlesex, he was bowling coach and assistant coach as well, second 11 coach. I spoke to him about Roland Jones, who's scoring so many runs at 9 for Middlesex. And there was big calls for him to say, well, look, he's scoring so many at 9, why doesn't he go up the order to at least 8? As Watt bowls, and Roland Jones, thick inside edge, will get off the mark. I think he went across the front of the pad, cry of catch for short leg. It was fine of him. And single moves Middlesex to 159 for 6. The answer, Richard Johnson said, was when he bats at 9, he has an awful lot of freedom, and he comes out and he plays his natural game. Batting at 8, there's just that little bit more pressure to play straight, bat properly.
To be a proper batsman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is what he has to be here now, batting at 8 in this one, because he's got Luke Holman at the other end, who is a proper batter and has batted as high as 4 in the blast. And you know, there's no reason why he couldn't bat as high as 4, 5, 6, 3 for Middlesex in Championship cricket. He's regarded as a very, very good young batter. 21-year-old. He stands up tall in his crease now as Watt bowls to him, and then crouches down quite a lot as he plays the shot. Really gets those knees bent. When you think how upright he is in his stance, he's quite squat as he plays the ball. Squatting down again at short leg and slip with 2 close catches. And Watt moves in, bowls, nice bit of flight, and behind this Holman defends.
I do wonder about a short leg. He's there really to prevent a shot from being played, because the chances of him taking a catch most of the time are fairly slim. I can't remember the last time I saw Lears deploy take a catch there, if I'm honest.
Watt to Holman, and I suppose punched off the back foot down to long on, to my relief, because I thought you just bought a wicket there, to be honest, Fletch. I thought he was nailed on. That next delivery was going to be into the hands. 160 for 6.
If I had that kind of power, Kevin, I've always said I wouldn't be doing this.
Yeah. Around the wicket, Watt to Roland Jones, bowls, lots of flight and pushed away to cover. There's no run. 160 for 6 it remains. The fitness gurus of Middlesex, the physiotherapist Pete Waxman, and the strength and conditioning coach Mitch walking across in front of us there, out to meet the Brains Trust Richard Johnson, Rory Coots.
The backroom staff these clubs have now.
Yeah. That's what DT says. He said, if you want to save county cricket, cut the size of the backroom staff.
Well, it would go far wrong.
Yeah, Rory Coots, the club coach, and the bowling coach, Jade Dern, back away to our right-hand side. Inside Richard Johnson. So they take one or the other to the away game. They either take the batting coach, Mark Ramprakash, or the bowling coach, Jade Dern, back. They're consultants as opposed to full-time. They come in on a consultancy basis, so that saves a bit of money.
Like Ian Bell with Derbyshire. He's not here this week, he's elsewhere. Lewis Rees begins a new over. Bowls to Holman, who pushes it out into the offside, fielded by Sammy Connors, who's probably the only bowler not to have taken a wicket. Looking at that list, Dahl's got a couple. One each for Rees, Watt, Petman and Thompson.
Oh, I thought you were looking at the list to our right. I thought you were talking about a fair few wickets there between Jono and Jade Dernbach.
Former Derbyshire man, Jade Dernbach, of course.
Oh, was he? Had a loan?
A very brief loan in the T20 a couple of seasons ago, yeah. Yeah. Next delivery to Holman, he crashes it away for 4 runs out to the cover boundary. Just a stand and deliver shot, really. Slightly back was the initial move, but the force with which the ball was struck meant that nobody stood a chance as it goes out to the cover boundary for 4 more. 164 for 6 now. Holman moves on to 27.
Belies his age, doesn't he, Holman, in stature, but also in confidence and performance out in the middle. I always said, and I put it to him, I said, you know, you really look out in the middle that like you've been there forever. You don't look like a 20-year-old, 21-year-old, whatever old he was whatever age he was when I interviewed him.
Right now, just one little flex of the knees initially, then he pushes the ball out square on the offside.
But you watch him now, he's out there working away, he's thinking about the ball, you know, a little movement of the glove, then he comes back down with the bat, now he's prodding away at the surface. And
yes, he does look at a much older.
Yeah, and he said, I'm glad you said that, Kev, because that's the impression I want to give. So it was quite a nice little chat, that, you know, when you're only doing an interview and he's come up in a little moment like that. It was, yeah, it was nice, because you know, it really did. It struck me. This guy looks like he's been there forever.
Nervous and scratching around. Well, he's certainly not doing that. It's a good leave outside the off stump through to Brooke Guest. Yeah, if you give the impression that you belong, and that's the thing, isn't it?
He almost looks a little dismissive at times, even with that leave there. And that's why I think the Rob Key comparison's there. You know, Key used to say, "Who are you?" You know, he's a lovely bloke off the field to talk to, Rob Key, if you've ever. You know, he was really helpful with the media when he was a player, and
I'll let you know when he's destroyed county
well,
cricket.
that's it, yeah. On that front, as an administrator, we've all got our doubts at the moment. As Rees comes in again.
Bowls to Holman. That one just seemed to keep it a little bit low. He dealt with it well, though. Pushes it out into the onside. Shan Masood does the fielding.
Yeah, but Key had that same persona in the middle, where it
can almost be misrepresented as sort of arrogance, but it's not arrogance, is it? It's confidence.
Yeah,
it's confidence to go out there and say, "No, I actually belong here, and if you're going to take my wicket, you're going to have to work hard for it." And he is making them work hard for it at the moment. 164 for 6. Rees is in and bowls to him, and he crashes that one away for 4 more. That was hit as hard as the previous one, and ended up with the same result out to the cover boundary for 4 more. He's moved on to 31 now, 168 for 6.
Yeah, even there, I can't get it out of my head. And, you know, just in that moment there, it struck me again. Just the way, just before the bowler was about to turn and bowl, you know, he's not caring in the world, not bothered. This is easy for me. He's kind of kicked away at a bit of dirt and then just settled down into his crease and you know, then punches a ball off the back foot like that. It really is an impressive player. Impressive batter.
Beautiful shot.
Yeah, I mean, 21 years of age, and his wrist spin to go with it as well. I think he's got the world at his feet, this boy. I think Middlesex have really found one in Luke Holman. I've said it many a time. I've probably talked him out now, but it's been a lovely 31 on a difficult afternoon for Middlesex.
Be at Surrey in no time. I've just got to go and do an update.
And he's going to be replaced by David Townsend, who I don't think DT heard that, Fletch. I wish he had. He'll be at Surrey in no time, said Fletch. I'll give DT a moment to think on that one as he puts his headset on. 168 for 6.
There's not too many go that way, Middlesex, sorry. I think far more
come the other way.
The other way, don't they?
Jade Dernbach.
And we're back on me on the stream, because there'll be an update for James Watt fairly shortly. Bit of baccarat being played at the moment. Baccarat, yeah. Baccarat. Oh. I have no idea at all. No, I don't remember it. We don't watch ITV. No, we don't watch ITV in our house. It's on a lot. ITV2's on a lot at the moment because I have a 22-year-old staying in my house. Yeah, yes, I've never seen it, but oof, almost a wicket there. No, yes, he watches it with his girlfriend, and I leave the room. Well, I'm never there actually. Yes, well, yes, all the clothes. Yes, pre-loved, isn't it? Pre-loved. I think you'd look good in one. I know that for certain. I know that for certain. Good. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Paddy McGinty's go. Yeah. Yeah. The latest is that Middlesex are 169 for 6 now. Anuj Dal has picked up the wicket of Robbie White, caught by Brooke Guest for 26. A fairly straightforward catch for Brooke Guest, it's fair to say, just especially in view of the one that he took before, immediately after lunch, in fact, when he had to move a long way across into the leg side to take a catch to dismiss Max Holden. And Derbyshire will be very pleased with the way things have gone. As I said earlier, they lost the toss. Billy Godleman, Packers skipper, lost the toss. Middlesex decided they'd have a bat first. And they were going really nicely at 81 for 1. But once Mark Stoneman was out for 37, Derbyshire have been on top since then, I think it's fair to say. Luke Holman is just producing a little counter-attack at the moment. He's on to 31. Toby Roland Jones is with him. He's on 2. 169 for 6. And we are about 4 overs away from tea. Oh, no, I'll be there at 4 o'clock. I'll be there at 4 o'clock, don't worry. I always enjoy a bit of production. And serve them with a pair of tweezers or whatever that. No, there's a packet of biscuits in the gazebo next door, I understand, and that's where I'm heading once the food. Yeah, because that's pretty much what food and what we're doing this evening. Yeah, that's pretty much, yeah. Okay.
And Wales and Scotland as well.
When you're flying over it at 30,000 feet, you can't. You get
Can't
one
see any
point
land.
where you can't see land.
Really?
Yeah, it's that
Wow.
big.
Wow.
That is a big lake.
It is indeed. Here's Lewis Rees. He's left arm over, bowls to Roland Jones, who swings and misses outside the off stump. It's through to the keeper, and there's no run. I'm going to ask Dave Fletcher to do something he's going to absolutely hate. Can you take a picture of DT and I before you go? We should do our 10-year challenge, DT. Well, probably even longer than that, I reckon. There's a picture in mind, which I reckon was circa 2005, 2006. At you probably weren't smiling back then either. Uxbridge, a tent in Uxbridge.
I got the smile,
you got a smile from him. Here's a drive from Roland Jones, only as far as mid-off, and there's no run. So let's, yeah. I reckon it's a lovely pitch. Thanks, Fletch.
Does that look all right?
It looks certainly look well. It's a good one to me, anyway. Good. Yeah. Go on, I'll get out of the way in between overs because we stole 10 minutes off him a few minutes ago. Or in between, I'll do this delivery and then I'll hand the headset across. But yeah, there was a picture I had in mind way back in the day at Uxbridge, so I thought we should get another one together. But he's probably still wearing the same thing as well as his. Reese bowls outside of the off stump from Roland Jones. Through to the keeper it goes, 169 for 6. See you in a bit, DT.
This is new, I'll have you know.
Oh, wait, hold on a minute. No, who are you replacing? You're replacing DT, aren't you, not me? Who's meant to be on?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, go on, DT.
You'll go on then.
I'll keep going, because I'm not here tomorrow. I'm enjoying it.
All right, okay. And everybody likes to work with Fletch, don't they?
Yeah, exactly. It's Butch's turn, isn't it? So I'll keep going until Butch gets back, because he's having a natter with the mate, which is absolutely fine. So how close are we to tea, indeed? 3 overs. Well, there we go. We'll do through to tea, me and Fletch. As Reese is in, bowls. Oh, that lifts outside off. Wow, that really picked up some pace and bounce. And Roland Jones will not mind seeing that at all.
No. I'll see if I can manage 3 overs. The problem is that the updates I have every half hour, you end up not doing half-hour stints because I have to leave.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And all the rest of it. It's a bit of a pain.
Well, this way, you grab this little 10 minutes here.
Yeah.
And then tag that on something else.
Then I can start after 4 o'clock.
I'm really disappointed that I'm not going to be here for the full 4 days.
Yeah,
It's a great start to this game.
On so many fronts.
Reese is in. Driven by Roland Jones to mid-off, no run. Sorry, this was your end before your update.
No, it's all right. Carry on.
No, thank you for that picture. Yeah, it was a tent in Uxbridge. It would have been one of our first years together, DT and I. So I thought it'd be nice to get a. They call it the 10-year challenge. It's a near 20-year challenge.
There was no game on. You were just camping.
Yeah. Well, exactly. That was what I was going to go for. Still glamping it 20 years later, DT and I. See if I can dig out that old picture.
I tell you what, if you went glamping and you ended up with this gazebo, you'd be hugely disappointed.
What's the opposite of glamping? If glamping's glamorous camping.
Let's have a think.
Is one that doesn't quite get up to Roland Jones. Now that's interesting again. And again, Roland Jones will not mind that at all. One that's really got up, one that hasn't got up. Roland Jones, of all the bowlers in this match, I think will be rubbing his hands together more than any other. 169 for 6. Yes,
he'll be pleased with that one. But that's a couple that haven't kept up from the pavilion end, especially. A couple of balls that have just kept a little bit lower. Certainly the batsmen have given the impression of the ball keeping a little bit lower. We're going to see Alex Thompson continue. He bowled 1 over for 1 run at the start of this mini spell, really, because he's only going to get 2 overs more, because it's 3 overs until tea now here at Chesterfield. Well, the sun has disappeared momentarily, so it's a little bit chilly. Kev keeps removing items of clothing and putting them back on again. I think mainly for the photograph as much as anything.
Aye.
I don't think we'll see Roland Butcher much over the course of the rest of the day. He's currently talking to Adrian Rollins.
That's
out
all right.
there.
I'll be happy.
And he's absolutely loving it out there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, he's got so many mates in there next door, so he'll be good. He's got a good few days ahead of him.
We will flog him over days 2, 3 and 4. This bit of flight from Alex Thompson there. Ball pushed into the leg side by Luke Holman. He's got 31 from just 45 deliveries, 6 fours, a couple of them most recently glorious cover drives.
Do you know where he's staying tonight, Butch? Don't tell me exactly, because you don't want to tell all the listeners, but do you know where he is staying? Are you aware where he's
Yes, I am. Yes, yeah. This one is turned into the leg side. He's got an invitation to the night out.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
We'll make sure that I've got his number, so we can organise the night out. Told him he can leave when he wants.
DT and I top and tailing again tonight.
You can do what you wish. You can very much do as you wish. I'm sure it wouldn't be the first time.
No.
Thompson bowls, and it's clipped into the leg side by Roland Jones, straight up to the man at mid-on.
Actually, it would be. I've had the floor a few times, so I've never topped and tailed with him. I haven't been that brave.
I know, I wouldn't be either. You never know. It's Thompson. That one is guided off the edge of his bat by Roland Jones. He's going to pick up a couple here, I think. No, he's only going to take one, because Madsen gets there, leaps to his feet and returns the ball. 171 for 6 now. Roland Jones on 2-3. Holman has 32.
I'm still chuckling about his lake comments or response. Does it go all the way over the lake? No, it stops halfway.
Which lake was he talking about in the plane?
Oh, yeah. Where was the lake in the plane? The plane in the lake. Where was it? Victoria.
Victoria Lake. That's in Northern Ireland. This one is pushed up to mid-on by Holman.
So if you're at 30,000 feet, there's a point in the lake where you can't see land. That's how big the lake is. Extraordinary, huh?
It is quite big, that, isn't it?
Aye.
I rarely go abroad, so I haven't got too many stories like that. Thompson bowls, left alone outside the off stump by Holman, through to Brooke Guest, end of the over, 171 for 6.
The Roca Riviera is as continental as it gets for you, isn't it?
I never go there. I've been asked. No, I won't. I've been asked a few times.
You've got to go to the Italian that he took DT and I to.
No, I haven't. I don't go to. No, I don't go.
You've been invited to a barbecue in his back garden.
I don't do barbecues.
Oh. And I don't do barbecues, and especially not on the Roca Riviera.
And I don't go to Sunderland. We stay in Durham, and Durham's a very nice place, and there's plenty of entertainment of an evening in Durham.
When are you up there this year? Or have you been already?
Soon. No, we haven't been yet.
All good. I'll try and tune in.
We haven't seen Martin Emerson yet this season. We play them in the T20, I think, 2 weeks on Sunday, or 2 weeks today, 3 weeks today, something like that, 3 weeks today. That'll be the first time I've seen him this season.
Rees is in to Roland Jones on 3, left arm over, he bowls, and the right hand is beaten by a ball that comes back in, beats the inside edge and doesn't take the stump.
Inside edge. He went in between the inside edge of the bat and the off stump. Terrific delivery from Lewis Rees for no reward.
Off drive from Roland Jones. Look at them prodding away at the surface. I tell you, Middlesex, what Butcher's saying, obviously you don't want to be 6 down before tea on day 1 when you've elected to bat, but I don't think Middlesex will be too disappointed with the amount the pitch has done today. You know, they played 2 spinners. I think, you know, unless let's say it hardens up the pitch on day 2 and all of a sudden it is the best day to bat.
Under this sun.
There's a use of the feet from Roland Jones, drives through the covers in the air for a moment. There's a cry of catch it. It's fine of Masood, and it's going to be 4 runs. It pops over the boundary rope. His first boundary, 175 for 6. That tells a little story, though. Roland Jones there just deciding, I'm not waiting for him to bowl to me. I'm coming to him. Just about.
I don't mind that. I don't mind that from a batsman. I don't think Lewis Rees will mind it too much. I thought Masood had got a hand on it initially, but
he may well have done because it, you know, only just bobbled over the rope.
It didn't race to the boundary, did it? So I mean, Shan Masood isn't, for all he's the finest batsman I've seen in a Derbyshire top, he isn't one of the finest fielders.
Pitches do flatten out, and this one may well. But I do think, even at 6 down before tea on the first day, having elected to bat, as Roland Jones drives back to Rees, there's no run. I think there's been enough in this pitch today for both spinners and seamers for Middlesex to think, they've got to bat last on this, so let's not panic.
Yeah, sometime tomorrow afternoon. We see there's a tree to our right that they could just move part of it, because you can't see the spire properly, can you?
Probably you're right in winter if you're sat here.
Yeah,
you could view the spire.
You get the crooked spire here at Chesterfield.
That's onto the pads from Rees. Just doing too much. No, it's gone. Roland Jones is gone from a big in-swinging delivery from the left arm of Lewis Rees. He's gone for 7, 175 for 7. The umpire really took pause on that, didn't he, and had a good think about it, but decided that it was gone. Let's have another look on the replay, and yeah, it's a pretty good decision.
A good decision, and he does take his time, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. Which I like.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. If he gets it right, it doesn't matter how long he takes, does it? 7 from 28 deliveries for Toby Roland.
So he took his time as well by his standards, which again goes a little bit back to the Richard Johnson. Well, actually at 9. Not that I've suggested in this order. Wallaluita, I think at 9 you can't have Wallaluita in ahead of Roland Jones. But yeah, I do think that, you know, at 9 it comes out with a little bit more freedom, a little bit more aggression. I'm sure he'll be glad that he did use his feet and at least get that 1 boundary away and perhaps walk off a little bit rueful.
Weird how the mindset of a batsman changes by 1 position in the...
yes, go on, sorry.
Ethan Bamber's come out, but just by 1 position.
And that Ethan Bamber coming out is a great example of your point, because Bamber's coming out at 9 because they don't want Wallaluita to go out there and swing right now. Holman is at the other end. They want somebody to stick around with him.
Right, okay.
Which is about Roland Jones being at, you know, at 8. It's not where he plays natural game, more at 9. But at 8, you've got to play for the batter at the other end. And that's why they've sent Bamber out ahead of Wallaluita, I'd suggest, because Wallaluita will swing and whereas Bamber will be asked just to, you know, dig in. You've just got to stay there. You're not worried about runs. Just dig in and let Luke Holman bat. Give Luke Holman time to bat at the other end. There's still, I mean, look, we're in the 63rd over now. Yeah. So it's quite a crucial 17 overs. Again, if Middlesex can bat these 70 overs and then they're bowled out with the new ball, I think they take that now.
Yeah. No,
but the crucial thing is somebody's got to stay there with Holman for these 17 overs so that he can accumulate over the next hour of the game after tea up until that second new ball, and then at that point, fine, if Derbyshire go through you, they go through you.
I've got a serious question about Ethan Bamber.
Yeah?
Is he the most northerly born of the Middlesex players?
Oh.
Because he's gone out without a sweater on. He's the first one who's braved Chesterfield without a sweater. Good for him.
Now, right,
good for him.
Here's Rees into bowl to the right-hander, and it's a low full toss just outside off, and he gets the toe end of the bat, and it dribbles to mid-off.
When I say it was a sensible question, it clearly wasn't. Yeah, no sweater. Good to see, because it means that I can see the number on his back and I know who he is.
Nice.
That really irritates me about these. I love the cable net. I love a cable net, but you've got to be able to put a number on the back of it. Come on. We can send a man to the moon. We can't get a number on the back of a cable knit sweater.
Well, you can, but apparently it's got to be stitched in.
Well, stitch him in then.
Aye. Here's Reese bowls and goes past the edge of Bambra's. Well, you see, this is the beauty, isn't it? He's bowled an in-swinger to trap Roland Jones LBW as he did to Robson this morning, and then he just gets one to keep its line across the right-hander as well. 175 for 7. Roland Jones gone for 7. Bamba is on 0, and Luke Holman is on 32. And we have how many overs until tea? One over to tea.
1 over until tea. Yeah. Very exciting.
What cake do you think we're getting?
I don't think we're getting any cake, Kevin. Don't get your hopes up. For
what sandwiches do you think we're getting?
No, I don't think we're getting any sandwiches.
What do you think we're
getting?
The
hot water's gone lukewarm at the back if you wanted a cup of coffee.
I've been nice to the chef today. I reckon he'll...
You reckon he gets a new...
For the commentary tent, he'll shove something our way, won't he? We were at Radlett the other week.
Yeah.
And Radlett provided us with the tiramisus that they were serving to the committee tent. Yeah. They had a few. They sent across 4 tiramisus for the commentary tent. So just give us a nice mention.
And there was only 2 of you there.
Yeah, yeah. They said, how many of you are? 4.
Yeah. Might be 6.
Oh, they were massive.
Might be 6 by the time we get to tea.
Honestly, it was a bowl of tiramisu. It was huge. It was the entire bowl.
I don't even know what tiramisu is. What is it?
The Italian dessert with lots of cream and sponge and a little coffee liqueur at the bottom. You'd love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else is in it?
Amaretto.
Yeah. Oh, it's lovely. Yeah. It'd be right up your street, Fletch.
175 for 7. I'm not sure.
You can find out tonight.
Spotted Dick is more my... that one's on leg stump from Alex Thompson. He begins a new over. Ball pushed up towards long on.
There you go. You could go and try the tiramisu in that Italian restaurant on the Roca Riviera that DT and I tell you.
I don't go to Sunderland, I've told you. And I never go to Sunderland.
I'll have to let you...
I've been to Sunderland twice in my life, and both times I went straight to the Stadium of Light and straight home again.
I'll have to let you in on it. The Italian in the Roca Riviera, DT and I ended up with food poisoning. we were in a rotten state.
I'm not surprised.
We were in a rotten state, weren't we, DT?
Never go to Sunderland.
And Marty Emerson has never lived it down. But I'm sure the tiramisu would be fine in the lovely establishment.
It wasn't the tiramisu that did it then.
No. What was our other great restaurant story? It was the Greek in the Greek restaurant. Yeah, it's got him chuckling. The Greek restaurant in Hove, which is now shut down. What did I sent you a picture of it the other day? What is it now? It's a vegan fish and chips. What's it called? Exactly. So what was the name of it? Was
Chips.
Quite clever. Chips. Yes.
Thank you. Blimey.
What did they call it? Sure, I did send him a picture of it. I certainly took a picture.
Is it a
Maybe
funny name?
I thought so.
Yeah, well, here's Thompson. They've got another helmet out there because they've got a leg slip in now. I think that's Mark Watt underneath the lid at leg slip. The first delivery bowled to Ethan Bamber by Alex Thompson is defended straight back towards the bowler, and there's no run. 4 deliveries until tea. So Kevin's going to desperately try and find the name of that restaurant. Or the vegan fish and chip shop in Hove, only in Hove. That one is turned into the leg side and fielded by Anuj Dal. Not a brisk trade for the Frederick's ice cream van away to our right-hand side either, really. There's 2 or 3 people there, but that's about it. It's just a bit cool for ice cream, really. This next delivery's floated up and it gets through. Does it? No, not quite. Must have come off the toe end of the bat because it's actually fielded at slip by Wayne Madsen.
It's going to be a terrible name now rather than a great one, isn't it? But either way, it works.
I've got absolutely no doubt it'll be terrible. 176 for 7. Thompson in again and bowls, and that one is... Well, somebody shouted catch it then. And that's one of the things that really irritates me. When somebody shouts catch it, when the ball has been defended on the full and it dribbles back down the pit. Well, why who shouts catch it? 4 balls gone of the over. No. 5 balls gone of the over, and the last ball before tea is defended by Ethan Bamber, who turns. He knows what time it is. It's tea time. And that's another good session for Derbyshire. 4 wickets in that. Max Holland for 7, John Simpson for 19, Robbie White for 26, and Toby Roland Jones for 7 wickets for Toby Petman, his first in the county championship. Alex Thompson, Anuj Dal, his second of the match. And Lewis Rees, his second of the match as well. And at Middlesex at tier 176 for 7, Holman 33. Bamber is yet to get off the mark, and it's called no catch.
No catch, vegan fish and chips.
You can't have vegan
No catch, vegan fish and chips.
Cannot have vegan.
That's what it was. So that was formerly a Greek restaurant, but I'll have to tell you about it after tea now.
You will.
You have to wait with bated breath.
I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to it already. We will be back in around about 15 minutes' time or so. But we'll get the opportunity to speak to Mark Watt, I think, at the close of play, so that'll be good. Kevin Hand, Dave Townsend, Roland Butcher, all here with me, although not in the gazebo at the moment, but they'll be here in good time, I'm sure, ready to continue commentary here at Queen's Park. The umpires have been out there for quite a while now, and at the moment, Anuj Dahl and Alex Thompson are just going through, though, just loosening up their shoulders. Ajmal Shahzad with the catching mitt. Tom Brookest is there as well. We can't see too much to our left because of the side of the gazebo. What we can see is Billy Godleman is back out. He doesn't appear to be wearing his cap. He's got the glasses on. He's got Mark Watt and Toby Petman with him as well. Here's Wayne Madsen and Sam Connors coming out too. So we're not too far away from a resumption here at Queen's Park. I can give you the scores from elsewhere while we're just waiting for play to get back underway in the Test match. England are 334 for 2. I understand a century from former skipper Joe Root in that one. In the First Division, Somerset 168 for 8 against Surrey. Somerset decided to bat first in that one. At Yorkshire 186 for 2 against Hampshire, having elected to bat at Southampton. Warwickshire 182 for 5, having won the toss and decided to bat against Lancashire at Edgbaston. And Gloucestershire 257 for 5 against Kent at Canterbury, having been put in the Second Division. Durham at 269 for 2 against Worcestershire up at Chester Street. Sussex 168 for 5 against Glamorgan at Cardiff. And at Leicestershire, they've lost a couple of wickets since I last looked. They're 233 for 4 now at Tea against Nottinghamshire at Grace Road. So you bang up to date with the scores from elsewhere. I'm sure you could have looked them up on your own devices, but it's always nice to hear the scores at Tea. Well, I say always. Sometimes it's nice to hear the scores being read out to you. And the players are back out there again now. The two batsmen, Luke Holman and Ethan Bamber, are already out in the middle, along with the Derbyshire players. And we're going to roll the commentary dice in a moment, and we'll see who we come up with. Anuj Dahl's going to continue from the pavilion end. A wave from Hassan Adnan, the umpire, standing at our end. Billy Godleman is not going to wear his cap. I'm not sure I've seen that too many times. Billy Godleman not wearing his cap out. He's not wearing his cap. Ordinarily, it's Lewis Rees who doesn't wear a cap, but he's got one on. The only other player without a cap is Anuj Dahl. That's because he is going to be bowling. He's going to be bowling to Luke Holman. Holman waits. Dahl is in, and that one is driven out into the offside. There's a little run round there for Sam Connors, and they go through for a single off the first delivery of this post-tea session. 177 for 7 now. With Holman moving on to 34, having been on 33 at tea.
Sorry, Fletch, I had to go and get my coat.
We're trying to work out. I was going to roll the commentary dice and see who came.
Well, we knew you'd be here, so I knew I'd be safe to go and get my coat. I thought Fletch will be in the tent.
Always in the tent.
Well, you don't like leaving the tent in case you have to talk to someone, so.
I just have to talk to people all the time, which is a bit of a problem. Dahl in again and bowls to Ethan Bamber, who's off the mark as he guides that one down towards third man. And I'm going to disappear at 4:30 again, so.
Oh, I had that on mine. Don't worry,
yeah.
I knew. We knew not to be too far. I said to DT, "Come on, we'll have a walk. We'll stretch. We'll walk off all that tea we just ate."
Well, you had a bit of cold lunch, didn't you?
I did. There was a lasagna left from lunch.
Cold.
It was a vegetable lasagna. So
cold vegetable lasagna.
Yeah,
what is
good.
that all about? Anyway, here is Dahl around the wicket to Holman. A no ball, I think I heard the umpire shout.
Every little helps.
He did. He shouted. You know, you don't hear umpires shouting no ball these days. It's the first one of the day. 180.
Which one was that?
7.
Every little helps. Was that Safeways?
That's Tesco.
Tesco's.
And it's not Asda, Sainsbury's, or any of the others that we've got to mention now that you've.
Well, that was why I went for
mentioned
Safeways, because they don't exist anymore. So you should have just said, yeah, one of them.
two of them. Oh, yes, of course. Dahl around the wicket, bowls and gets past the edge of Holman's bat. That was a good delivery.
They ended my cricket career.
Safeway.
Yeah.
They build on your ground.
I was a pretty quick, fast bowler, but they had me doing the old pump trucks at 16. Legally, you weren't meant to do them until you're 18 because it was such heavy work doing the old pump trucks and dragging the tins of beans off the...
Yeah.
Ruined my shoulders. Absolutely ruined them. They don't exist anymore, Safeway, so I can't sue them, can I?
You're blaming a supermarket for your
the
lack of a first-class career.
Yeah, I am.
Here's Dahl, balls to Holman. That's pushed out into the outside. I don't really know what to say.
If I went to one of them private schools, I wouldn't have had to work at Safeways when I was 16, would I? So,
no, you're right. I always had you down as a public school boy.
I won't ask why.
Well, I went to one.
Did you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
There you go. That's surprised DT. Look. Oh.
Yeah,
Fletcher went to public school.
Well, they're the same thing, really, aren't they? Private. This one is played into the leg side by Holman. It's fielded by Lewis Rees.
What went wrong?
I didn't really like it, I've got to say.
Oh, you didn't stay?
Oh, I did. I was there till, right the way through until
I paid all that money,
form.
and all you did was...
All I did was become
Not like it.
All I did was become a journalist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was your calling, Fletcher, broadcaster, wasn't it?
Well, I didn't start that till I was 50.
Did you not?
No, in comes Dahl. That's clipped into the leg side by Holman for a single. Around goes Shan Masood to do the fielding. Another single to the total, 181 for 7. I was a proper journalist before I started all this nonsense.
Oh, I see. I was about to say, it was more than 10 years since we first worked together, wasn't it? Maybe it wasn't. Scarborough was our first game together, wasn't it?
It was, yes. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Dear old Dave Callahan.
Yeah, went up and did a day for Cali. I think I got the call, from memory, I got the call. I was in Anglesey on holiday. And I got the call from the sports editor at Radio Leeds who said, you know a bit about cricket, don't you? I said, well, a bit. Can you just drive to Scarborough, which is a long way from Leeds?
Yes.
It's a long way from Anglesey. And I had to do all Cali's updates. They don't do as many nowadays on the Yorkshire stations.
Doigy's got it easy, hasn't he, up there?
Just, yeah. Well, you two looked after me. And I've never been the same since.
Yeah, exactly.
182.
And look where you are now.
I'm in a tent in Chesterfield. Alex Thompson is going to continue. He bowled 3 overs for 4 runs before tea. 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 41, his figures. So probably the most expensive of the Derbyshire bowlers, the off-spinner. He's going to be coming around the wicket to Holman. Couldn't get much further if he tried further forward, that is, to defend that one out to the offside. Dahl does the fielding. It is a bit nippy without that sun. I'm hoping this.
Yeah.
Day 3, I saw the. Oh, that one's turned and bounced. That has bounced a lot. It's taken nicely by Brooke Guest behind the stumps. But again, as Kevin said a few times, Middlesex's bowlers won't mind seeing that. As long as they can perhaps put another 50-60 on, they will be happy. This one is swept for 4 by Luke Holman. Not the greatest delivery from Alex Thompson, and away it goes towards the nets to our right-hand side. Let's see if I can see who's fetching it back. It's I thought it was an athlete, but it's just a member of the crowd in a pair of Derbyshire shorts and a branded hoodie. 185 for 7, I believe, yes. 39 now to Holman, which makes him the highest scorer in the match so far. He pushes this next delivery out to Mark Watt, who's fielding at mid-wicket.
Sorry, Griff's just sent me a picture.
Yes. Oh, dear.
I don't know what I'm doing there.
No, you didn't like that delivery, did you? Next one from Thompson. Not as good as my photograph of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well,
where have I? Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah, that was lovely.
The one that I took on your phone just before
tea.
Sorry. Less than half an hour ago. That one.
It's been a hard life.
Here's Thompson around the wicket. Ball Solomon goes for the reverse sweep. Oh, and he's been put down by Shan Masood. Put down by Shan Masood, who's fielding at backward point. Was that on the full?
I think, yes, it was, looking at the
it
responses.
was. Yeah. So Holman is the third player to be dropped.
Oh, as bad as England, you lot. Owes him a few runs for that one, doesn't he?
Well, yes, it's difficult to criticise
Yes,
exactly. Really this season. Holman on 39. And Tomo doesn't, Alex Thompson doesn't get a second wicket. End of the over, 185 for 7. They've added 9 runs since tea, and Anish Dal is going to continue from the pavilion. And Billy Godwin's still not wearing his cap. I've no idea why.
There's a foolish delivery from Dahl to Bamber. It's run away down to third for a single. 186 for 7. Middlesex scrambling towards a batting point.
Why would Billy Godwin not be wearing his cap?
Because the sun's gone in.
Yeah, but everybody wears a cap, don't they?
Keep your head warm out there as well, wouldn't it, Cap?
Well, the Derbyshire ones would, because of those baggy, woolly ones, aren't they? They're really nice. I like those. I do like them. In comes Dahl again. It's your over this.
Bowles turns away to the onside. There's no run. That's all right, don't worry.
No.
186 for 7. I'm doing our usual check of Twitter to make sure that...
It's blocking a few people out. I'm sure I've missed some people today on Twitter. I do apologise. There's so much going on at Outgrounds that it's almost impossible to keep on top of everything. My phone is so slow these days that it takes about 15 minutes for Twitter to load up. I have to put it on my laptop. Really, it's loaded up now.
Dahl bowls and Holman off the back foot punches away into the offside. There's no run. It's quite the shot that off the back foot, isn't it? He rocks back all of his, not just all of his weight onto his back foot, but he lifts his front leg as he punches off the back foot. It's quite a dismissive shot. Margaret Newson says, enjoying the commentary at home. According to Google Maps, other maps are available, there is a miniature railway that goes around the lake.
There is often something that pretends to be a railway carriage at the far end.
Dahl to Holman, runs past backward point, single down to third, 187 for 7. Holman moves to 40.
The only other one I've got is from The Void.
Oh, yeah?
Because I was talking...
He comes up with good ones.
Yeah, I was talking on the stream, and he's absolutely right. Where Mark Watt, he's playing for Derbyshire. James Watt, who's on Radio Derby at the moment, wanted songs with full names in, so a first name and a second name. But he wasn't looking through Gary Gilmore's eyes for some reason. I couldn't remember who it was by, and The Void quite correctly tells me it's the adverts. Of course, there are no adverts on the TV. Perhaps that's why he wasn't on the BBC. Perhaps that's why he was rejecting it. That delivery from Dahl was left alone outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest. Billy Godleman's cap has been found by Alex Hughes, I'm delighted to say. So Billy Godleman will be wearing a cap fairly shortly. I think he's just walked out and forgotten he didn't have his cap on his head.
Yeah.
Billy Godleman. You wouldn't be surprised by that.
Dahl, right arm over, bowls, and Bamber eases into the offside, only as far as point, no run.
So Alex Hughes races on to the field.
Go on, tell us into the mic, Fletch. Griff.
Track opened in 1976.
Track opened in 1976.
550 yards long.
550 yards long.
I've been on it.
Griff's been on it. It's been broken ever since, out of service ever since.
And the engine is called Puffin Billy.
The engine's called what?
Puffin Billy, as in puffing.
Yeah.
Puffing Billy, Puffin Billy. There you go, that's the miniature railway. Thanks, Griff. Griff's corner.
It wouldn't last long with Griff sitting on it, would it? Blimey.
I didn't hear that.
Alex Thompson's going to continue from the miniature railway end. As we're now going to rechristen it. Derbyshire should have had a wicket since tea, and it should have been Luke Holman. He was put down by Shan Masir. There's a delay here as Billy Godleman discusses at some length with Alex Thompson where he wants everybody, and he's decided that even for Holman he wants a short leg in place. I'm not sure that Lears Deploy was 100% convinced by that, but he's taken the helmet now and he's gone in there, so there is a short leg and a slip. Now he he taps at the crease, does Holman, waiting as Thompson comes in around the wicket and bowls, and he cuts for, no, not for 4. There is a man out there. Couldn't see him behind David Griffin. There's a man out there on the boundary. It's Toby Petman.
So you've got a year on Griff, is basically what we've established today. Having established that he turned 60 down at Lord's, you've got a year on Griff.
Oh, yeah, I'm a lot younger than Griff.
How many days? It's like Cook and
20th of April.
Cook and Root, isn't it? Who was born on the leap? There was a leap year, wasn't there, in between who got to 10,000 first?
No, I'm not 60 until January.
So what's that? April to January.
That's 9 months, isn't it? This next one is pushed out into the offside.
Nearly
is
a
it
full
9
year.
months?
What's the date in January?
21st. He's working it out.
10 days in April.
Oh, see, I knew we'd do the calculations.
31 in May.
Yeah.
It's 41.
Thompson's bowling, and that one is driven by Ethan Bamber. Down the ground, he's going to get runs here. He might get 4 runs as well. It's being chased by Lewis Rees, who gets to the ball, gets his hand on the ball and pushes it over the rope. And Ethan Bamber is up and, well, he was already up and running. He's got 2 before that. He's moved on to 6, 192 for 7.
About 270 days.
270 days. I'm younger than Griff.
It's like having Bill Frindle out and just turn to him for the stats. Can you work out how many days there are between DT and I?
Oh, dear.
No.
That's beyond anyone's maths.
Doesn't do it in years, surely.
Centuries.
Thompson over the wicket to Ethan Bamber. That's turning to the leg side. Shan Masood will do the, no, he won't. Anuj Dal will do the fielding. And there's no run. Can you hear music?
I can.
I don't know where that's coming from.
They're singing on the light railway, aren't they?
The
miniature railway.
There's Thompson. It sounds like 4 non-blondes. That one is fielded by
Who
Billy
were 4
Godden.
non-blondes?
They sang, I can't remember the song. Griff might know the song that the 4 non-blondes sang. It was quite famous. But I can't remember it at the moment. What's Going On, I think it was called. This one is pushed out backward a square. The Void will come up with it because he's good on his music.
What's Going On? Well, that was Marvin Gaye, wasn't it?
No, let's Get It On.
Oh.
Marvin Gaye. End of the over. 190. Let's Get
What's
It On.
Going On by Marvin Gaye.
No, it's not.
Yes, look.
Marvin. What? Just put 4, the number 4, and then non.
Yeah.
Blondes. It's called what?
Are you sure this isn't
them? There.
Yeah, 4 non-blondes.
No, it's not going to bring up anything unpleasant.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, What's Up it was called.
My search
What's
history
up?
could be in trouble. What's up? There we go.
Yeah.
What's Going On, Marvin Gaye? What's Going Off, Fred Truman?
Only 4 more days of this, everybody.
Dulls around the wicket, bowls to Holman. That goes away outside off. Movement. A seam movement all day. They bowled better with the seam movement after the opening pair. I mean, to be fair, the opening pair are ex-England openers, so perhaps they batted very well. That music, it's on the wind, isn't it? I'd suggest it's been blown in from a fair way away. It does sound. It's got that repetitive thing about it, though. It does sound like it's a fairground ride or something. Suits the.
Yeah, it could be a fairground. That's a good shout.
The miniature railways. Here's Dahl on the back foot. Holman strikes back, and there's no run. Luke Holman has 1 first-class 50 in 13 innings, and it was this season down at Hove. Well, he's only had 13 first-class innings. So average of 29, nearly 30, 359 runs, 1 not out in the 13 innings as well. So it's a pretty fair average.
Yeah, no, that's decent.
For the young man, it is first-class debut at Lord's in April 2021. Dahl to Holman, leaves alone outside the off stump, and his his maiden first-class 50 came down at Hove earlier this summer. Middlesex's record run chase, 370.
Yes.
Well, he did it in the first innings, though, Holman, not in the second. In the second innings, it was done by Robson and Hanscom and a few others. But he and Holden and Simpson And one more, Anderson. Dahl bowls outside off, nips away again through to the keeper around the wicket.
With all the S's.
Anderson, yeah, Swedish Anderson. The ball, the four of them. 4 blondes, in fact, are they? Yeah.
Who?
Oh no, Holden's not a blonde.
Okay.
Holman, Anderson, and
2 others.
the other one I said, Simpson, was 3 blondes and a non-blonde.
Excellent. What a great name for a band.
Yeah, they're getting the band back together again. Here's they've had a bit of treatment. Hair dye. This is Easter Point by Holman, no run. Anyway, those 4 got it going in the first innings, and in the second innings it was Robson.
So is Holman a blonde?
Holman is, yeah. Yes, indeed. Do you want to see his picture? There he is. Doesn't look too blonde there.
It doesn't look blonde at all. It looks more
ginger in that one. Doesn't
Well,
it?
I didn't want to say the word because
strawberry blonde. Strawberry blonde. There we go.
No, he's ginger.
So he's a blonde.
Definitely ginger.
Full once more, again nipping away from Dahl. And Holman resists once more. 192 for 7, 41 for Holman, 6 for Bamber. He's doing a good job at the other end. So, yeah, good from Holman, who hasn't had the best time with the bat in the T20. He's gone 4-11, 7-5, 29 not out at Canterbury, 9, 21 against Surrey and 24 against Essex. But so 3 of the last 4 innings he's gone well, or gone okay, got into the 20s at least. But he was
How is
promoted.
the T20 going? We'll move on.
They won their first 3.
And
6. Lost their last 5. But it is a youthful side. It's a youthful side. There's been many a good number of comments. Nathan South has gone on loan to Durham, where he picked up 3 for on debut. Loan the other evening. So, been plenty of chat about that.
But
Middlesex,
isn't it?
yeah, Middlesex very much looking towards the future in the past.
Right. Yeah. Thompson begins a new over, of course they are. That one is driven up. Billy Goldman, who now has his cap on, does
the man who's got South's place is Luke Holman. And Holman obviously bats as well, the leg spinner. So, yeah, you've got Holman, Chris Green and Walla Luita as spinners.
Next delivery from Thompson, just keeps a little bit low. Pushed back down the track.
But yeah, there's been plenty of chatter about that. South's not playing, but off he's gone on loan to Durham for...
He's met the great man. Here comes Thompson again, and that one is off an inside edge down towards backward square leg, where it's filled by Masood.
He's got a really broad, gravelly Australian accent. Nathan South. So it'll make quite the meeting of accents when he's interviewed by Martin Emerson.
Yes. A gravelly accent and a high-pitched one. In comes Thompson and bowls to Ethan Bamber, who pushes this one out into the onside.
They'll probably both just end up saying to each other, sorry, you said that again?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Sorry, I didn't quite understand.
Do you want to appear on one of my videos?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm due.
Are you off?
Yeah, I'm due an update. Sorry.
There's a full ball, which Bamber's forward, nearly falling over as he defends that one back up the track. No run. So Holman, he's also got a T20 50 to his name, unless I'm horribly mistaken, but I'm sure I'm not. Yes, he has. Top score of 51 in T20s, 25 T20 innings. Lots of flight.
Do people not always, but often write about things that don't exist, though? No. Yeah. Do we know where she was leaving from, though? So you're just assuming that she was leaving from a long way away. If she was leaving from just outside Georgia and was going home to Georgia, you'd hope there'd be a midnight train that you could get home on. It is a long way. Well, you could type into the whatever the national rail equivalent is in the United States, couldn't you? To say if I wanted to arrive in Georgia at midnight, could I get a train at midnight? Thank you. I'm not sure that we have. Well, song isn't. Yeah. No, I don't. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. No, I've been there. I've been there on holiday. I'm sure. I'm sure I went there in a caravan, just overlooking the beach. It was beautiful, except it rained a lot. I remember. Yeah. 192 for 7, Middlesex. Now, they haven't lost a wicket since tea. Luke Holman, 41 from 74 balls, batting nicely. Big, tall left-hander. Ethan Bamber, who's one of the Middlesex bowlers, he's there with him. He's been around for quite a while now. 4 overs he's faced for his 6 deliveries. Anuj Dal and Alex Thompson bowling in tandem at the moment. Dal with a couple of wickets. Thompson with just the 1 so far. 25 overs left in the day. Derbyshire will be pretty happy with the way things have gone so far, and they will get a new ball in 9 overs' time. So they'll have a shiny, new, hard cricket ball in 9 overs' time, and they'll hope, if they haven't already picked up the remaining 3 wickets, that they can pick them up soon after that. Well, it wouldn't hurt as it wouldn't hurt as much. No, the tennis balls tend not to hurt as much. These cricket balls, even though the ones when they say, "Oh, the ball's gone soft," it hasn't really gone that soft. It's still quite hard. So yeah, you've got to keep your wits about you at a place like Chesterfield as well, where the ball can fly to all parts, because it's just all parts. Yeah, it's just a club ground, and you have to keep your wits about you, especially next Saturday when they're here playing against Yorkshire in the T20. Oh yeah. I would have thought that there'd be some early Pink Floyd songs that would be made up names as well. Gumma was an album, wasn't it? But I'm sure on that album, that rules out most of my musical knowledge.
Quite early on, and good number of 50s that he arrived at Middlesex from the Oval with. If he doesn't score a first-class ton before his career's out, Holman on the sweep, first ball of the new over to Thompson, out to deep backward square, single take on 194 for 6. You know, it'll be...
Which he won't.
He won't, yeah. It'll be, and I've been saying it his whole time at Middlesex, it'll be mad if he ends up his first-class career not scoring a first-class century. And he's not going to.
I interviewed him after that half-century he got in the test match against Afghanistan. He's 54 not out or something. I feel I was robbed today of my making my maiden first-class century.
Forward goes Bamber, pushing back, and there's no run.
Perfectly straight face. George Dockrell nicked off at the other end. I think they put on about 70 for the last week. It's ridiculous.
Nice flight on that inside edge, I'd suggest, from Bamber onto the pads. They half went up.
Top Island order annihilated, top score by, I don't know, 15 or something. But said, well, you know, my door will be open tonight if any of them want to have a chat about their batting.
Thompson to Bamber. Risley works a single to mid-on. Throw to the non-striker's end. That would have been a bad way to go. 195 for 7. A dive from Bamber. The throw misses.
I think he would have gone as well.
The dive suggests it was obviously a bit of a desperate situation at the far end.
Touch and go.
A bit like our old mate Diz, wasn't it? When he scored his double ton. They're at the airport and skipper called a batters meeting. They're all sat down in the lounge, and first one sat there, Jason Gillespie. Diz, leave. No. Diz, leave. No. Round the wicket comes Thompson, and Holman on the back foot pushes away into the offside. I forget who the skipper was, whether it was Ponting or Steve Hall. Was it Ponting?
That was one of the reasons for one of the reasons he credits for making that 201.
He ran out Ponting.
Watchman, he ran out Ponting on 59 or something on the flattest pitch against the Bangladeshi attack.
Reverse sweep from Holman, only as far as Masood, all along the floor this time, where he has been put down already by Masood at backward point. 195 for 7. He's on 42. Holman.
Yeah, you don't want to be going back to the pavilion having run the skipper out, do you?
No. Yeah. Lovely story that though. That was his final test, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah. Dropped after making a double century.
I wonder, did he ever? What I didn't ask him actually is, did he ever leave that meeting, or did he sit there? Because he's not going to be worried.
It could be apocryphal, Kevin.
You sure?
Could be apocryphal.
You sure? It was his final, because the point is, it was his final match.
He's built that whole story up, hasn't he? The whole. It's an after dinner 20 minutes. That him and Callie, back in the day.
Dahl's in, bowls, and this ball's pushed back up to the mid-off. There's no run. I need to fight. So Dave Callahan, the former Yorkshire commentator and the then Yorkshire coach, Jason Gillespie, used to go around and do, as you say, after dinner and all the other bits together, didn't they? The double acts. Who should I find at Middlesex to do that with?
David Dizzy.
Me and Gus. Do you reckon me and Gus could do it?
I think you and Mertz could do it. A few stories, couldn't you?
Gus and Straussy did it together for a little while. So here's Dahl bowls, and this ball's pushed into the offside, fielded at mid-off, 195 for 7. They first came together.
Must have flown for that.
They first came together. Well, it was such an unlikely pairing, wasn't it?
Well, yes. Not exactly Anton Deck, is it?
Nearly in one way. Here's Dahl turning to bowl again. I think it was when they first came together. It was a charity dinner. I was at it as well, and I think Gus's brother taught at the school. As here's Dahl bowls and goes past the edge of Bamber. Lovely ball, nips away off the seam. He'd managed. What's Gus's brother called? Alistair managed to convince Gus. Go on, Gus, come down. Bring Strauss with you. Raise some money for whatever the charity was. So the two of them sat up there and did it, and it was brilliant. They brought the house down, fantastic pair of them. And after that, I think the pair on the side actually, do you know what? Maybe we should do this. And they went around for. I'm sure off the back of it, they went around for a little while, or there was certainly an attempt to try and convince them to do a few more together. So here's Dahl bowls and clips away towards mid-wicket. They went off on holiday.
Gus is very, very funny, as you know. He's dry old stick humour. He's very, very funny man. Not sure about Strauss. Haven't seen him performing.
Well, I think it was the way that Strauss was able to go after Gus. Because there's not many that can. As you say, Gus usually cuts somebody down with his dry humour quite quickly. So. Dahl's past the umpire, bowls, and he's eased away into the offside and there's no run. I think they went off on holiday together, the families, on a driving holiday somewhere, and whichever one was navigating, whichever one was driving, apparently it was hilarious watching the pair of them argue. Cats and dogs in the front seat, in the car trying to sort out wherever they were going. But the after dinner bit did for them. Missing a trick there in the winter, aren't I? I need to get somebody like Dizzy. It's Dahl bowls, squares up.
Tracking delivery.
Bamber through to the keeper. It leaves him down on one knee, on the back knee down, as he fell forward and across trying to get something behind that. 195 for 7. Got the Screaming Lord in today as match referee, haven't we?
Holtman somehow, according to the board, got up to 42.
Yeah. It's actually surprising.
It's impressive because
they've slowed him down. He's been on.
You haven't really noticed where he's. If you.
Well, he got those big shots away over mid-wicket, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
They've actually slowed him down the last little bit. Yeah, Screaming Lord Such. Peter Such is the match referee. So, do you know who else on the match referee circuit? Which I couldn't believe. turned around the other day. What are you doing here?
Oh, well.
Jason Swift,
Yeah, it is.
an old batting coach down at Sussex, Dizzy's mate. They were a good pair as well. Apparently they talked about doing it together, Dizzy and Swifty. They were talking about doing some after dinner stuff down at Sussex when Diz was there. Around the wicket goes Thompson, bowls to Holman on the back foot. He eases away into the offside. There's no run. Need Dizzy back in English cricket. I'll go and do it with him.
Yeah.
Over around the circuit.
I could probably do with Dizzy as well. He'd want top billing though, wouldn't he?
Thompson bowls, and on the back foot that's edged. Genuine edge by Holman, looking to punch into the offside. Thick edge races away wide of the slip, and they've come back for 2 comfortably. He's on to 44. 197 for 7. Middlesex nudging towards that batting point.
These two have done a good job today.
Really? They have.
Just, been careful. They haven't taken any chances. The odd reverse sweep. But, Bamba's holding the end up.
This ball's eased away back at a point for a single by Holman.
Is it Bamba's dad who's the actor?
Yes.
That's what it was.
Bamba studied theology. That's the other great one that always comes up for whenever anybody's referring to Bamba. He used to study theology. There's a lot of flight. And Bamba drives just wide of mid-off. Quick single taken, 199 for 7. He's getting the taste for it now, Bamba. Let's not get too carried away. He moves to 8.
It's a funny sort of drive, it's a very wristy drive, isn't it? Seems to work, but he didn't get a lot of power into it. The old elbow's not too high.
Thompson bowls short, and Holman pulls him away in the end, controlled. Now that looked as though it was one of those that jagged a little for the off spinner. It's a single that brings up the 200 for Middlesex though, out to deep mid wicket, 200 for 7 in the 74th over. Holman's on to 46. Good number of Middlesex fans in by the sound of it. Or they're very generous here in Chesterfield.
Yeah, why wouldn't you though? I mean, the Middlesex fans come up here for the day.
Yeah.
Nice Sunday, at least it was this morning, nice and sunny and warm.
That's a good chance that the Chesterfield crowd could be quite generous. This ball's eased away into the offside. Just backward of points. They'll pick up a single, just squirted away. I mean, it's not quite Yorkshire, is it?
You and your Yorkshire jibes. Top place Yorkshire. I'll have nothing said against it.
Oh, I miss my mate Callie. They were great, weren't they? They were the days. Soft to see
Callie
Yorkshire.
wasn't a Yorkshireman. It's Mancunian.
I know. He was the most popular Lancastrian in Yorkshire, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
They loved him. Forgave him his Lancastrian roots.
Bumble now has moved over. He's living in Yorkshire.
Has he?
Somewhere. Yeah, North Yorkshire.
And then who went the other way? It was Vaughan that went from Yorkshire to... No, he's a Manchester lad as well, isn't he? He went Manchester to Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Uncle Vaughan. Or he's a Sheffield lad, isn't he? But Sportsman United, that's what it is.
Something like that.
Boycott as well, Man U fan, but I've only gone the other way, Yorkshire to Lancashire. I suppose they haven't, have they? It wouldn't have been too many. Yorkshire to Lancashire.
David Bites. I think he went that way, didn't he? Change of bowling?
It's a bit like going from Middlesex to Surrey, isn't it?
No, just a chat. What do we got here? There's 3 of them. Make your mind up, lads.
Who's gone Middlesex to Surrey, DT? We got on that earlier, but we kind of cut off at that point. Middlesex to Surrey.
I don't mean.
Cameron Steele via Durham. He's at Surrey now.
Is he?
The only first-class cricketer born in California, as Martin Emerson dug up. Here's Lewis Rees, left arm over, he bowls, and Bamba lifts him up in the air, but in front of the long leg, and that will bounce away for 4, in the air for a long while. And 205 for 7, Bamba moves to 13. With this being the 75th over, there's actually the point now where Bamba and Holman may as well, if they see it, hit it, because the new ball's just around the corner. And it could be over in a flash, 9, 10 and Jack. 7 wickets down, so yeah, probably is a you know, power to the thought. Actually, at this stage, you've done a good job. Get some runs for the next 5 overs as Reece bowls. Solid forward defence from Bamber.
You can back yourself against a new ball, haven't you?
You do, but also you do score your runs before the new ball comes, don't you? And then you dig in again, and then you go again. I mean, Petman and Connors come back. Middlesex could be done all done tonight. Two slips go down as Reece bowls, and the right-handed Bamber drives away. Just wide of mid-off. No, he doesn't get a single for it, though. As Godalming comes around, I thought they were going for it.
Funny thing, isn't it, an individual innings? Because, you know, we look at them as spectators and we sort of say, oh, he's playing himself in and he's getting a look, and now he's accelerating, he's going through the gears. But when you break it down, it's actually just a series of individual balls. You know, there's no this period is a defensive period or whatever.
This is full and driven back to mid-off by Bamber. Oh, quite, the bat didn't come down straight on that one, did it? Even though it sounded quite nice. It was jabbed down on it.
True.
Well, it's speaking to Darvin Milan about how he thinks about an innings. If he gets to 30 and doesn't reach 50, he's really disappointed. If he gets out before 30, he doesn't mind. But he thinks, once I get to 30, I know I'm fully in, and I should go on at that point. Should at least get a 50. Here's Bamber punching away off the back foot. He's going to get 4 for it. Lovely shot. Moves to 17. His first class best will be in 29 unbeaten.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Kiss of death. Where's Butch? Is he back?
He is. He is. But yeah, but you understand the point. You know, that next 20 runs, if you got to 30, you really should get to 50. Was Milan's point.
Well, the man to ask that is not me. I asked Mr. Roland Butcher.
Have you had enough? You want to get off, don't you?
Yeah.
Why are we going?
Well, just have a little one.
We didn't even get to the Greek restaurant. Everybody's been waiting. You're going to save that tomorrow to tell Fletcher.
Heard about that.
Reece comes in, bowls, and onto the pads, but swinging down the leg side. They'll get a leg by down to long leg. 210 for 7.
I'll have a wander off. Let Butch come back in.
He's not ready yet. Stay there.
What's he doing?
I don't know. He's up to something behind us.
He's lost something in his bag.
Your favourite memories of Butch in your commentating days of Middlesex? Give us a favourite memory of Butch on the field, please.
Oh, I don't know. Just so many to choose from. Fielding in the gully and stopping one with his head, that was probably one of the nastiest ones. Where you got to
Franklin Stevenson.
I think the ball was cut fiercely into the ground and shit. Oh dear.
Oof.
Made a bit of a mess of poor old Butch, that one did. But no. In
Simon Hughes long hop.
Yes.
Simon Hughes stopped ball, don't you mean?
Well, you say 4 anyway, didn't you?
Right, go on then. You want to get off, don't you? You're bored. Here's full ball to Bamber, pushes away into the offside, 210 for 7. You've got 3 days of this to come, Butch. He's got a low attention span now.
Good fielder as well, Butch. Excellent fielder.
Before you go, now that the over's begun, Murtagh. A lot of flight. This ball's pushed back to mid-off, 210 for 7. The innings at Scarborough, I think, will be the one for Murtagh, won't it? That will always be remembered. Him and Roland Jones turning that match around and then going and bowling Yorkshire out in 2016. First innings defeat inflicted on Yorkshire in their 150-year history at the ground. Slip and short leg go down. Around the wicket again comes Thompson to Bamber, who turns into the onside.
Finn bowled well that day as well, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Yeah. I'll let Butch talk about putting an innings together.
Go on then. Slip and a short leg. Thompson is in, bowls, and turns short leg. She had to catch it, but it was into the ground from Bamber. No run. 210 for 7 is the score. 17 for Bamber. He's done a fine job here. Partnership worth 35. Forward he goes, pushing back up. Actually, he's done an excellent job of, bearing in mind how Holman has been batting at times, for the partnership to be 35 and Bamber to have 17 of them at number 9. Outstanding job. Highest he's probably batted for Middlesex, barring Night Watchman. As 40 goes, pushing away into the offside. It's fielded at cover, no run. 210 for 7. Welcome back, Butch.
Yeah, so good to be back. A bit of a rear guard action here by Middlesex at one stage. Struggling 149 for 6. So they're quite pleased that they've gone past 200 and only lost 1 more wicket. So that represents a bit of a recovery, and it's coming. But really what's happened today, when you look at the score sheet, is that so many players have got to start.
Yeah.
But nobody's been able to go on and get anything of any significance.
That probably brings us on to where DT was. He was kind of rambling a bit about, it's funny, we look here and it's a slow stage of the innings. It's a quicker stage of the innings for a batter. But for a batter, it's a series of deliveries. That's not wholly true, is it? Because the time of day that comes into it, of course. If you're near the 10 minutes before lunch, 10 minutes before tea, close, thinking of coming back in the morning. New ball, I think that's how we got onto it, was new balls nearly available as his. Reese bowls a full toss, which he gets away with. Holman sends it straight to Godalming all along the floor at mid-off, and there's no run. 3 and a bit over, 3.5 overs to the second new ball becoming available. I was saying that between 60 and 80, it's a period when batters try to find those runs, isn't it? You've got yourself in, you've worn the bowlers down a little bit, the ball's old.
Yeah, unfortunately today, really Middlesex were never in a position that they could press on during that period. They were always in the consolidation mode.
Reese bowls to Holman. It's short, he tries to pull him through to the keeper. Didn't quite get up perhaps as much as Holman was expected. But for Bamber, who's just played a few more shots in the last few overs, he's played that support act for Holman. He's got 17, but with that new ball becoming available in 3.5 overs or so, I guess from Bamber's perspective, having been out there for as long as he has, 45 deliveries he's faced for his 17. In the supporting act, there is the chance that new ball becomes available and wickets 8, 9 and 10 fall very quickly for Middlesex. So do they try and just push on a little bit in these few overs as Holman's forward drives a single just wide of Godalming at mid-off, moves to 47. So that was what led to DT's comment, but go on then, ask Roland Butcher about it, about constructing an innings, building an innings, starting an innings, how a batter will go out there and approach it, the mindset from the beginning through the middle and to wherever it takes the innings that they have. So he's top of his mark and slip crouching down. Bamber on 17, gets right behind this again. He's back to mid-off and no run. And best little periods of the day with the bat for Middlesex, barring that opening stand. But yeah, so DT bleating on about how a batter would see it, because we look from the side and go, before the 80th over now, they might want to just get a few runs on the ball before that second new ball comes around.
Yeah, it has a lot to do with the position that you're in. If you're on top of the game.
Reese bowls onto the hip of Bamber. In the air, he works it through square leg. No square leg in place, only a mid-wicket and a long leg, who's given a good chase and a dive and flicks it back in as well. And they will run 3. Bamber's on to 20, 214 for 7.
Yeah, just whipped away on the onside. Good timing. Got himself 3 runs. But yes, going back to the period coming up to the new ball, it depends really very much on what position your team is in. If you've got set batsmen and you are, haven't lost too many wickets and there's a decent score on the board, you can afford to be a little bit more expensive. And then what you would find is that sometimes the new ball disappears quite quickly because the batters are in. Sometimes if you're really struggling and the new ball is coming along, you then have a different mindset. But it's all to do with the position that you're in.
Reese to Holman, drives, and as far as mid-on. I'm saying somebody like Tarvin Milan, for example, he was saying to me a few years back, if he ever gets to 30, he's furious with himself. Ever got to 30 if he doesn't at least reach 50. He said, you just feel like, you're at the point, you shouldn't be getting out now. I've got to 30, I shouldn't be getting out.
Yeah, I think when you get to around 30, you should be pretty set. You'll be seeing the ball, unless you've got there in about 6 or 7 balls. But generally, it would have taken you a few overs to have got to that stage. And really, it should only be yourself getting you out unless you get an absolute jaffer, because you know, you've seen everything the opposition have thrown at you. You know, you've got yourself in, and it's just a case of really concentrating and getting a decent score. But how often do you see, and today is a good day where you see players who got out regularly, you know, 137, 29, 26, 19, all starts.
Will Stoneman be the most disappointed having got to 37? I mean, look, it was Eskenazi was 29. Edged it onto the stumps, we understand. Edged it onto the stumps.
Yeah, I think Stoneman will be disappointed because he'd done all the hard work. You know, it was approaching the luncheon interval, so, you know, he would have been looking forward to getting the pads off and coming back out this afternoon. So he should be really disappointed because he got an excellent start.
Fletcher will be back with you folks in a few minutes' time. If Derbyshire fans are wondering where he is, he'll be back on just after 5 as around the wicket, Watt has Bamber on the back foot, digging that out off the stumps. Oh, lots of people. I've had many messages asking, where's Fletch? Did you get now? Again, important questions, which never mind this batting nonsense. As around the wicket comes Watts, bowls to Bamber, shoots down the leg side through to the gloves of guest. Did you get in next door for tea?
Yeah, I mean, the same table, same guys. I did get a.
Oh, who was on the table?
A scone.
You got a scone, nice.
Johnny Morris.
Straight to delivery, played off the back foot by Bamber to cover.
Yeah, Adrian Rollins. Paul Taylor. Had a chat about the old times. Put in the world to right.
Lots of flight once more. Bamber drives to mid-off and there's no run. Only a scone, though. Didn't get a bit of cake as well.
They had cake, but I didn't really.
Oh,
I didn't fancy any cake at this
You were
time.
told to bring us a slice if there was cake. Butch, what happened? You forgot about it over the scone. Here's a lot of flight on this. A sweep up in the air. It's perhaps going to be safe. It is. It's fine of the deep square. Coming around to, what, a short, fine leg when he eventually retrieves the ball where it drops. 2:15 for 7. He's on to 21 now, Bamber.
Yeah, he's a bit lucky there that he didn't hit it any better. Had he made better contact, I think the square leg would have got in time to take the catch. But fortunately for him, it's quite a distance out to that deep square leg boundary, so the ball fell well short.
I mentioned cake, and DT immediately peered his head around the press tent to see if the biscuits have been replenished next door. No? No, that's not what he was doing, apparently. He's looking for something out of the boys next door, and I can't imagine what else they'd have had that would have been interesting, DT, other than biscuits. He's Watt over the wicket, he bowls. Holman's forward on the front foot, he defends into the offside. 2:15 for 7. He has 47, 3 shy of a second first-class 50 in his fledgling first-class career. Luke Holman, he's been very impressive out there today.
Yeah, he's batted well. He's been very positive from the get-go, and he's continued in that vein. And really, he should be thinking now of a substantial total. Really, the job of Bamber should be one of just sticking around and ensuring that Holman can go on and not just get himself a decent personal score, but get the team a decent score as well.
Yeah, I think 250 is a reasonable escape from the positions they've been in. 131 for 5, 149 for 6. Last wicket fall in 175 for 7. So the partnership's 40, of which this man, Ethan Bamber, has 21. Reese's left arm around the wicket now to the right-hander. Just one slip. Bamber's forward defending. And no run. What kind of cakes did you see next door?
The only cake that, actually, the only cake I saw was how could I? It was very, very mushy. And,
oh, yeah?
It's not one you could pick up, actually.
Ah, I see. It was a creamy affair, was it?
Yeah, it was not really my sort of thing.
Ah, fair enough. We'll let you off not bringing some back to us.
Couldn't be transported.
Reese bowls, and this ball's easy to the onside. Played high up the bat. Falls the splice by Bamber on that occasion, defended into the onside, but too close to Lewis to ploy.
Sam Connor's warming up because the new ball is available in a couple of overs' time. Hasn't bowled since this morning. I think he bowled 6 overs and that was it. So he won't be tired. As that one strikes the outside edge of the bat. They're going to go through for a quick single. They do get through for that single fairly comfortably in the end. Connors is having a conversation now with Billy Godleman, his skipper, who did go out after tea without his hat. Reese then from the pavilion end on his way in and bowls. That's left alone outside the offside. Goes through to the keeper, Brooke Guest. There's no run. Holman and Bamber have put on 41 from 96 deliveries. Standing by, absolutely. Yeah, the cricket, there's a rather pesky stand of 41 runs going on for the 8th wicket between Luke Holman, who's got 47, and Ethan Bamber, who's got 21. It means that Middlesex are 216 for 7. They were 175 for 7 when the two batsmen out there in the middle came together. No wickets since tea, but the good news for Derbyshire is that in the over after this one, currently being bowled by Lewis Rees, the new ball will be available, so they'll be hoping to be able to polish off the rest of the Middlesex batsmen with that new ball and even get a little bat themselves this evening. It's been an interesting day's play, though. Plenty of spin on view and wickets for Alex Thompson and Mark Watt, the two spinners, but Lewis Rees and Anis Dal with a couple of wickets each have probably been the stars. Middlesex 216 for 7. Yes. Made up words, yeah. Was War around? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well. All right. Yes. I don't want to give you all the codes, do they? I don't remember that. Don't remember that. I think that is a word now, isn't it? No, that's true, actually. No, it could have become a word as a result of the single. I think almost certainly not. I've got one for you, though. The Mighty Wah, Pete Wiley and his band, the Mighty Wah, did a song called Shambiko. Thank you very much. It only took me till 5 o'clock.
And then secondly, the hotel was nowhere near Amsterdam. They were put so far outside Amsterdam, you couldn't believe. There was no night out in Amsterdam for them before the game. Lots of flight on this one, through to the keeper. He just backed up to it and looked for a late cut. Quite low outside off in the end as it beat him through to the gloves. Very nearly.
Yeah, much too full of delivery to play that shot. Maybe the confidence that he's got at the moment.
50 in sight as well. 40 go. He's going to dab a single through the vacant point. He moves to 48 to 18 for 7. And the field is not switching around for the end of the over, so I won't make way for Fletch just yet. It's switching around for the right-handed Bamber, who's on 22. Highest first-class score of 27 unbeaten for Bamber, so not far away. And he is awaiting. Tickling backward square on the leg side. 219 for 7. So the partnership moves to 44 for the 8th wicket 48 for Holman.
Yeah, much too easy, those singles.
Yeah.
Left arm spinner. Pretty much a wronged armish type of bowler. Doesn't turn the ball much.
It's the last over before the second new ball becomes available. Lots of flight on this. Holman edges, gone at slip, and he punches his bat in frustration. I wonder, was that second new ball on his mind? He's on 48. Oh, another punch of the bat for Holman. He's really disappointed. He's missed out on his 50 and got out to a fellow spinner. Edge through to slip. Madsen has a second one in there, this much more comfortable than his first. 2-19 for 8. And that was the last ball of the 80th over as well. So 16 to go on day one here at Chesterfield. Holman, a very fine innings, the highest scorer for Middlesex, and really did an excellent job for his side. Holman, the young man's really disappointed with himself, but goodness me, that could be a very valuable 48 come the end of the match. 23 for Bamber, he's still there. The fun is about to begin. And not just because Dave Fletcher is joining Roland Butcher on the mic, but Tilanwala Luita and Tim Murtagh only know one way to bat, and they'll be doing it against the new ball, Roland Butcher.
Yes, and really, you'd be very disappointed with that mode of dismissal, because he was just pushing for the single. I think perhaps trying to maintain the strike for the next over, and it was a ball that he really could have thumped through the offside. And his caution caused his downfall, because he got an outside edge and a straightforward catch.
Yeah, fairly simple catch for Wayne Madsen. He's 201st in first-class cricket, having picked up his 200th to dismiss John Simpson earlier. That was an absolute belter with his left hand, and the new ball has been called for. Roland, unsurprisingly, I think, with 16 overs left in the day, 80 overs gone, 219 for 8 now, and it was a wicket that Derbyshire really needed, wasn't it? Because they'd put on 44 for the 8th wicket, which is a decent stand. That's Luke Holman and Ethan Bamber. And Derbyshire will be cock-a-hoop, having picked up a wicket with the old ball. They've immediately turned to the new. Unsurprisingly.
Yes, I guess they're sensing now as if they can bowl Middlesex out quickly, hence they've gone back to the faster bowlers with a brand new ball.
Do you want to bat though tonight? I mean, they do, obviously. That's the whole point of the game, but it's going to be tricky, isn't it? There's 16 overs to go in the day.
Yeah, that little period will be quite tricky. I mean, there's this period where you could lose 2 or 3 wickets quite easily, being overcautious, and the opposition would know that they can run in for those overs because it's not going to be a long session. So it'd be very much in the bowler's favour, this last session.
Sam Connors, then, he's only bowled 6 overs today, 0 for 28, bowled 1 maiden in, and with the new ball, left alone outside the off stump by Ethan Bamber. Tilanwala Luita, the new man, leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. And still Tim Murtagh to come. And then Derbyshire's batsmen will start to think about what they've got to do in the remaining overs, should we get to that point, and Derbyshire will certainly be hoping that they do. But he got one with a big smile on his face as he has a chat with Sam Connors. Toby Petman down the far end, leaping in the air as Connors is in, and that one's turned into the leg side. Oohs and ahs, mainly from Wayne Madsen, as ever. Wayne Madsen is the most optimistic cricketer I think I've ever come across. Thinks that every single delivery is going to get past the edge of the bat or crash into the stumps. When he's bowling, he's even worse. He would have been itching for a couple of overs of his off spin. Regular bowler in T20 cricket, not so much in first class. Connors is in again, and that one is driven gloriously for 4 runs by Ethan Bamber. That is a really nice shot. 223 for 8 now. Bamber moves on to 27. Don't bowl there to him. Don't bowl there to anybody, really. Driven away. The new ball has got its first proper mark on it. Yeah, I'm not sure I'd want to, well, I wouldn't want to bat full stop because I could never bat, but I'm sure I want to bat this evening. This next delivery, you could hear the grunt from Sam Connors as he delivered the ball, and it was defended straight back to him by Bamber.
Yes, on this occasion he decided to pitch this ball into the pitch. Batsman not looking comfortable playing that one. Got into not a great position, but anything over pitch. He's obviously Bamber prepared to get onto the front foot.
You do hear the occasional effort ball from Sam Connors. You'll hear him grunt. Next delivery is pushed up towards Billy Godleman at mid-off. Connors has been playing T20 cricket as well, which is a bit of a surprise. He hasn't played much T20 cricket for Derbyshire in the time he's been here, or been in the senior side. Came through the academy at Derby. He's done okay, but he is very much a red ball specialist, really, because he's a sort of bowler who likes to bowl at the top of off, and you can't really do that 6 deliveries in a row in a game of T20 cricket, because 5 of them will get dispatched. This one is left alone outside the off stump by Ethan Bamber. Goes through to the wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. And the first over with the new ball has come to an end. Middlesex 238 for 8 rather.
Yeah, much better delivery that last one. More of a length delivery. Getting some pace off the pitch. So the first over with the new ball is completed. So Middlesex, sure that they'll be overawed with the total, but I think it represents a bit of a recovery from 6 for 149.
Yes.
Certainly he's given them an opportunity now to at least get 250.
That'll be what they're aiming for, won't it? They get to 250, they'll think they've posted a decent score. Outground, ball turning on day one. There are a couple of spinners, of course, in the Middlesex ranks, as well as the wily old campaigners Roland Jones and Murtagh. Ethan Bamber's a very good bowler. I always like watching Bamber bowl. So Derbyshire will have plenty of work to do once they get the final 2 wickets. It'll be interesting to see how Shan Masood goes on this pitch with all his runs this season. He's fielding at extra cover at the moment. And the man out on the point boundary, who is Anuj Dal, he's not on the point boundary anymore. He's coming to point. As Wallalawita waits. Petman in and bowls to him. He goes back into his stumps and pushes it back towards the bowler. Interesting that Kevin Hand suggests that both Wallalawita and Murtagh will basically go after the bowlers quite often as a 10 and 11. It's a fair thing to do, isn't it, really? Because if you just stay there and defend, you're going to get out at some point as a number 10 or 11. But if you go hard, you might pick up 15, 20 runs, which would be very useful.
Yeah, I think it very much depends if you're batting with a batsman at the time.
True enough. Well, he's had a go at that one, and he's guided down to third man. There is a third man down there. I can't see who it is. It's Alex Thompson who does the fielding. So Wallalawita is off the mark. 224 for 8.
Yeah, I think if you're better with number 10, and then you look in the pavilion, you see your number 11. The reason he's at number 11 is obviously he's not a great player. So I think that is the time to play some shots.
There may be the chance Wallalawita has been told try and get it to 250.
Yeah, no, we've absolutely. Kevin Hand speaking into the effects microphone there. Yeah, play properly and get to 250, which would be a decent total you feel on this pitch. As Petman is in, and he attempts to turn it down the leg side. Ethan Bamber strikes the pad, doesn't go very far, picked up by the wicketkeeper. Matty McKiernan, the 12th man, just walking past us. He's just delivered a drink to Sam Connors, who's fielding down at third man away to our right-hand side, right in front of all the past players. No pressure, Sam. Hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of wickets inside the VIP area. Connors the only bowler yet to pick up a wicket in this match. Here's Petman on his Derbyshire debut, bowling to Bamber, who turns that into the leg side. It's Alex Thompson who'll come around and do the fielding. A lone round of applause from somebody. 225 for 8. He's already got a nickname. Toby Petman, he's Petters. Well, for goodness sake, if you can't think of anything better than that, don't bother. Don't bother. Well done, Petters.
Surely the vet.
Why? Oh, Petman. Oh, very good. Yes. The vet bowls a wild swing at that by Wallalawita. When I say wild, what I mean is very wild. He leant back and put everything into it. He's lucky he didn't put his back out, actually. Swung all the way through it. Ball went through to Brooke Guest. That was a proper number 10 shot, wasn't it?
Yes, I mean, that would encourage you standing at the other end to play a few shots as well.
Yeah, you've got 28, another 22 for a half century and 25 for 250. It might be on you, Ethan. He's watching as well. Aloita waits, and there's a swing at that, and he's been caught. Straight into the hands of Brooke Guest, a fairly straightforward catch. And Petman has his second wicket on debut, Toby Petman. And Walla Aloita, well, he hasn't hung around for too long. He's made 1 from 4 deliveries. And Middlesex are 225 for 9 now. If the first one was a number 10's swing of the bat, the second one was just as much that.
Yeah, that really was a gift of a wicket. Never in a position to play that shot. Just swung the bat, getting the outside edge, and the keeper making no mistake at all. So Petman gets another one.
And could be nigh.
This could be, as you said, the end could be very, very close.
Yeah, that was a... But it was a throw everything at the ball kind of shot, but he didn't get as much bat on it as he would have liked. A little bit more bat, and it would have gone over the head of Brooke Guest, but just enough of the bat to get it through to the Derbyshire wicketkeeper, who now has 1, 2, 3 wickets, 3 catches rather, today. Wayne Madson's got a couple. In fact, Wayne Madson's got 3 as well. 201 for his career. And here's Tim Murtagh making his way out to the middle to join Ethan Bamber, who's on 28. He'll be quite keen for Tim Murtagh to hang, and Tim Murtagh can hang around, we know that. Tim Murtagh, the Middlesex skipper, is met by Ethan Bamber as a round of applause for something or other. I have no idea. Oh, it was the end of the over, presumably. The crowd have just spotted it was end of the over from Toby Petman, who's got 2 for 32 on his Derbyshire debut, on his championship debut from 13 overs bowled, 5 maidens. So he'll feel good about himself on loan. It's always difficult for a player to come in on loan, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he's been pretty steady. Had a good opening burst, and I think his figures would reflect the sort of game that he's had so far today.
Maximum bowling bonus points in the bag for Derbyshire now, with the 9th wicket falling. Middlesex currently with 1 batting bonus point and 25 away from a second. Sam Connors begins a new over from the pavilion end into Bamber, who has decided that Tim Murtagh's not going to hang around for too long, so he's having a go at the first delivery of the Connors over there. Misses it. Yeah, I think Ethan Bamber's made his mind up.
Yes, I don't think he feels as much coming from the other end, so he'll try and get as many as he can, what he can.
Tim Murtagh's got a career best of 74 not out, but a career average of just under 18. As Connors goes in and bowls, and he's cracked that up towards mid-off, but it's fielded by Billy Godwin. Already got his high score in first-class cricket here, Ethan Bamber. 28 off 66 deliveries. At the moment, Derbyshire, well, they'll be hoping to face no more than 10 overs or so. They'll certainly want to face 10, though, to get the next wicket out in the next 10 deliveries. Connors with that little skip at the start of his run-up. He's in and bowls to Bamber, who has a swing at that one, a short delivery, misses it completely, goes through to Brooke Guest.
Yeah, good to see the effort ball as he banged that into the turf. Bamber going for the pull shot. Ball was through him before he'd actually got the bat down, but good thinking there by the bowler. Don't just bowl length to be struck through the offside, mix it up.
So the batsman, what you expect? Are you expecting the full delivery next? See what he comes up with, Connors, here, and it is a little fuller. In fact, it's met almost on the half volley as he plays it down to third man for a single. Petman down there in the far distance does the fielding. 29 now to Bamber, 226 for 9. Middlesex. Did you ever used to do that sort of, as a batsman, do you try and second guess what the next delivery might be, having seen a short ball? Do you go, right, well, this one's either going to be pitched up or...
Not
necessarily second guess, but then you know, there's certain types of deliveries that you have to look out for following the previous delivery. You know, quite often, you know, you get an edge or something, it's gone for 4. A lot of the bowlers want to retaliate by bowling a short ball, so you have that in the back of your mind that this could be, but don't commit yourself to, because you have no idea what's going to be.
Well, no, you can be in a horrible shape by the time the ball gets to you. Here's Connors bowling to Tim Murty. You can hear the grunt. Bamber sets off for a single. It was a no ball from Sam Connors, the second no ball bowled today. The first was by Anuj Dal earlier on, 230 for 9. Just trying
and obviously, Derbyshire still, even with this last period, a little bit defensive. You've got a deep square leg. Number 11 just facing his first couple of balls.
Yeah, not really any need for that, is that? This next delivery from Connors is driven into the ground and up and over Leas Deploy at backward point. It's fielded in the far distance by Alex Thompson. They're going to come back for 2. Good bit of fielding by Thompson. Good throw as well, but they got back for the second fairly comfortably.
Yes, and
that is interesting.
Just wonder why the bowler's not actually bowling short at the number 11.
Yeah.
Because where's he going to score? He's going to score from those type of deliveries, pitched deliveries, you know, intimidating, and he'll get himself out.
Dave Townsend has just come up with that. Every partnership bar one has been a left and right-handed combination for Middlesex.
That's why he's paid the big bucks.
Yeah. He's had all day to come up with it, Mike. Here's Connors in to get around the wicket. That is a little short. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, that's just a hoik from Tim Murray. It's a very effective hoik. It's a hoik from the Irishman. I say Irishman. 234 for 9.
Yeah, and a welcome boundary there for Middlesex. They'll be quite happy that they've picked a few runs up in that over, and you can see exactly how Murty's going to play.
Yeah.
Yep, he's going to throw the bat if it's there, and this could be
entertaining.
Could be an entertaining period.
Could be entertaining. Although
it could be entertaining.
That shot was horrible, wasn't it? That was just horrible, horrible shot, but effective. So he won't mind too much, Tim Murtagh. How he gets his runs, as long as he gets a few. That's his job now at the end of the Middlesex innings. He's on 6. Bamber on a career best 29. It's 234 for 9 as Toby Petman begins a new over from the Lake End here at Queen's Park. Well, he would have done, but something's happened there. You can see through the sight screens at the far end. And I do wonder if there is a bit of movement behind there, it would put the batsman off. Something disturbed him anyway. So he just pulled out. Here comes Petman again. Just the one slip with this new ball. Down the track he goes and lifts it over the bowler just about. He's a tall man, Petman. Fielded in the distance by Billy Godleman, who's at deep mid-off. And it brings Murtagh onto strike, which is probably what everybody inside the ground wants. 30 now to Bamber, 235 for 9. Mark Watt is practicing his bowling action. I don't think he's going to get a go anytime soon.
And really, Derbyshire, looking at the field, they're making it very easy for Murtagh to get off strike. And that's not the best thing at this stage. You've got a deep point on the boundary, you've got a deep square leg. Or that man at the point could come in for sure.
Petman bowls and goes back towards his stumps, has a little fiddle with it outside off stump. Misses. The ball goes through to Brooke Guest.
Yes, and Murtagh, no intention of getting into line. He was really taking a backward step.
Alex Hughes going for a wander. One of the Derbyshire players not in. They were in the squad when it was announced yesterday, but not in the playing 11. As Petman is in and bowls to Murtagh, who goes down on one knee and drives expansively. Didn't actually make any contact with the ball at all. And again, it goes through to Brooke Guest. Fielders all on red alert. But as you say, I mean, the man on the point boundary. I think Ishan Masood is having a fairly lengthy conversation with a couple of people in the crowd. He's there to save a boundary, but he'd much rather have him in a catching position. He may well be in a catching position. Who knows? That's a defensive shot by Tim Murtagh. Slightly better. Back to the bowler. Again, there's no run. 2-3-5 for 9 with 12 overs left after this one in the day's play. If Derbyshire were to get a wicket in this over, they would have 10 overs to face the opening batsman. And in comes Petman again, bowls to Murtagh, who clips it nicely into the leg side, but straight to Masood, and there's no run. Alex Hughes, so keen to get into the action, he's actually on the field standing next to Sam Connors, away to our right hand side in front of the tent. There's Deploy, still with the fielding pads on. He's in front of the scoreboard, right in front of the scoreboard on the boundary. He must be 60 odd yards, perhaps more, away from the bat. Murtagh will do well. Oh, and he can hit it that far, clearly. And he's edged this one. He was looking to turn it into the leg side. In comes Anish Dal off the boundary to do the fielding. Final ball of the over. So he pinches the strike, Tim Murtagh, interestingly. He moves on to 7. 236 for 9.
Yes, easy single, really, for that man back on the boundary. Allow Murtagh to just play that one square the wicket of the offside. Stays on strike.
When I said that Mark Watt was going through his bowling action, he'd be lucky to get on any time soon. He's coming on now. It's all about reading the game, Roland. It's all about reading the game. I know what I'm talking about. Not a clue. Not a clue. So
you'll see how Murtagh responds to the spinner. Is he going to have a look at him, or is he going to get after him straight away?
Could be interesting. Could be interesting. Yes, straight up in the air potentially. Kevin Hand might have to describe the final wicket. I'll have to nip off for a couple of minutes. These updates, non-stop. The amount of work I get through in a day, Roland, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. In fact, most people don't believe me. And they'd be right not to. Murtagh on 7, then Mark Watt is on his way, and he's going to bowl around the wicket, the left arm spinner. Bowls now. Murtagh gets a leading edge out into the offside, and it's gone past the man at backward point, who is Lias Deploy, who's chasing the ball in his fielding pads. They're going to come back for 2 rather. And Murtagh is a fairly lucky boy. He's into, moves up to 9 now though, 238 for 9. Billy Godleman at long off. He's having a chat with Alex Hughes. Here comes Mark Watt in again and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side, where it's picked up and fielded by Sam Connors, who's going to finish this first innings without a wicket, I fancy. Watt is in again. That's a quicker one, and it's slashed away down to third man for 4 runs by Murtagh. He moves to 13, 242 for 9 now. Getting closer to that magical, if indeed it is magical, 250. If James Watt's listening down the line, back at base, I'll be with him in about 3 minutes. That's terrible to do production on the air, but can't be helped. 242 for 9. Watt around the wicket, bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side by Murtagh. That's the Middlesex players on the pavilion away to our left-hand side that you can hear. Murtagh moves to 14, 243 for 9. It's cooling down now, isn't it?
It's
getting cold.
down.
You were telling me before it's the warmest part of the day, and half an hour later, it's perishing.
But something we should expect. We're in that rate. And now they look to bring the feel in now to Bamba, who's more likely to strike a boundary.
He's more likely to play a correct cricket shot as well, you'd have thought. Certainly a cricket shot that you might imagine to be a cricket shot. Watt is around the wicket to him. Oh, it looked like a quicker delivery from Watt, and it almost got stuck in the pads of Ethan Bamber, who just walks away. Next delivery will be the final ball of the over. And what is in now? Bowls to Bamber, who drives him out towards the backward point region. Around the boundary goes Petman. Looks a little bit stiff out there, it's fair to say. And he collects the ball, hurls it in. It's the end of the over. I think Petman's going to be bowling. He didn't realise it was the end of the over. 2:45 for 9. 14 to Tim Murtagh, 32 to Ethan Bamber. And I'm going to ask DT to come in after a little word from... No, I'm going to ask you. No, who are you? Kevin Ham to come in after a little word from Roland Butcher.
Yes, and Petman not moving around the boundary like a gazelle late in the day. Maybe trying to conserve his energy for his efforts with the ball. But I just feel that Derbyshire making it just a little bit too easy for Middlesex to score runs. You know, you're 9 wickets down. Really, you should be trying to pressure the batsman. Instead, they're just releasing the pressure and allowing them to get runs at will.
So, sorry. Did you hear me before when I was giving you the instructions? Good. Excellent. Oh. Toto, yeah. The Serengeti, yeah. Oh, yes, yeah. Really? It's a Maori word he's suggesting. I think it's made up. Oh, Murtagh has just smashed that for 6 out towards the mid-wicket boundary. No, he hasn't. It's a 1-bounce 4, but it was a pretty decent hit, it's fair to say. It was Ethan Bamber, not Murtagh. But apart from that, it's a fine piece of commentary. Ethan Bamber moves on to 36 now. Murtagh's on 15. And it feels like it's about to chuck it down. I don't think it is, but it's gone cold. It's all very unpleasant here at Chesterfield. Excellent. Here's Petman in and bowls to Bamber, who pulls this. Well, he doesn't. How's he got it up there? He's got it up to long off when he was looking clearly to pull it into the leg side. I have no idea how he's got it there. He moves on to 37. And it's 251 for 9. $37 to Bamber. Balls. Oh. Yeah. Well, it depends if it's a Maori word or not, doesn't it? Really, I know that you listen to the hacker and it's kamate kora, but they're clearly words in a different language, aren't they? Is it really? All right. No. May I just interrupt you for a moment? Sorry, but Middlesex have just been bowled out for 200. There is a game of cricket going on for 251. The last man out is Tim Murtagh for 15. Ethan Bamber made 37, and Derbyshire, by my calculations, just will have 8 overs to face this evening. So everybody's up to date there. Crack on. Right. Oh, okay. Yeah. Right. So if you have any kind of word and add 2 syllables on the end, it's a made-up word. Okay. Yeah. No, I can imagine. No, I can imagine. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there'll be a 10-minute break while they trundle up and down the pitch out in the middle with the heavy roller and sweep things up. The wind is howling, and I tell you what, it's turned a bit unpleasant. The outgrounds are great when the sun is shining and there's no breeze, but the wind is getting up, and there will be the wind's getting up. It feels like it's going to rain. I don't think it is going to rain, but the last thing we want is for it to rain because we're in a gazebo. And quite frankly, I don't think it's a very substantial building. In fact, I wouldn't even describe it as a building. And it could get very, yeah. Well, yeah. Well, it wouldn't take much to knock it down if they didn't have planning permission, I can tell you. But yeah, I am. Yes, no, yes, I did. Yes, I have mentioned it a few times. Yeah, there's a big lump out the top of my head because I scratched it. But I'm all right now. I'm all right now. I'm not going to mention it again. No, but they have put a little bit of sort of padding on the bit where I touched it before, a bit like the horse after it has bolted. They've now padded it. Of course, I haven't banged my head on it since. So yeah, yeah. Well, we'll probably only be here for another half an hour, in all honesty. But it'll be a terrific half an hour, and we're online via the BBC Sport website and app. Thanks for reminding me.
Balls, but yeah, Roland Jones nearly ready to go. It's a great sight to see him back and fit and bowling again after those years of frustration with injury. The close catches, Sam Robson, Stephen Eskenazi getting a few balls batted back to them by Rory Coots, club coach, and Jay Durbach's out there as well with Luke Holman. He's rolling the arm over. I'd be surprised if we saw Holman tonight. The leg spinner, you'd have thought. Oh, hello, Fletch.
You were commentating during the interval, you absolute lunatic.
the last of the bowlers, 2 for 47 off 16 with 4 maidens, but the economy of Dahl off 15 overs to go at less than 1 an over, Roland Butcher, I guess is the most eye-catching of those figures.
Yeah, excellent. I thought he bowled well today. He bowled with lots of energy. Every time he was tossed the ball, he ran in, looked to make things happen. Perhaps when you look at it now, you might find that he was on the ball in the circumstances, because he bowled 15 overs and his economy rate was excellent. So perhaps he could have bowled a few more overs.
And he was the 5th bowler used, so they'd gone through a few, yeah.
Yeah. So really, he's had a good day, and his figures are excellent.
Yeah. From Middlesex's perspective with the ball, I mean, the 3 seamers first up: Roland Jones, Murtagh and Bamber. There's actually a little bit of similarity with the Derbyshire attack, in that Petman is like a young Roland Jones, really, isn't he? Not the paciest, but decent height, gets good lift, good seam movement, and perhaps Lewis Rees, left arm Murtagh. But Dahl, I'd look at Ethan Bamber and think that Bamber could do a Dahl job as well. He's got a first-class average of 23 for 100+ wickets now at 23 years of age. He's a metronome, and I'm sure that that's what Middlesex will look for him to do here. Just keep hitting the top of the off stump and not let Derbyshire get going anywhere. But first up, it's Tim Murtagh from the Lake End, and he'll have Shah Massoud on strike with 3 slips and a gully. No third. There's a point and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. So 6-3 fields. And Murtagh will be right arm over to the left-handed Massoud. He's in now, bowls, and Massoud first ball clips to mid-on. Oh, yes, no, and no is very quickly the cry from Godalming. Quite rightly so, Roland Butcher.
Yeah, Massoud very eager to get off the mark. And I guess that's the difference between a player at this level, is that he looks to score as often as possible, and he made nice contact with it, but straight to the fielder. Scallywag
at the back of the box just said he doesn't fancy Mertz, obviously. Few do, to be fair. There's Murtagh. He's into the stumps now, bowls, and that's driven away through the covers, and that'll be 4. That's a lovely, lovely shot from Massoud. Just a flow of the bat, offering that ball into the offside, and it raced away out of the middle.
Yeah, free swing of the bat there by Massoud. Not worried about a new ball, the pitch, seam, swing. It's a half volley.
Yes.
And he's played it beautifully through the offside for 4.
Very full, the first 2 deliveries from Murtagh. Just seeing what swing there is there. Still that breeze, it's been relentless all day. That Union Jack still flying high above the Lake End over the back of the trees as Murtagh comes in, bowls, a better line of length there, swinging back in. Perhaps more so after it past the batter. Through to the gloves of Simpson. 3 balls gone at the opening over of the innings. Just 8 to bowl tonight. And what they'd give for 1, let alone 2, but if that one was Shah Massoud.
Yeah, Massoud showing good judgment there, perhaps. Not quite as full as the previous delivery, and a little bit wider.
It's been lovely to see the number of Pakistan cricketers in county cricket this year. Shaheen Shah Afridi with Middlesex. Massoud waits as Murtagh bowls, better length ball. Massoud in behind that one pretty solidly.
And then, of course, Cheddar Pujara.
Yeah, Middlesex saw a fair bit of him down at home, but they did manage to pick up the victory down there, Middlesex. Pujara a century in that game. Good chatter around the field for Middlesex. They're a lively fielding side these days. Pete Hanscom, who's gone back now to Australia, has been very much part of that as Murtagh bowls, and Massoud patiently over the top of that one, waited on it, didn't he, and eases into the offside. That's where Murtagh wants to stay, isn't it? Just that length. As you say, the first 2 were half volleys. First one he got away with, just clipped wide of mid-on, just a dot ball, and then driven the second ball. But he's been on the perfect length for his pace, and for what he does with the ball since then. Last ball of the opening over of the Derbyshire innings coming up. Replying to Middlesex's 251, the visitors winning the toss here at Chesterfield this morning. Looking to end the day on a high. Murtagh passes the umpire, he bowls, and Massoud forward into the offside. There's no run. Conversely, Derbyshire will say, well, look, the mistake Middlesex made, which you've been pointing out, Butch, is they all got starts and nobody went on. So you can bat on this pitch because they all got starts. Even Robson, you know, that first 40 minutes, he'd been pretty happy. All right, 10 on the board, but they were batting within themselves at that stage of the openers, weren't they, Ian?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one thing for sure is that if Masood gets a start, he will have no difficulty in continuing. It's always hard. It's the hardest thing is to get a start, but you know, if he gets 20, 30, you know, you'll have to praise him from the wicket. So, you know, Middlesex really, when they look at their batting today, they will be disappointed that there was number one, no one reaching a half century.
Yeah.
And
that's the danger, isn't it? That's what Derbyshire will look to. Just say to one player, look, you get in and go big, then all of a sudden that Middlesex score.
Yeah, I mean, this is great. This really looks like a one-day innings.
Yeah. Yes. Roland Jones is in. He bowls, and Godman's first ball is turned around his legs down to long leg for a single. To say Roland Jones is perhaps the man that I'm really looking to for Middlesex as being key on this pitch. I think Mercer and Bamber, there's enough in the pitch for the bowlers, a little bit of seam movement, isn't there? But just that, there was two balls, I think you were together on the mic at the time, wasn't there? One got up to him from Lewis Rees and the next one kept low. And said at the time, if there's anyone in the Middlesex camp that would have been happy by those two deliveries, it's Roland Jones, and he's the man that's just faced them both, because if he can find something similar in this surface, which you'd back him to, then it could be difficult. Cloudy skies over Chesterfield, the worst batting conditions of the day, you'd say. Look at that scoreboard to the right, it's pretty bright, isn't it?
Yeah, it's getting a little bit gloomy clouds everywhere, dark backgrounds in terms of trees.
Roland Jones bowls, squares up. Masood, short of length delivery, hits up around the hips, falls away into the offside, no run. Roland Butcher is alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic, Dave Fletcher here for BBC Radio Derby. David Townsend taking over the BBC Radio London duties across the few days. To the delight of the David Townsend fan club at the back of the commentary tent. Indeed. Roland Jones is past the umpire, bowls outside off. That's left alone through to the keeper. Yeah, it just feels to me if there's one bowler that's going to have a particular purple patch on a surface like this, then it will be Roland Jones for Middlesex. But that said, it can be anybody on anybody's given day, can't it? Someone's got their tail up and finding that right spot consistently. Bamble fizz it through that a little bit quicker than both Mercer and Roland Jones. Into the spinners. There's a slight element of risk going to go in with three seamers for Middlesex. If one of them were to go down, again, it's very, very rare you only see them going with three. So Roland Jones is into the crease. He bowls onto the hip of Masood, who has timed that immaculately through square leg. And goodness me, in a flash, that was nearly at the square leg boundary.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. Most importantly, the balance. You know, he just got nicely into position, didn't fall over, in total control. Played it all along the ground, past the square leg umpire. And really a quality shot. He's played two quality shots so far, an extra cover drive, and then a slip, that clip off the pads.
Sorry, I was just making sure I hadn't stayed on too long. I couldn't remember what time I came back on. It was 5:30, wasn't it? It's his. Roland Jones bowls outside off, through to the keeper it goes. It's there or thereabouts. Oh dear, DT's got something out on his phone. He probably shouldn't look while we're live on air, Butch. Goodness knows.
No, DT's showing that he's got a phone.
Ah, DT fans. He's found it. DT showing that he's got a phone. Roland Jones from the pavilion end here in Chesterfield. He bowls and this is played off the back foot back into the offside line without loss. This Scarborough is always the one away from HQ, the club grounds. This must be one of the best in the country, mustn't it? For a lovely pavilion, lovely setting, best out grounds in county cricket. This must be right up there.
Yeah, it's a beautiful ground. There's no question about that. You know, it's very flat. There's lots of trees around it. It's a lovely ground to play.
Your first 11 here at Chesterfield doesn't get much better than this, does it? Scarborough's fantastic, isn't it? Scarborough's a beaut. Arundel, of course, is renowned as one of the finest grounds in the country away from the HQs. Here's Mercer, his second over, his right arm over into Godolphin. He bowls for the first time. Push back to him, very full delivery once more. Interesting how full he goes first couple of deliveries to the new batter that he has to look at.
Yeah, obviously not wanting to waste this new ball, make the batsman play as many deliveries as possible. It's a shortened session, so you know that you can really give it your all. And
it'll be interesting how much he gives it to Bamber tonight, Mercer, because as a captain, he underbowls himself a little bit, or he bowls shorter spells than he usually would. So here's Mercer, drags the length right back on that. Godalmann's behind it. Defending into the offside. All-rounders, I mean, that's the thing with Ben Stokes. All-rounders often underbowl themselves, don't they, when they're captains. Mercer, obviously, an out-and-out bowler, but I had noticed when he's captained so far, he'll bowl a shorter spell and he'll throw it to Bamber almost as though he's, or to Roland Jones, whoever it is, almost feeling as though he's stealing overs for someone else, it seems. Usually 7 or 8 overs from Mercer in an opening spell. As he comes in now, bowls, and Godolphin goes right back to that one. It felt as though that didn't get up as much as he was expecting it to. Really had to trap the bat down on it.
Yeah, he stayed and got into a fairly good position. Ball, as you said, keeping a little bit low, but still good enough to get the full face of the bat on it.
What was your favourite outground that you played on? I mean, you've played on loads of Middlesex, obviously, over the years.
I enjoyed playing at Uxbridge.
Yeah, it was
back in those days.
It was a good track back then, wasn't it? Sadly, it died a bit of a death. The square at Uxbridge became very slow and low. As this ball's on a length outside off from Mercer, angled across Godolphin, no run.
Yeah, Uxbridge was, there was pace in the pitch. The wicket was good. You certainly got value for the shots because the outfield was very, very quick. And, if you could bowl, you got something out of it. So it was an excellent cricket pitch, and certainly enjoyed playing there.
Gatting Way and Brearley Close down at the town end now. I think it was the pavilion end and the town end, so I always just called it the Gatting Way end. This is Mercer bowls. This is clipped to mid-wicket, and there's no run, 9 without loss. Yeah, it just became very slow and low, and there wasn't anything in it for the batters or the bowler. There was no great reward for either because it was so dead as a surface in the end, which was quite sad. Temperatures dropped here. You're huddled as well. It's
yes,
the wind has won in the end, hasn't it?
Significantly.
What a balmy morning, wasn't it? Balmy afternoon with the bat for Middlesex. As you mentioned, they reached 81 for 1, but were reduced to 149 for 5. As it comes in, bowls, that's a good leave. Thrusting that pad forward as he does, Godolphin, but high up in the air. And again, he's one of those cricketers where you have to watch a couple of deliveries. You don't have to look at the scoreboard to know who it is that's batting. Godolphin, very distinctive. 9 without loss after 3. 8 for Masood. He'll have the strike to Roland Jones. 1 for Godolphin. No alarm bells ringing just yet for the Derbyshire pair.
Yeah, both openers looking really comfortable at this stage, and a couple of nice shots by Masood. No change in his guard. He's obviously rechecking.
Roland Jones, pavilion end, bowls very full, driven wide of mid-on. Lovely shot by Masood. Put right up there by Roland Jones. Mercer's giving chase, but it's gone. He's on to 12, just dealing in boundaries at the moment, Shah Masood.
Yeah, quality shot there, really. No great effort. Just really placing the bat in the direction of the ball, and the timing was perfect because there was a mid-on fairly deep. And all he could do really was turn and escort that ball to the boundary. And I can imagine when this guy bats for a long time, what pleasure he gives to the spectators.
Fell in the 90s, just short of a century at Lord's earlier this season. Roland Jones bowls to him short, punched off the back foot, 4 more. Now, the game is afoot fully now, isn't it? Over to you, Toby. Roland Jones.
Well, it looks a different game, as if there have been 2 sets of players playing this game, really. Shah Masood in this very short innings, and the others. I mean, you can see the difference in class. Just slightly offline. Not bad deliveries. I mean, most batsmen would have been looking to get back and defend that. But such is the form that this batsman is in, that he's got on top of it and punched it away for 4.
3 slips go down. Here's Roland Jones's response to 2 4s. He bowls and Masood nudges him into the onside. Through square leg, he'll pick up a single and he moves to 17. Derbyshire 18 without loss in the 4th. They need to get him early, don't they? Well, the one thing is they'll get 2 bites at him. If they don't get him tonight, then there's always early tomorrow morning as well.
Yes, I mean, if he stays in, he's going to provide some entertainment. Whoever, if he's in by tomorrow, I think people need to come on down because you're seeing a quality batsman at his job.
Yeah, I don't think there's any disrespect at all to say he's the best batter in the match. As Roland Jones is in, bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside by Godalming. There's no run. And it's a fine Derbyshire batting lineup. I mean, Madsen and Deploy. Rees as well. And some real batting credential there for Derbyshire. Guest up at 3, the wicket keeper. But likewise for Middlesex, 2 former England openers in Robson and Stoneman. Eskenazi's fine bat as well, as it's the relative youngsters, Holden and White. Youngsters in terms of experience, for sure. As Roland Jones turns away from where Roland Butcher and I sit. This ball's on a length. Now, that had good lift, outside off stump, but just started short enough for Godalming to leave on length, but that's where he'll look to probe. Roland Jones went through the gears against Durham a few weeks. In the first innings, there was a speed gun in that match, and he was mid down to low 70s. Merter's obviously a high 60s bowler, just nudges 70. In the second innings, though, he really had his tail up, and he was pushing 80 again, as he used to years ago. As he comes in now, bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Godalming. No run, and at his peak, he'd have. I'm not sure he'd quite hit 85. 83. He was bowling for England. That might be the quicker ball, 84 that he'd rushed through. But yeah, he was hitting 80, 81 in that game against Durham when he was really putting it in to go through Durham in their second innings late on the 3rd evening and then on the 4th day as well. So,
well, I guess that just shows that in the right circumstances and the right conditions that he still got it.
Yeah,
perhaps not
managing
for as long a period as possible, but
yeah, and managing the body, isn't it? I mean, if he's really pushing it through like that, he's obviously doing it at full tilt, isn't he? Which injuries, his shoulder, back, hip, I think knee as well. As Merter's in, bowls, and Shamsud squared up by this one. First one that's unsettled him a little. Thick edge along the floor to point.
Yeah, nice delivery. Masood. If you watch him, he stands very still at the crease. Even just before delivery, there's no sudden movement. So very. And I hope that the youngsters here, or even the opposing players, just have a glance.
Yeah. Mercer's in, bowls. Masood gets right back into his crease, defends this into the offside. That had just occurred to me, if you're in that slip cord, and Sam Robson, 32 years of age at slip, Eskenazi late 20s, White mid-20s, but again, in terms of years of experience, still quite young. A left-hander stood at gully, Luke Holman, who impressed today with his 48. Max Holden at point. There's a lot to be admired and a lot to learn from watching Shah Masood bat here. Middlesex hope, though, the Middlesex bowlers, that they don't give their batters too much to look at as Merter's in, bowls onto the pads. It's clipped down to long leg where Tilan Wallaluita fields the ball. 19 without loss, 18 of those to Masood. But yeah, if Roland Jones cranks up those gears against Masood, as you'd think early in the innings, especially tonight, first thing tomorrow morning, if he was able to get it up around the 80 mark again, then you are looking at a guy who blasted away a very strong South Africa side a few years ago. And he versus Masood could be a key matchup tonight and tomorrow morning. It's Merter to Godalming now. The 3 slips and gully go down, and Merter bowls. And now, where's that hit?
Pitching outside, I would imagine.
Yes. He slightly squared up by it, didn't he, Godalming? Pitched outside leg. It was a funny bounce through to the keeper, though, wasn't it? Off just hitting the outside of the leg.
Yeah, obviously coming back across the left-handed batsman, but umpire having nothing to do with that.
It's just put the stream back on and we'll have a look at it. As Murtagh is in again, and Godalming on the back foot defends into the offside. There's no run. What's come of the over? What would it have been? The fourth ball of the over, I think it was. Let's see. No, it was the fifth, which we'll get a look at on the stream now. Don't forget, if you ever want to see these streams that we're talking about on the BBC Radio commentaries, you head to the websites of the counties to see. No, it must have been the fourth ball of the over then. There's Murtagh bowls to Godalming, thrusts the pad forward outside the off stump, end of the over. 19 without loss, 4 gone. 5 gone indeed, so 3 to go today. 2 more for Toby Roland Jones, perhaps. He takes off his cap, and Roland Jones it is. Have you not got a 6 o'clock to do? No, you come and sit down if you want. We're just having a quick look at the... Fletcher's done for the day. Having a look at that LBW shout again in between overs. Murtagh to Godalming. Yeah, it might have just been hitting the top of leg, mightn't it? But it pitched outside, as you said.
Probably height.
And height. But other than that, it was a good shout. Roland Jones, a long run up still. He's not far away from us as he sets off. Off he goes. Bowls and... beauty. What a ball that is to Masood. That's exactly what we were talking about, wasn't it? If Roland Jones cranks it up here to Masood, then you're going to see some really high-quality cricket.
Yeah, that's an absolute jaffer. And really, it needed that type of delivery to go past the bat of Masood and making good pace and height off the pitch.
Yeah, Simpson took that up above his head, didn't he? It's fair to say that was probably Roland Jones' quickest of the day so far. Hit a sweet spot. What can he do with this one? So Masood gets right in behind it. Back and across to that one, whereas the previous ball, he wasn't quite back in and across behind it, was he? He was still trying to play it deep within his crease, the previous one, but halfway forward, wasn't he? He was a little bit trapped in no man's land, I guess. Jaffers, though. Hard to be anywhere other than no man's land when you get a Jaffer, I suppose.
Yeah, that was a beauty. Absolute beauty.
Top quality cricket this now. Roland Jones to Masood here in Chesterfield. He's into the crease, bowls, and oh, that's a thick edge all along the floor though, down to the vacant third. 4 for Masood once more. He moves into the 20s, 23 without loss. But Roland Jones just got it going a little bit in this over, hasn't he? 3 on the spot that he wants it.
That's well bowled, and not a chance of a wicket, but coming off the outer half of the bat. There's no third man.
We'll have a look at the replay on the stream very quickly before Roland Jones bowls again. Yeah, just had the bat down across in front of the pads, didn't he? Searching for a little Masood as Roland Jones bowls to him once more. That's solid. Nice stride, and that brought down beautifully in line as he defends that one. 23 without loss. Roland Butcher alongside myself, Kevin Hand. You've got Dave Fletcher and David Townsend in attendance as well for this one across the 4 days. Come on, Toby, the cry from the slips. 3 of them go down. As Roland Jones, midway through his run-up. He bowls now. Masood right onto the back foot on that one once more, getting in behind it. Almost a plunge back and across it felt, that one, didn't it, to defend. Pace might not be there to really trouble him, but it's that extra lift, that seam movement that Roland Jones gets. Who's the quickest you faced?
Oh, I would say Sylvester Clark, Patrick Patterson.
Cool. Roland Jones bowls just a little too full. That's clipped. Cry of catch, because he's clipped it from a very straight line out to deep square, and a slide from Bamble. Keep them to 3. 25 for Shan Masood, 26 without loss. Derbyshire. Roland Jones disappointed. He just went that little bit fuller last ball of the over, didn't he, to see if he could find a way through on the stumps. But top batters, they score off the stumps, don't they? And that's what Masood did there.
Yeah, Bamble did very well coming around from fine leg there. certainly saved the 4, and good effort late in the day. And Masood picks up another 3, so it's a good little session.
He's almost taken that off stump there, hasn't he? He's clipped that square of the wicket. He's a fine player.
He plays the ball so late that he, as you said, he's able to manipulate delivery from, say, middle and off and get it past square leg.
Mercer's in, bowls, and Masood looks to punch off the back foot. He'll get a single, Godalming on to strike. Masood's to 26, Derbyshire 27 without loss. We've got 2 overs remaining of the day. This and 1 more from Roland Jones. Already, we have seen that, we said it all day long, didn't we? And it's not to be disrespectful to anybody else in this match, but whether it goes to a 4th day this match may well depend on Shah Masood alone, because he's a cut above anybody else that's playing in the match with the bat. I think any of the Middlesex batters will quite happily acknowledge that as well. It's Mercer bowls, and Godalming leaves alone a ball that comes back, and Simpson, the wicket-keeper, takes it away from the slips, high above his right shoulder. The ball just shaping back in, but starting wide enough for Godalming to leave happily alone. Let's have a look and see on the stream, actually, because we're just at an angle where it's not easy to tell quite how much he's getting through the air, Mercer. Let's see what... Yeah, not too much. A little bit of chronology by the keeper, Simpson, there as well, just saying, yeah, well, that came back a bit. They're good at that, keepers, aren't they? Mercer bowls full, left alone. That one holds its line across, clearly. Godalming taken nearly towards, or nearly in front of slip, Sam Robson. In fact, sorry, Eskenazi. Robson's at 3rd. Eskenazi's at slip. White at 2nd. Keeper by trade. In fact, they've got 3 keepers in a row there. Simpson, Eskenazi and White. All of them glovesmen. Jack Davis, 12th man in this match, also a glovesman. And, the outgoing skipper. There's a keeper as well, Pete Hanscom, as Godalming gets in behind this to Mercer and defends back up the track. A dot ball. Good day's cricket here at Chesterfield. All the games, all the formats, all summer long from the BBC. County cricket. Do you know, I haven't really, it's been one of those days, I haven't really had a chance to look at the scores elsewhere. I had a brief glimpse late in the morning session, but I haven't really had a look at any of them since. Can't take your eyes off this one. Here's Mercer, he's in, bowls, Godalming. It felt belatedly forward, but he has his own technique, Billy, doesn't he? So sometimes it can fool you slightly.
Yeah, very watchful, had to ensure that he kept his eye on that delivery, and no problems for the batsmen at the moment. Both Godalming and Masood looking in control.
Mercer off his short run. He does this occasionally to unsettle a batter. He's in now. Bowls, and Godalming's right behind this one, pushing back. Doesn't unsettle him at all. The Middlesex captain to the Derbyshire captain to end the day from the Lake End. There's 1 more to go, which will be bowled by... I think there's a change. Who's it going to be?
And
No, I think it is Toby Roland Jones.
Yeah, and just having a little bit of a glance here at the Test match.
Oh, yeah?
Joe Root's day again.
Is it? Let's see.
As he passes 150.
Oh, wow.
So
Pope 145 as well. That's good for Pope at 3, because there's a lot of question marks about Pope at 3.
Yeah, I think Pope paid
145, yeah.
145.
Stokes 46.
155.
Good to see England firing. They'll lay off county cricket for a little while England aren't doing badly. That's setting it up pretty nicely, that game, even if England was to fall just short of New Zealand.
Bowlers haven't fared too well so far in this game.
Oh, Chesterley Street, apparently. Sorry, Butch, what did you say? I was being shouted at from the back of the box.
No, I was just really saying the bowlers haven't fared too well in this Test match.
No, indeed. Tough one. Unusual for Trent Bridge, isn't it? It can be a real seam-friendly track, that one, can't it?
You see these sort of scores, 553 and 460 odd for 5.
Oh, Chesterley Street. It's raining. Too far north to rain, isn't it? Match delay. Durham 345 for 3. Ravindra with 164 not out. Borthwick with 96. He was LBW Baker. There is going to be a change of bowling. It is going to be Tilan Walla-Lawita. An interesting move, this. Left arm over to Shan Masood for the final over of the day. Slip, leg slip, short leg. And Tilan Walla-Lawita is in from the pavilion end. Left arm over, he bowls, and this ball's clipped to mid-wicket. Crick single taken. Roland Jones shies at the keeper's end, but they are through. Masood quite happily gives Godalming strike for the last over of the day.
Yes, and Masood really there showing his experience, getting off strike first ball, just clipping it quite firmly, but
can't get out at the non-strikers end.
Absolutely, and a lesson really for batsmen to learn. Don't keep yourself with the firing line. If I get a single, put you on strike, you've got to do the same thing, get me back on strike. That's rotating the strike and playing sensible cricket.
Who do you enjoy batting with the most over the years? This is Walla-Lawita who bowls, and this ball's pushed back into the onside, is it?
Depending on the circumstances, I enjoyed batting with Clive Bradley, and also enjoyed batting with Mike Gattin as well, because for different reasons. I'll speak about that in a minute.
You really don't look old enough to have batted with Radders, I have to say, Butcher. Here's a forward defence from Godalming into the offside. Sorry, Radders, he's not tuned in, so I can say it because he's here. Although somebody might just tell him, you know what Kevin Ann said?
Yeah, I've batted a lot with Rad, but the batting with Rad is, he valued his wicket so much that he just didn't give it away. So it was good batting with him because.
Walla-Lawita bowls. Oh, Godalming goes back and across. It would have been hitting outside the line of off, but still something for Walla-Lawita to be excited about.
Yeah, a bit of a shout there, but I think probably missing the off stump. But yeah, Clive was, very, very hard to get out. He just excellent player.
Walla-Lawita, lots of flight. Forward goes Godalming, pushing back up the track. And Gat?
And obviously Gat, Gat certainly helped you because he would transfer the pressure back onto the bowlers. He was an aggressive player, so quite often the bowlers will be weary of both Gat and myself. So at times it made it easier.
4 around the back now, second slip. Godalming goes back to this one and pushes back up the track. That was the last ball of the opening day here at Chesterfield. A fine opening day, a fine 8 overs tonight for Derbyshire. 28 without loss, 27 of them to Shan Masood. Middlesex will know they'll have to work hard and fast with him in the morning. If he gets stuck in tomorrow, then 251 won't look a great first innings score. But overall, Roland Butcher, before we say goodnight to everybody, a summary first perhaps of that Middlesex score. How do you feel? A little light, but not a disaster. Is that fair?
Yeah, a little bit disappointing. Really having won the toss and elected to bat, you're looking to try and put a decent score on the board. Middlesex had some very good starts from a number of batsmen. Then got themselves in a little bit of bother. Were able to get out of it at the end through just some good batting by Holman and support from Bamber. Got them into a decent score. And then in this final session, obviously hoping to pick up 1 or 2 wickets, unable to do that. So Derbyshire will go to bed tonight, really thinking that they've had a pretty good day. It could have been better, but at the end of the day, I think they may be happy, the 2 teams.
Absolutely. Roland Butcher, thank you very much. It's a pleasure at last to finally have been on a mic with you. I look forward to a few more days ahead, hopefully this summer and in the years to come. Many thanks to you. Enjoy your night in Chesterfield tonight, wherever it ends up, wherever you find to put the car. Thanks as well to Dave Fletcher, his hospitality today, and David Townsend. Good.